Chapter 4591. No. If I go out alone, not only will I not be able to enter the secret realm, but I will also incur the wrath of the emperor. I have to find a scapegoat. Dong Hanzong's eyes flickered. Although he was furious at the moment, he had not lost his mind. If the emperor found out that he had followed them all the way here, it would definitely arouse the emperor's disgust. At that time, he would not even be qualified to guard the gate of the imperial capital mountain, let alone enter the secret realm. Suddenly, he thought of someone and immediately took out the divine voice stone. Buzz. So, an old shadow appeared. It was Dong Qingyuan. Dong Hanzong urged, "Teacher, come to the Star River quickly." Star River? Dong Qingyuan was stunned. Something big. There's no time to talk about it in detail now. Come and join me quickly, Dong Hanzong said. If both of us leave, there will be no one guarding the gate of the imperial capital mountain, right? Dong Qingyuan was a little hesitant. Hearing this, Dong Hanzong suddenly became angry and said impatiently, "Why are you guarding the gate now? Come quickly. If you don't come, you will regret it for the rest of your life." After that, he did not give Dong Qingyuan a chance to speak and directly turned off the divine voice stone. What a stubborn old man. I asked you to guard the gate. Are you really going to guard the gate with all your heart? You have to fight for the opportunity yourself. Others will not send you the opportunity. Under the stone tablet, Dong Qingyuan struggled for a moment and finally made up his mind. He rushed out of the imperial capital mountain and rushed toward the Star River at lightning speed. Anyway, the imperial capital mountain was protected by the origin force boundary. It should not be a problem to leave for a while. During the conversation, Qin Feiyang and the others had already gone far into the Star River. Lu Yuntian. Looking at the boundless Star River in front of him, the emperor frowned and suddenly said, The inner demons were slightly stunned and looked at the emperor suspiciously. The emperor said, "Activate your dual will of heaven and take us there." "Is there a fee?" The inner demons bared their teeth. The emperor's face darkened and he said angrily, "Are you a miser? You want to pay a fee? We escort you to the secret realm. Do you have to pay us a fee? You can't mix these two things. You're an elder, so it's only right for you to escort us." The inner demons displayed their shamelessness to the fullest. The corner of the emperor's mouth twitched as he said with a dark expression, "Why don't you leave the secret realm and let Dong Hanzong come instead?" "Sure. I agree." Dong Hanzong, who was inside the space divine item, roared excitedly when he heard this. However, the inner demon's expression froze. They looked at the Moon Immortal Princess and complained, "This old man of yours is too boring. He's always abusing his power and threatening others." Princess Moon Fairy's face twitched. This was her imperial father, all right? Was it really okay to talk about her father like that in front of her? "I'm not so old that I can't see clearly." The emperor also stared at the inner demons with hostility. All right. The inner demons nodded repeatedly and glanced at Qin Feiyang. This guy was having a good time. He clearly grasped two wills of the heavenly Tao, but he didn't have to do anything. Helpless. The inner demons had no choice but to activate their dual wills of the heavenly axiom. They swept up a group of people and flew into the depths of the heavenly axiom at lightning speed. What should I do? Dong Hanzong was burning with anxiety. The inner demons had activated two wills of the heavenly Tao, and their speed had doubled. If he didn't go out now, he would definitely be left behind. But now, Dong Qingyuan hadn't arrived yet. He had to wait for Dong Qingyuan. Hurry up. Seeing the inner demons and the others disappear from his sight, Dong Hanzong came out of the space divine item and stood in the Star River. He turned his head and anxiously looked in the direction of the exit. About 10 breaths later, accompanied by the sound of breaking air, Dong Qingyuan activated the heavenly Tao in instant time and finally rushed over. "Teacher, I'm here." Dong Hanzong waved his hand. Hearing this, Dong Qingyuan looked at Dong Hanzong and immediately flew over, asking, "Where are the emperor and the others?" Dong Hanzong said, "Lu Yuntian has activated two wills of the heavenly Tao and is rushing toward the starry sky domain." Starry sky domain? Dong Qingyuan was stunned. I'll tell you on the way. Dong Hanzong impatiently activated the universe domain, and the Haotian runes appeared. The Haotian runes could raise the heavenly Tao by 1 level. Immediately, he rolled up Dong Qingyuan, activated instant time and chased after them at lightning speed. Seeing Dong Hanzong so anxious, Dong Qingyuan was even more surprised. Because he knew Dong Hanzong too well. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't be so anxious. What's going on? Dong Qingyuan was puzzled. He even activated the universe domain. This was even more unbelievable. Secret realm. His Majesty is escorting them to the universe secret realm. Dong Hanzong clenched his fists tightly. On what basis? Even trash like Dong Tianqian could enter. On what basis could he not go? He was the #1 person in the Central Dynasty. No matter what, he was stronger than Dong Tianqian in the universe secret realm. Universe secret realm? Where is it? The more Dong Qingyuan listened, the more puzzled he became. I don't know about the other situations. But there is one point that I heard very clearly just now. There is hope to step into a new realm in the universe secret realm. Dong Hanzong said in a deep voice. What? A new realm? Dong Qingyuan was instantly dumbfounded. There was a new realm above the Dominator realm? Moreover, the Emperor was escorting Dong Tianqian and the others to this place? Your Majesty, why are you doing this to me? I am loyal to you. Even if I made a big mistake, you can't forget me and abandon me. So, teacher, we must enter the secret realm. Even if we kneel and beg your Majesty, it doesn't matter. Because this is our chance to turn the tables. As long as we can enter the secret realm and obtain the opportunity to step into a new realm, you can imagine our value in the Central Dynasty. Dong Hanzong sneered. Dong Qingyuan nodded. If they really obtain the opportunity to step into a new realm, he and Dong Hanzong would soar into the sky. At that time, they didn't even need to take the initiative to look for the Emperor. The Emperor would personally look for them. He would even beg them to stay in the Emperor capital mountain. The Emperor would stand in front of them and beg them. Just thinking about it made them feel awe-inspiring. Can we catch up? Dong Qingyuan asked. Although it was good to dream, one had to know that the Haotian rune could only last for half an hour. The inner demon's dual heavens could be activated continuously. I'm afraid it will be very difficult. Dong Hanzong was worried. He had already thought of this problem. With just the Haotian domain, they definitely couldn't catch up with the Emperor and his group. Suddenly, Dong Hanzong's eyes lit up and said, "How about this? We send a message to the Emperor and ask them to wait for us." Are you stupid? His Majesty doesn't want us to go to the secret realm. Will he stay and wait for us? I'm afraid not only will he not wait for us, but he will also scold us for leaving our post without permission. Dong Qingyuan shook his head. This method was simply not feasible. I know. But you can say that the Emperor capital mountain is in danger. Dong Hanzong instigated. The Emperor capital mountain is in danger? Dong Qingyuan was stunned. We will say that Qin Feiyang suddenly brought people to the Emperor capital mountain. Think about it, after hearing this news, will the Emperor continue to go to the Starry Sky domain? He will probably ask Lu Yuntian to bring them back immediately. Dong Hanzong said. Makes sense. Dong Qingyuan nodded. However, this was the crime of deceiving the Emperor. He was a little afraid. If he angered the Emperor and killed him on the spot, the gains would not make up for the losses. After all, there was a saying that the Emperor was the most ruthless. There was another famous saying. When the Emperor was angry, blood would flow in the river. Teacher, why are you hesitating? Don't you want to go to the secret realm? Don't you want to step into a new realm? This is our only chance. Besides, His Majesty has always taken good care of you and regarded you as his most trusted confidant. He won't really kill you. As long as we can enter the secret realm, no matter what we do, it will be worth it. Dong Hanzong continued to instigate. He would definitely not be the first one to stand out. If he really angered the Emperor, he would be the one to die. Therefore, he was actually using Dong Qingyuan to be the one to stand up for him. He would hide behind Dong Qingyuan and enjoy the fruits of his labor. But Dong Qingyuan struggled for a moment. In the end, he could not resist the temptation of the secret realm. He took out the divine voice stone and sent a message to the emperor. In front, Qin Feiyang and the group cut through the starry sky and went straight to the central region. Buzz. Suddenly, the emperor's divine voice stone sounded. This caused the emperor to frown. He took it out and saw it was Dong Qingyuan. His pupils shrank. Why would Dong Qingyuan suddenly send him a message? One had to know. Dong Qingyuan was currently guarding the imperial capital mountain's gate. Could it be Qin Feiyang and the group came to the imperial capital mountain? He quickly looked at the inner demons and shouted. Hearing this, the inner demon immediately braked and turned to look at the emperor suspiciously. Qin Feiyang and the others did the same. What's wrong? Ji Sui looked at the emperor, confused. The emperor did not answer. He activated the divine voice stone and Dong Qingyuan's image appeared. What's the matter? The emperor asked. Your Majesty, bad news. Qin Feiyang and the others are coming to the imperial capital mountain. Dong Qingyuan mustered up his courage and called out, You're right. What? The emperor, Ji Sui, Princess Yuxian, and Dong Dalong all paled. They chose this time to attack the imperial capital mountain? What the hell? However, the inner demons, Dong Tianqian, and the other two were stunned, including Qin Feiyang himself. Wasn't he right next to the emperor? How could he attack the imperial capital mountain? What was this Dong Qingyuan talking about? Something's wrong. Long Chen transmitted. He's lying, but what's the reason? Wait. Look behind him and Dong Hanzong. They're in the Star River too. Lu Jiajin thought. Qin Feiyang and the others looked behind them. They were indeed in the Star River. It seems they know something. Qin Feiyang transmitted. I think so too. They probably know about the existence of the secret territory. But because the inner demons activated 2 heavenly wills, they can't catch up to us. So they came up with this plan to make us stop. Lu Jiajin analyzed. The remaining 2 chapters will be released at 11. Chapter 4592. The emperor asked, Did they manage to break the barrier? Immediately, Dong Qingyuan said. Damn it. Gather the Death God army. Even if it costs your lives, you must stop them at the gates. The emperor said. But we may not be able to stop them. Dong Qingyuan was worried. We will return immediately. The emperor was about to turn off the transmission stone. But then, the inner demons reached out and stopped the emperor. The emperor looked at him angrily. You're still messing around? Your Majesty, please calm down. The inner demons snickered. Qin Feiyang and the others are invading Imperial Capital Mountain. Why aren't you stopping them at the gates? What are you doing here in the galaxy? Galaxy? The Emperor, Ji Sui, Princess Yuxian, and Dong Dalong were surprised to hear this. They looked behind them and saw an endless galaxy. Dong Qingyuan and Dong Hanzong's expression stiffened. They couldn't help but glare at the inner demon angrily. Your Majesty, this must be a lie. The inner demon said. A lie? The emperor raised an eyebrow. Qin Feiyang and the others are invading. How could they be in the mood to come to the galaxy? And look at them. They are unharmed. Even their clothes and hair are unruffled. Do they look like they've met a great enemy? The inner demon sneered. The emperor looked at the two. It was as the inner demon said. He raged. Dong Qingyuan, Dong Hanzong, you've got guts. You've gone too far. You dare lie to the emperor. Ji Sui spoke. Her eyes were cold as ice. We're not lying. Qin Feiyang and the others are invading Imperial Capital Mountain. If you don't believe me, come back and take a look. Dong Qingyuan's heart was in a panic. But the lie had been told. In order to enter the hidden territory, he had to keep it up. Good. Just you wait. When I return, if I don't see Qin Feiyang and the others, I will execute your entire family. The emperor roared angrily and turned off the divine voice-transmitting stone. He ordered the inner demons to activate the dual will of the heavenly axiom and led the group back the way they came. How troublesome. The inner demons transmitted their voices. Doesn't matter. I want to see if His Majesty is willing to kill Dong Qingyuan and Dong Hanzong. Qin Feiyang smiled secretly. This matter wouldn't take long. If the emperor really killed Dong Qingyuan and Dong Hanzong, it would be a gain. Dong Qingyuan was no longer a threat to them. But Dong Hanzong, this person definitely could not be ignored. Not only was he powerful, but he also had a lot of evil intentions. If they kept him alive, he would sooner or later become a scourge. In fact, one day in the future, he might even bring disaster to them. With the inner demons moving at full speed, the group soon saw Dong Qingyun and Dong Hanzong. Hanzong, they're here. Originally, Dong Qingyuan should be happy to see the emperor return. But at this moment, he was panicking to the extreme. Because before, the emperor said the word emperor. Anyone who was familiar with the emperor knew that as long as the emperor said the word emperor, it meant that he was angry. Don't panic. Wait, we'll directly kneel down to gain sympathy. Dong Hanzong transmitted his voice. That's the only way. Dong Qingyuan muttered. Hopefully they could avoid this disaster. The two of them went forward. As soon as the emperor stopped, before he could speak, Dong Qingyuan and Dong Hanzong directly knelt at the emperor's feet with a plop. The emperor raised his eyebrows. Your Majesty, please forgive us. Dong Qingyuan said with trepidation. Forgive us? A cold light flashed in the emperor's eyes, and he said, So, you're really lying to me? The word emperor seemed to weigh 10,000 pounds, making Dong Qingyuan's body tremble violently. He shouted, Your Majesty, I had no choice but to do this. You're courting death. The emperor was furious. He actually dared to lie to him. Along the way, he had been hoping that this was just the inner demons thinking too much and that Dong Qingyuan did not lie to him. Because, as for Dong Qingyuan, he really liked him. Although Dong Qingyuan was not capable enough, he liked him deeply because of his loyalty and the flattery he usually showed. He did not want Dong Qingyuan to make mistakes again and again. He also did not want to end Dong Qingyuan's life with his own hands. But he did not expect. The result that he did not want the most had really happened. The anger and killing intent in his heart surged uncontrollably. Your Majesty, I've been by your side for many years, and I've done my best. I have no regrets even if I die. If your Majesty really wants to kill me, I'm willing to die, but I'm unwilling to die because I still want to continue serving your Majesty. Dong Qingyuan complained tearfully. You really know how to act pitiful. Everyone present admired Dong Qingyuan from the bottom of their hearts for his ability to curry favor and flatter others. He was not good at other things, but when it came to pleasing the emperor, he was very good at it. The emperor was also frowning. Originally, his killing intent was very strong, but now that he saw Dong Qingyuan's appearance, especially when he heard these words, his heart softened. Your Majesty, I've sinned. I've schemed against Brother Lu Yuntian again and again, and I shouldn't have lied to your Majesty. Now, I've clearly realized my mistake. I promise that there won't be a next time. I only hope that your Majesty can give me another chance to do my best. Dong Qingyuan said with snot and tears. His pitiful appearance made one's heart ache. Of course, to Qin Feiyang and the others, it was disgusting. Chance. The emperor frowned. The mystic realm. If the mystic realm really has the hope of stepping into a new realm, I'm willing to go there and personally bring this hope back to your Majesty. Dong Qingyuan lay at the emperor's feet, lowered his head, and said sincerely, How do you know about the mystic realm? The emperor's eyes turned cold. Dong Qingyuan's eyes trembled. If he told the emperor that he had followed him, he would definitely anger the emperor. Then his previous act of acting pitiful would be in vain. Your Majesty, it's like this. During this period, teachers saw Dong Tianchen, Dong Ping, and Dong Exen frequently coming in and out of Emperor Capital Mountain. He thought that something big had happened, so he was very worried about your safety. So, not long ago, teacher asked me to come and take a look, but I accidentally heard your conversation. Dong Hanzong lowered his head and said. He continued to push all the blame onto Dong Qingyuan. I truly admire you all. You're actually able to make stalking sound so righteous, elegant, and refined. The inner demon sneered. I wasn't stalked. Dong Qingyuan quickly shook his head and looked at the emperor. Your Majesty, heaven and earth can testify to my loyalty and concern for you. I was just worried about your Majesty's safety, so I asked Dong Hanzong to come and take a look. Yes. Dong Hanzong nodded again. He looked at the inner demons and said angrily, "Don't slander me. No one can doubt teacher's loyalty to His Majesty because I know him too well. No matter what he does, the first person he thinks of is always His Majesty." The inner demons were about to mock him again. But Lu Jijin stopped him and gave him a look, indicating that he should look at the emperor. The inner demons looked at the emperor and found that the anger and murderous intent between the emperor's eyebrows had dissipated a lot. Obviously, the emperor had been moved by the so-called loyalty shown by Dong Qingyu. Seeing through all this, the inner demons tactfully closed their eyes, because if they continued to target Dong Qingyuan at this time, it might arouse the emperor's disgust. Chapter 4593. Your Majesty, I really want to do one last thing for you. Just let this old servant go. As long as I can find the opportunity to step into a new realm, I'll definitely bring it back and give it to you, Your Majesty. At that time, Your Majesty, you can kill me, and I'll die without regrets. Dong Qingyuan complained tearfully. If Qin Feiyang and the others were the emperor, they would probably be touched by his loyalty, let alone the emperor himself. Because the emperor liked Dong Qingyuan very much. The emperor pondered for a while and asked, "Are you really willing to go to the secret realm for me to find the opportunity to step into a new realm?" Hearing this, Qin Feiyang and the others knew that their hopes were dashed. Dong Qingyuan would not die. Dong Hanzong would not die either. Because this time, the emperor said, "I, not me." When he said the word, "I," he realized that the anger in his heart had disappeared. My original intention. 100 original intentions. It's my honor and blessing to be able to serve you, Your Majesty. Dong Qingyuan nodded quickly. Even if you die in the secret realm, you won't regret it? The emperor asked. Dong Qingyuan said, looking up at the emperor with a determined gaze. The emperor looked at Dong Qingyuan's eyes for a long time, then took a deep breath and nodded. All right, I'll give you another chance. If you don't find the opportunity to step into a new realm in the secret realm, don't come back to see me. Thank you, Your Majesty. I'll do my best. If I don't find the opportunity to step into a new realm in the end, I won't have the face to face you, Your Majesty. At that time, I'll directly destroy my soul in the secret realm. Dong Qingyuan said. That's what you said. The emperor said. Dong Qingyuan nodded heavily. Get up. The emperor waved his hand. Thank you, Your Majesty. I also hope that Your Majesty can let Hanzong go to the secret realm with me. Hanzong is strong. With his help, I have a better chance of finding the opportunity. Dong Qingyuan said. This time, it was Dong Hanzong's turn to be nervous. Previously, the emperor had only instructed Dong Qingyuan to head to the dungeon, but he hadn't mentioned him at all. Dong Hanzong, you're willing to help me find the opportunity to step into a new realm? The emperor looked at Dong Hanzong and asked. I'm willing. Dong Hanzong nodded. Only a fool would be willing to do that. What the hell? If you hadn't reincarnated well and had a sovereign as your father, what would you be? It was nothing but bullshit. All right. If you swear a blood oath, I'll believe you. The king said. What? Make a blood oath. Dong Hanzong's expression froze. That's right. To put it bluntly, I can trust Dong Qingyuan, but I can't trust you. The emperor sneered. Dong Hanzong's face paled as he hurriedly said, Your Majesty, my loyalty to you, don't pick the good stuff. Who here doesn't know about your wild ambitions? The emperor sneered. Dong Hanzong's expression changed abruptly as he exclaimed, Your Majesty, what ambition can I have? Stop pretending. It will only make people feel more and more hypocritical. If you don't make a blood oath, you won't be able to enter the secret realm. The emperor said expressionlessly. Dong Hanzong's hands, which were hidden in his sleeves, could not help but clench tightly. He was not convinced. Dong Tianqian and the other two did not make a blood oath. Lu Yunfeng and Lu Yuntian, the two outsiders, did not make a blood oath either. Even Dong Qingyuan, the trash, did not make a blood oath. Why should he, the #1 person in the central dynasty, only enter the secret realm after making a blood oath. It seems that your wild ambition is not small. Go back and continue to guard the gate. You still have to keep the secret about the secret realm a secret. If it leaks out, you'll have to wait for my judgment. After saying that, the emperor turned to look at the inner demons and said, "Continue." The inner demons laughed and activated the dual will of heaven. Seeing this, Dong Hanzong was burning with anxiety and shouted, "Wait, I'm willing to make a blood oath." He had no choice but to compromise. Because if he did not compromise, he would not be able to enter the secret realm. He could only wait until he entered the secret realm to find a way to break the blood oath. Blood oath. He did not know if the invincible body could withstand the wrath of heaven. Then hurry up. The emperor urged. "I, Dong Hanzong, swear here." A moment later, as Dong Hanzong's voice fell, an oath seal descended and disappeared into the top of his head like lightning. "Get up." A smile finally crept onto the emperor's face. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Dong Hanzong lowered his head and said, then got up and walked to Dong Qingyuan's side, his heart full of resentment. Although he made a blood oath to find the opportunity to enter the new world for the emperor, it did not include that he could not hate the emperor. "Let's go." The emperor looked at the inner demons again and smiled. The inner demons looked at Dong Qingyuan and Dong Hanzong and sneered secretly. Then, they swept up a group of people and continued to rush into the depths of the galaxy. Did they think that they would be safe after persuading the emperor to enter the secret realm? How naive. Entering the secret realm is the beginning of your nightmare. "Your Majesty." Lu Jijin's eyes flashed and said, "How can we break the blood oath?" "I don't know." The emperor shook his head. "You don't know?" Lu Jijin was stunned and said, "Then, how did you break the blood oath of the king back then?" "You know about the king's blood oath?" The emperor was surprised. Lu Jijin smiled and said, "When I went to the 4 great continents, the king said this, but I don't know if it's true or not. It did happen. However, the king breaking the blood oath has nothing to do with me. Furthermore, I only found out about this from Lord Father later on." The emperor said, "It has nothing to do with you?" Lu Jijin was stunned. "It's nothing. Because at that time, the king contacted my father directly. It was my father who helped him break the blood oath." The emperor said, "What about the power of origin of our divine kingdom? The power of origin is so powerful. It should be able to break the blood oath, right?" Lu Jijin asked. "It can't. I've tried. Although the power of origin is very strong, it's still not enough to deal with the blood oath. According to my personal guess, my father should have used both the power of origin and the supreme profound to break the blood oath." The emperor guessed. Supreme profound? Lu Jijin was stunned. Supreme profound is the profound technique of a new realm. It's very powerful. It's almost on par with the power of origin of our divine kingdom. According to my father, the lethality of the powerful supreme profound even surpasses the power of origin. The emperor's eyes were full of yearning. "So powerful," Lu Jijin murmured. "It was really beyond imagination. The ice dragon and the heaven-swallowing beast were so powerful. They should have also mastered the supreme profound. Moreover, it might be the most powerful supreme profound. Otherwise, how could they easily suppress the ruler of the divine kingdom?" Chapter 45-94. Supreme Esoteric. When Lu Jijin told this to Qin Feiyang and the others, they were all shocked. Above the ultimate esoteric was the supreme esoteric. In other words, last time in the Nether King's Hell, the divine kingdom's ruler unlocked the law of death, which was also the supreme esoteric. Strong, especially Qin Feiyang. He personally experienced the power of the supreme esoteric. That was simply a godlike existence that was impossible to contend against. And Princess Moonfairy's death domain. It was also evolved from the supreme esoteric. It was heaven-defying. Therefore, at this moment, he had an unprecedented desire for the supreme esoteric. Lu Jijin was surprised. Wasn't the monarch here? Back then, how did the divine kingdom's ruler help him break the blood oath? Couldn't he just ask him? Why ask the monarch? What an unnecessary move. Senior monarch, I have a question for you. Lu Jiajin transmitted. What is it? The monarch asked without batting an eyelid. Back then, how did the Divine Kingdom's ruler help you break the blood oath? Lu Jiajin thought. I don't know. He had me close my eyes the entire time. Maybe he didn't want me to see. The monarch transmitted. So careful? Lu Jiajin was surprised. The Divine Kingdom's ruler was very cautious. Time flew. Half a day passed. Ji Sui suddenly stopped. Everyone's expression froze, and they could not help but look at her suspiciously. Ji Sui smiled, looking at Princess Moonfairy. Xian, I'll see you off here. Mother, Princess Moonfairy's body stiffened, pulling Ji Sui with reluctance. What do you mean? She's not coming? The white-eyed wolf muttered. Why would she go? She can't enter the secret territory. The monarch alone is enough to protect us. She came because she wanted to send off her daughter, Princess Moonfairy. After all, this trip to the secret territory might be a one-way trip. Lu Jiajin transmitted. The white-eyed wolf nodded. As a mother, how could she not worry about her own daughter? Furthermore, the Moon Fairy Princess was the apple of the Emperor and his wife's eye. Seeing Princess Yu Xian grab her hand, Ji Sui shook her head and laughed. You little girl, you were the one who asked to go to the hidden territory, and now you're holding my hand. How about you go back with your mother? I don't want it. The Moon Fairy Princess shook her head and said coquettishly, Why don't you accompany me for a while longer? She knew that she might die in the mystic realm in the future, so this farewell might be forever. That's enough. I still have to go back and oversee Imperial Capital Mountain. If Qin Feiyang and the others really come to the Imperial Capital Mountain at this time, your father and I won't be able to stop them. Ji Sui smiled gently. Upon hearing this, White-Eyed Wolf and the others couldn't help but laugh inwardly. With them here, how could they invade Imperial Capital Mountain? These people were really cute. All right. Princess Yu Xian nodded and said angrily, Wait until your daughter returns from the secret realm. I will definitely capture them alive and bring them to you so that you can vent your anger. Good. Ji Sui nodded and smiled. However, everyone could tell that she was forcing a smile. How could it be easy to come back alive from the secret realm? She was worried about her daughter, who was about to be separated from her. Ji Sui smiled and gently pushed her hand away. Go, mother will wait for you at Imperial Capital Mountain. All right. Princess Yu Xian nodded and turned to the Emperor. Father, let's go. The Emperor nodded and looked at the inner demons. The inner demons understood and swept up the group. They used dual heavenly will and split time to continue their journey into the Milky Way. Mother, you should go back. Princess Yu Xian turned back and saw Ji Sui still standing far away, watching them leave. All right. Ji Sui answered loudly, but she didn't leave. Mother, Princess Yu Xian murmured, her eyes blurring. The Emperor held her hand and comforted her. This is the path you chose. You must walk it bravely. As for me and your mother, don't worry, we will take care of ourselves. Princess Yu Xian nodded. Qin Feiyang looked at Princess Yu Xian, then at Ji Sui. He asked, Cousin, why can't the Emperor and his wife enter the secret realm again? The Emperor wrote it down in his letter. Anyone who has been to the secret realm once will not be able to enter again. Lu Jiajin thought. So, a person can only enter once in their lifetime? Qin Feiyang asked. Furthermore, those that have comprehended profound mysteries are also not allowed to enter. Lu Jiajin said. So that's how it is. No wonder the Emperor and his wife were full of regret when they talked about the secret realm. Qin Feiyang nodded. The secret realm held the opportunity to enter a new realm. It wasn't easy to enter the secret realm, but there was no opportunity. No matter who it was, they would regret it for the rest of their lives. The group disappeared from Ji Sui's sight. You have to come back alive. Ji Sui muttered to herself, then turned to leave. As he turned around, he saw 2 drops of tears falling from the void. In the blink of an eye. Half a month passed. During this time, Qin Feiyang and the others finally saw the vastness of the Star River. In this vast Star River, they were like a speck of dust, extremely small. Gradually, clouds appeared in the Star River ahead of them. This wasn't normal, because in this half a month, they didn't see any clouds in the Star River. The emperor said, "That means we're in the middle of the Star River." The middle? Dong Daong was surprised. "Didn't you say it would take a month to reach the middle? The normal speed is 1 month. But with 2 heavenly wills, of course it's faster." Princess Yu Xian whispered. After half a month, her emotions had stabilized. As for the so-called normal speed, it was referring to the first layer of heavenly wills and instant time. "Oh, right. I almost forgot about that." Dong Daong slapped his head, then looked at the inner demons. Dual heavenly wills were indeed extraordinary. With 2 heavenly wills, no one could match him in battle or in escape, because no one could match his speed. "You'll soon feel this world's greatest pressure," the emperor said. These little guys relied on their talents and strength to think there was nothing in this world that could threaten them. Little did they know, there was always someone better than you. The greatest pressure. When they heard this, they weren't nervous. Instead, they were looking forward to it. Newborn calves aren't afraid of tigers. The emperor shook his head with a bitter smile. But thinking back, wasn't he the same? Back then, when the Divine Kingdom's ruler brought him and Ji Suyi here, he also told him about the situation. At the time, he didn't think much of it. But after entering the middle and going deeper and deeper, he finally understood what it meant to despair. The remaining 2 chapters will be released at 11. Chapter 45-95. Soon, they were close to the central region. The clouds were right in front of them. Qin Feiyang and the others stopped instinctively, but the emperor did not. He stepped into the central region and walked inside without looking back. "Father, wait for us." Princess Moon Fairy shouted and quickly entered the central region. But as soon as she entered the central region, her body stiffened. Her bright eyes were wide open as she scanned the surroundings. At the same time, her face was full of shock. "What's going on?" Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other and entered the central region one after another. In the end, everyone was just as shocked as the Moon Fairy Princess. "There's indeed pressure," Qin Feiyang whispered. The moment he entered the central region, an invisible pressure surged toward him from all directions. In just an instant, he felt as if there were 2 huge hammers tied to his legs. It was very difficult for him to even lift his feet. "This oppressive force is truly extraordinary," White-Eyed Wolf said in disbelief. They were all experts of the will of heaven. How could it affect their movements? It was unbelievable. Long Chen looked around thoughtfully. "What are you looking at?" Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. Long Chen said, "I'm looking at it. This pressure doesn't seem to come from the Star River itself, but from the clouds floating around." Clouds? He didn't transmit his words. Everyone heard him and was slightly stunned. Then, they looked at the clouds floating around. At this moment, Long Chen suddenly reached out and grabbed one of the clouds. A startled expression appeared on his face. How many clouds could a hand grab? At most, there would only be a dozen strands. However, these 10 or so wisps of cloud and mist felt like they were carrying 1,000 pounds of weight. Seeing this, the others followed suit. Feeling the weight of the clouds, they were extremely shocked. What kind of clouds were these? Why did they contain such terrifying pressure? At the same time, the emperor stopped and turned to look at Long Chen. There was a trace of surprise in his eyes. Long Chen's current identity was Dong Erlong. Although Dong Erlong was Princess Yu Xian's personal bodyguard, the emperor knew Dong Erlong quite well. This was because Dong Erlong and his 2 brothers were valued by the emperor. He admired their abilities and talents, so he sent them to protect the Moon Fairy Princess. However, he didn't expect that this Dong Erlong would be so observant as to be able to see through the source of the pressure with just a glance. It seemed that the Central Dynasty had other talents besides the Lu Yuntian brothers. "If you don't follow me, I won't care about you anymore." After saying that, the emperor turned around and continued to walk deeper into the forest. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other, suppressed the shock in their hearts, and immediately chased after the emperor. Their speed was halved compared to when they were in the outer region. Father, what exactly are these clouds? Princess Moon Fairy had a curious look on her face. I don't know. The Emperor shook his head. Don't know. Princess Yuxian was dumbfounded by his words. If you know that there is pressure here, how can you not know what these clouds are? I really don't know. The Emperor smiled bitterly. Why didn't she believe him? Grandpa didn't tell you? Princess Moon Fairy was suspicious. No. He said that I'm not qualified to know about these things, and that I wouldn't understand even if he told me. The Emperor sighed. As the Emperor of the Central Dynasty, only the Overlord of the Divine Kingdom dared to lecture him like this. Princess Moon Fairy's mouth twitched. It seemed that her father was just a child in her grandfather's eyes. Let me see if I can use the will of heaven to expel it. Suddenly, the inner demon spoke. The will of heaven was activated. However, the surrounding pressure didn't loosen at all. In other words, the will of heaven was useless. What should we do? Even the will of heaven can't block this pressure. For a moment, everyone's expression darkened. Didn't you guys say that it doesn't matter? What are you afraid of now? The Emperor looked at the group of people gloatingly. Hearing this, everyone laughed awkwardly. It didn't matter. Wasn't it because they didn't know before? Take your time. The pain is still to come. The Emperor looked at the inner demons and said with a faint smile, you should be able to hold on. Nonsense. The inner demons snorted and activated the moment of time again. They swept up a group of people, broke through the layers of pressure, and rushed toward the depths of the central region. However, their current speed was definitely not as fast as when they were in the outer region. Let's see how long you can pretend to be brave. The Emperor smiled secretly. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. The inner demons' face was pale, and there was a weak look between their eyebrows. The clouds in the Star River were getting thicker and thicker. The pressure was naturally getting stronger and stronger. I can't take it anymore. Suddenly, the inner demons stopped, gasping for air, and sweating all over. Similarly, Qin Feiyang wasn't any better. Although it was the inner demons who brought them on the journey, the pressure was everywhere. It meant that, in addition to using the will of heaven and moment of time to travel, they were under the same pressure as the inner demons. What a strong pressure. Why do I feel that it's impossible to get out of the central region? Dong Qingyuan whispered. Then you should go back quickly. It's not too late to go back now. The inner demons laughed. You, Dong Qingyuan glared at the inner demons and snorted, you're worse than me now. What right do you have to talk about me? Damn you. I quit. The inner demons immediately sat in the void. What's wrong? Princess Yuxian looked at him suspiciously. Didn't you hear what he said? I'm worse than him. If I hadn't been carrying you all the way, would you be so tired? He's been enjoying the fruits of my labor, and now he's saying this? Let me tell you, don't come to me in the future. Take care of yourself. The inner demons snorted. When Princess Yuxian heard this, she looked at Dong Qingyuan with a trace of displeasure. Your Highness, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that. It's because I've been under the pressure of gravity for a long time, and I'm a little annoyed. That's why I spoke without thinking. Dong Qingyuan's expression changed as he hurriedly explained. Princess Yuxian's face was cold as she said, I don't care if you did it on purpose or not. I only know that those who enjoy the fruits of others' labor better keep their mouths shut. I'm sorry. This old servant knows his mistake. This old servant won't dare to do it again. Dong Qingyuan was terrified. In fact, he felt very wronged. It was the inner demons who mocked him first, but he was the one who was scolded. That's enough. The Emperor stopped and turned to look at the group. From now on, it's useless for anyone to help you. You can only rely on yourselves. Try it and see how far you can go. If you can't even pass through the galaxy, then you're not qualified to enter the secret realm. After saying that, the Emperor took another step and continued to walk into the depths of the galaxy. We can only rely on ourselves, everyone murmured. Even the will of the heavenly path was useless. They could only rely on perseverance and perseverance. But suddenly, the white-eyed wolf stared at the Emperor, his eyes full of surprise. Chapter 45-96. What? Everyone looked at the white-eyed wolf suspiciously. Look, are my eyes playing tricks on me? Elder D. The white-eyed wolf originally wanted to say Old Emperor, but when he thought of Princess Yu Xian and Dong Daong, he immediately changed his words. Is there something wrong with His Majesty? Everyone was slightly stunned and looked at the emperor. Immediately, everyone had a look of shock. With such a strong pressure, the emperor was actually like flowing water, not affected at all. One must know, the emperor's cultivation was the same as theirs. Although he had mastered more ultimate meaning than them, he had not stepped into a new realm. What was going on? Father, wait for us. Princess Yu Xian came back to her senses and quickly moved her feet to chase after the emperor. Qin Feiyang and the others did the same. But the pressure in this place made it impossible for them to increase their speed. They could only walk. Not to mention catching up with the emperor, the distance between them was getting farther and farther. Father, Princess Yu Xian shouted. However, the emperor did not pay attention to her at all. Really, you only care about yourself and don't even care about your own daughter. Princess Yu Xian stomped her feet in anger. Time flew by. Another half a month passed. It had been a month and a half since they entered the central region. But now, they had not advanced much at all. Especially now, they were sweating profusely and were like snails. Even if they used all their strength, they could only take a small step forward. Their bodies seemed to have sunk into a quagmire. I can't take it anymore, let me take a break. Dong Hanzong said and directly collapsed in the void without any impression. But at this moment, no one laughed at him. Even the inner demons did not say anything, because they were almost at their limit. Then take a break. Lu Jijin said. A group of people sat in the void, wiping the sweat from their foreheads. Some of them were even sprawled out in the air. These people were definitely lunatics and white-eyed wolf. Looking at the boundless river of stars around him, there was nothing in the river of stars except for the stars. It was filled with an eternal deathly stillness. If it weren't for the fact that so many people had come this time and they could talk whenever they wanted, facing this vast galaxy alone in this deathly silent atmosphere, they would definitely go crazy. Imperial Father really won't wait for us? This is too much. Didn't you say that you would escort us to the secret realm? Is this how they escort people now? Princess Yu Xian looked into the depths of the Milky Way, her face filled with indignation. All right, stop complaining. If you have the energy to complain, you might as well take a good rest. The inner demons glared at her. It's none of your business. Princess Moon Fairy said angrily. How much do I want to control you? The inner demons laughed disdainfully and ran to Qin Feiyang and Lu Jijin's side. They pretended to be resting with their eyes closed, causing the Moon Fairy Princess to grit her teeth in anger. I say, can you stop provoking her? Lu Jijin transmitted his voice. Yeah. Aren't you afraid that she'll fall for you? Qin Feiyang thought to himself. You like me? Is that possible? If she really likes me, then you've got a great bargain. The inner demon snickered. What great bargain did I get? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Qin Feiyang and Lu Jijin were also resting with their eyes closed, unaware that they were secretly communicating with each other. Long Qin's war soul could hear them, but it didn't activate because it was afraid of being discovered by Princess Yu Xian and Dong Daong. You are me and I am you. When she likes me, you can take my place. Isn't it a great bargain to get a wife for free? The inner demons secretly bared their teeth. Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. He was speechless. I don't have the fortune to enjoy it. Don't be so polite. Who are you and I? The inner demons said. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. He said angrily, Big cousin and I aren't joking with you. This woman can't be provoked. Otherwise, there will be more trouble in the future. I know. The inner demons was very impatient. They said telepathically, there must be something that can block the pressure here. I don't know if you really know or if you're pretending. Lu Jijin muttered to himself. After pondering for a moment, he said to himself, I also think that there must be something that can block the pressure. Otherwise, how can we explain the emperor? What exactly is it? The three of them pondered in their hearts. Time passed by. Suddenly, The three of them suddenly opened their eyes and looked at each other. The origin source. These 4 words came out of their mouths at the same time. That was right. It must be the origin source. Even the will of heavenly Tao couldn't do anything, let alone the ultimate profound meaning and the power of laws. Therefore, it could only be the origin source. What did you say? Princess Yu Xian, White-Eyed Wolf, and the rest looked at the 3 of them suspiciously. The inner demons said, we guess that the origin source should be able to block the pressure here. The origin source? Everyone was stunned. Princess Yu Xian came back to her senses and immediately took out a wisp of the origin source. Everyone stared at her nervously and expectantly. However, gradually, Princess Yu Xian frowned and looked at Qin Fei Yang, the inner demons, and Lu Jijin. She shook her head and said, it won't work. It won't work? The 3 of them froze. Even the origin source didn't work? Don't joke around. The inner demons waved his hand and a wisp of origin source appeared, suspended in his palm. It really didn't work at all. He was indignant. He then suspended the origin source above his head. It still didn't work. Could it be that it's too little? The white-eyed wolf said. It must be. The inner demons nodded. This time, he took out 1,000 wisps of origin source and directly condensed a barrier, enveloping everyone inside. However, even so, the pressure didn't disappear. It can't be. These clouds, what exactly are they? Why can't even the origin source resist their pressure? The group of people couldn't believe it. One had to know. The origin source of the divine kingdom was an invincible existence. But now, it couldn't resist this mere pressure. This impact was too great for them. It was hard to imagine that there was such a terrifying thing in the world. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and transmitted his voice. Brother Long, your god's domain might be able to. The god's domain formed a domain of its own. It might be able to isolate this strange cloud outside. With Princess Yu Xian and Dong Dalong here, I don't dare to try. Long Chen secretly said. It seems that without the Emperor, it's impossible for us to cross the Star River and reach the Star Domain. Stinky woman, quickly send a message to Father and call him back. The inner demons looked at Princess Yu Xian and said, Who are you calling a stinky woman? Princess Yu Xian glared at him angrily. You're the stinky man. However, although she was angry, she still took out the sound transmission god stone. However, the next moment she was stunned again. The sound transmission god stone couldn't be awakened. Discovering this situation, Qin Fei Yang and the others also took out the sound transmission god stone and tried to send a message. It was true. It was as if their sound transmission god stone had been sealed by a mysterious force. What the hell is going on? The group of people stood together and inexplicably felt panic. In a trance. This vast star river was like a giant beast that opened its mouth and slandered people. Lu Jijin calmly scanned the surroundings and said in a deep voice, The sound transmission god stone being sealed, I think it should be related to these clouds. Because in the outer area of the Star River, the sound transmission god stone could be revived. And now, they had entered the central area but were sealed. What was the difference between the outer area and the central area? Wasn't it in these clouds with a strong oppressive force? Long Chen said, If it's as expected, I'm afraid we can't enter the spatial divine object now. As soon as these words came out, everyone tentatively entered the spatial divine object. Immediately, their bodies couldn't help but freeze. They really couldn't enter the spatial divine object. Where's the sovereign divine weapon? The white-eyed wolf asked. The inner demons took out a walking stick. Looking at this walking stick, Dong Qingyuan's eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of hostility. Because this was his peak-level sovereign divine weapon. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying sovereign divine aura erupted and swept in all directions. But even though the sovereign divine weapon was revived, it couldn't break the oppressive force that trapped them. It's useless to revive it. The inner demons shook his head. Under Dong Qingyuan's extremely eager and angry gaze, he put away the walking stick. Then how did Father do it? Princess Moon Fairy frowned. We'll have to ask him. The inner demons looked into the depths of the Star River. There must be a reason. Let's go. Let's continue. We can't be left too far behind by His Majesty. Otherwise, we might be trapped in the Star River. Lu Jijin said. When they were exhausted, they wouldn't be able to move forward or retreat. At that time, it would be a dead end. The group of people bore the mental anxiety, physical exhaustion, and inner fear as they got up and moved forward step by step with difficulty. Another 3 days passed. Bang! Dong Qingyuan somersaulted and directly fell. His face was pale and weak. No, I've reached my limit. I can't move anymore. Hanzong, help me. He reached out his hand to Dong Hanzong for help. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Dong Hanzong couldn't refuse. He reached out and grabbed Dong Hanzong's wrist. However, he seemed to have reached his limit and directly fell to the ground. How can I fall here? He roared furiously. He activated his universe domain. However, it was useless. No matter if it was inverse the universe or invincible body, they couldn't break the suppression that trapped him. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other and continued to move forward. However, in less than 100 breaths, they fell down one after another. The vast Star River was like a bottomless abyss, crazily devouring their will. Now, they were in such an awkward situation. His body was already exhausted. They couldn't move forward or retreat from the Star River. We can't just fall here and wait for death. Hurry up and think of a way. Little Chen, why don't you stop hiding your identity and activate your God domain? The white-eyed wolf said secretly. Nonsense. Do we still have a chance to enter the secret domain after activating the God domain? Don't worry. The monarch won't leave us in the lurch. Perhaps he's just taking this opportunity to train us. Long Chen said through divine sense. Before entering the secret domain, they couldn't activate their God domain. Otherwise, all their efforts would be in vain. If their God domain was useless, they would definitely die in the Star River. Because if the monarch found out their true identity, he would definitely not miss this good opportunity to kill them. Chapter 4597. All of a sudden, everyone fell silent. The originally dead galaxy, as Qin Feiyang and the others fell silent, it became even quieter. This kind of silence was even a little scary. Gradually, everyone felt that even breathing had become a little difficult. In fact, the pressure did not increase. The reason for this was because they had been under this pressure for a long time. Just wait for death like this? Dong Ping laughed bitterly. He never thought that one day, they, the experts of the will of heaven, would be trapped under the pressure and unable to escape. The galaxy was indeed not a place they could set foot in. The Emperor's initial words were also deeply understood. There was always someone better than you. Powerhouses with the will of the heavenly Tao could only reign supreme in a world. If they left the world and faced the vast and boundless galaxy, they would be nothing more than insignificant ants. Dong Tianqian was unwilling to die like this. Looking at the indifferent Qin Feiyang and the others, he sent a sound transmission. Qin Feiyang, Long Chen, do you really want to die here? Quickly think of a way. Actually, he really didn't want to ask Qin Feiyang and the others for help. But now he had no other choice. Because even Dong Hanzong's universe domain, with its 5 heaven-defying sacred art, was unable to break through the restraints of the pressure, let alone his single god-killing domain. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other and raised their heads to look at the depths of the galaxy. Right now, even raising their heads was very difficult. Waves of soreness and weakness came from their bodies. He hasn't come back yet. Are you really not going to care about us? White-eyed Wolf frowned. Wait a little longer. Qin Feiyang sent a sound transmission. To be honest, even he didn't know what to do now. Even the origin energy of the Divine Kingdom didn't have any pressure on this place, let alone other things. Moreover, right now, they didn't have any method stronger than the origin energy. The all-evil sword could surpass the origin energy. But this required a large amount of evil power. And now, there wasn't much evil power stored in the madman's body. Wait! Evil power, suddenly. Qin Feiyang was startled. He lowered his head and pondered for a while. Then, he transmitted his voice. Senior Marshal Brother, can you see if you can absorb the clouds here? Absorb? Madman was stunned. These clouds did not have the slightest hint of evil in them, so how was he supposed to absorb them? The only thing he could absorb was the power of evil. We can give it a try. Long Chen thought. All right. Madman nodded and grabbed a wisp of mist. On the surface, he looked like he was studying it, but in reality, he was absorbing it silently. A moment later, Madman shook his head at Qin Feiyang and the others. What the hell is this? The white-eyed wolf was furious. They had tried all kinds of methods, but they just couldn't do anything to these clouds. Long Chen pondered for a moment and said to himself, White-eyed wolf, why don't you try and see if you can use your heaven-devouring beast-fighting soul to swallow these clouds? The white-eyed wolf was stunned and speechless. Are you crazy? My fighting soul is the same as your god's domain. They are both unique. Once I activate my fighting soul, won't I immediately expose my identity? That's true. Long Chen smiled. He actually ignored this point. It seemed that he was really too anxious. If it was any other time, how could he ignore these details? He couldn't lose his mind. Long Chen took a deep breath and tried to calm his anxious heart. Time passed by bit. Everyone's face turned purplish-red bit by bit. This was the state of being suppressed to the limit. Help me, I feel like I'm about to suffocate. Dong Qingyuan pulled Dong Hanzong, his old face full of fear. The long period of suppression even made the blood in his body spurt out from his pores. Teacher, how can I help you? Dong Hanzong smiled bitterly. Right now, he couldn't even protect himself. The heaven-defying universe domain had no effect at all. We can't go on like this. Otherwise, the power of our bloodline will be exposed. Looking at Dong Qingyuan's appearance, Heavenly Lord Ji transmitted his voice to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang, the monarch, and the white-eyed wolf couldn't help but tremble. That's right. If they were like Dong Qingyuan, bleeding all over, wouldn't the power of their bloodline be exposed? Qin Feiyang, the monarch, and Heavenly Lord Ji all had purple-gold dragon blood. White-eyed wolf also had golden blood. Long Chen, Long Qin, as holy dragons, their bloodline power was also very different from ordinary bloodline power. At that time, it would be obvious at a glance. There was also the Divine King and the Madman. As a god, the Divine King's bloodline power was also different from ordinary people. The Madman had the true body of all evil, and his bloodline power was also very dazzling. We have to think of a way quickly. I'm almost at my limit. Divine King transmitted his voice. For a moment, the group was extremely anxious. If this continued, the consequences would be unimaginable. I thought you could keep up, but I didn't expect you to all lie here. What are you lying here for? Are you waiting for death? Suddenly, a familiar voice came from the depths of the Star River. Everyone looked up as if they had seen a life-saving straw, and saw the Emperor walking over step by step and landing in front of them. Father, you've gone too far. How can you leave us alone? Princess Yu Xian immediately complained. If I really wanted to leave you all alone, why would I come back now? The Emperor rolled his eyes. As he waved his hand, an invisible force appeared and enveloped Qin Feiyang and the others. A magical scene happened. The oppressive force that enveloped the group of people instantly dissipated. The group of people looked at each other. This was too unbelievable. Your Majesty, how did you do it? Dong Qingyuan got up and moved his limbs, and found that there was really no pressure at all, so he looked at the Emperor in surprise and asked. The Emperor smiled but didn't say anything. Just tell us. Or, you can secretly tell someone. Princess Yu Xian ran in front of the Emperor, hugging his arm and acting coquettishly. This was the trump card she was used to using. But this time, it didn't work. The Emperor rolled his eyes and looked at the crowd. Do you still dare to look down on the Star River now? No. The group of people shook their heads. They had personally experienced the horror of the Star River. Although Qin Feiyang, Long Chen, and White-Eyed Wolf didn't use their full strength, according to their speculation, the god's domain, fighting soul, heaven-swallowing beast, and eye of heaven were probably useless. Because these methods were much worse than the original force of the Divine Kingdom. I want you to personally experience the despair brought by the Star River. Because the secret realm is even more terrifying than the Star River. If you still have the same mentality as before, I'm sure that when you enter the secret realm, none of you will come back alive. The emperor said with a serious expression. The crowd looked at each other. So this was what the emperor meant. Immediately, they finally stopped looking down on the emperor. That's right. Before this, they didn't pay much attention to the secret realm. Chapter 45-98. Although the emperor and his wife had been reiterating that the secret realm was very dangerous, they were not weak. They were all masters of the will of heaven and had heaven-defying means. For example, Dong Hanzong's universe domain. For example, Dong Tianxin's god-killing domain. For example, the white-eyed wolf's sky-swallowing beast. So, although they were a little in awe of the secret realm, it was not to the extent of extreme fear. But now, the lesson that the emperor gave them had undoubtedly made their minds completely clear. Even the Star River was so terrifying, let alone the secret realm that was even more terrifying than the Star River. They had to be 120% alert to treat it seriously. The emperor looked at the inner demons and said, "Take a rest. When you recover your strength, you continue to lead everyone on the road." The inner demons nodded and changed the topic. He snorted and said, "But I don't want to take Dong Qingyun, that old bastard. Let him go on his own. If he can catch up with us, he will go to the secret realm. If he can't, he will get lost." Dong Qingyuan's face froze. With his speed, how could he catch up with the inner demon's double will of heaven? He looked at the emperor for help. The emperor was helpless and said angrily, "Can't you stop? Did you turn a deaf ear to my words? Why did you provoke him for no reason?" "Your Majesty, I didn't provoke him. He provoked me first." Dong Qingyuan felt wronged. "Even if he provoked you first, you have to bear with it. Let's not talk about crossing the Star River and entering the starry domain. You need him to enter the secret realm. Because with your own ability, you can't come back alive from the secret realm." The emperor said secretly. "Heard it." Dong Qingyuan thought about it carefully and found it reasonable. He said, "Your Majesty is right. No matter what he says or does, I will not fight back." That's right. The emperor let out a long breath and looked at the inner demons. "Why are you so narrow-minded? Others offended you with a few words? Don't be stubborn, or you won't be able to go to the secret realm." Humph. The inner demons raised their middle fingers in disdain and swallowed a divine life pill to recover their stamina and adjust their condition. Looking at the inner demon's insulting behavior, the emperor's face darkened and his veins bulged. He was the emperor of the Central Dynasty, yet someone dared to point a middle finger at him? If news of this were to spread, wouldn't he become a laughingstock? However, he felt even more helpless in his heart. There was nothing wrong with Lu Yuntian, but he was too arrogant and uncontrollable. Otherwise, he could have been groomed as a trusted general to replace Dong Qingyuan. In the blink of an eye. Half a day passed. Everyone finally recovered. "Let's go." The inner demons stood up and shouted. Everyone got up one after another. Dong Qingyuan immediately stood up, as if he was afraid that the inner demons would abandon him. Seeing this, the mermaid princess, Fire Dance, Dong Qin, and Long Qin couldn't help but snicker secretly. The inner demons glanced at Dong Qingyuan indifferently. With a wave of his hand, he swept everyone up and disappeared into the depths of the Star River like lightning. With the emperor around, they didn't feel the slightest pressure. The group of people had nothing to do, so they all looked at the emperor suspiciously, trying to see if he had any peerless divine objects on him. However, after observing for several days, they didn't find anything. In the end, they had to give up helplessly. In the blink of an eye. A few months passed. The clouds in the Star River ahead were obviously thicker. There were clusters and patches, like the dark clouds in the sky. "Is there any problem?" The inner demons looked at the emperor and asked. "You're still afraid?" The emperor looked at him in amusement. "What am I afraid of?" "I'm just worried about you." The inner demons sneered. "Stubborn." The emperor shook his head and laughed. He glanced at the Star River and said, "This is the inner area. There's no danger. Go straight in." Hearing this, the inner demons felt relieved and boldly led a group of people into the inner area. To be honest, they were a little worried. But they definitely couldn't admit it. They couldn't be laughed at by the emperor. The white-eyed wolf glanced at the clouds around and suddenly said, "Why don't we go out and see how much pressure there is in the inner area?" It was true that he wouldn't stop until he said something shocking. A group of people immediately glared at the white-eyed wolf. They couldn't even withstand the pressure in the central area, let alone the pressure in the inner area. They might be squeezed into a meat pie as soon as they came out. Looking at everyone's angry eyes, the white-eyed wolf laughed dryly. "We can give it a try." Suddenly, the emperor also said something. "No need, no need." Qin Feyang and others quickly waved their hands. "Don't joke. If they went out now, even if they weren't squeezed into a meat pie, their bodies would definitely bleed immediately. In this way, wouldn't their bloodline power be exposed?" Long Chen glared at the white-eyed wolf fiercely. "What nonsense are you talking about? If you don't speak, no one will treat you as a mute." To this, the white-eyed wolf smiled bitterly. Princess Moonfairy asked, "Father, how much does it take to pass through the inner area?" "The inner area and the central area are about the same. But the core area," the emperor's words came to an abrupt end. He raised his head and looked at the depths of the galaxy. A trace of worry crept into his eyes. Princess Moonfairy noticed this and her eyelids suddenly twitched. She said nervously, "Father, don't tell us that you can't pass through the core area." "That's not it." The emperor shook his head and waved his hand. "Don't worry too much. Maybe we won't encounter it this time if we're lucky." "Won't encounter it?" Qin Feyang and others looked at each other. "Won't encounter something?" But at this moment, hurricanes suddenly surged from the galaxy in front of them. Patches of dark clouds swept over with the hurricanes. "What's going on?" Qin Feyang and others were surprised. Even they could feel a terrifying resistance from these hurricanes. How could this be? At the same time, the emperor looked at the roaring hurricanes with disbelief in his eyes. "Father, do you know what this is?" Princess Moonfairy asked. Qin Feyang and the others also stared at the emperor. The emperor didn't answer. His eyes gradually trembled. Suddenly, he roared, "Go around the storm, right now, right now." His expression was incomparably anxious. The inner demons froze for a moment and immediately led a group of people to turn in the air and rush to the left. "What is this thing? Even the emperor is so scared." Qin Feyang, Lu Jijin, the madman, the white-eyed wolf, and Long Chen looked at each other with disbelief in their eyes. The emperor had hundreds of thousands of origin force in his hands. Although the origin force was useless against the pressure here, it was an invincible existence to kill the enemy. Suddenly, a roar sounded from the galaxy in front of them. The sound was like thunder, shaking the blood of Qin Feyang and others. They even almost couldn't hold back a mouthful of old blood. "Is this a beast? How is this possible? There are actually beasts in the galaxy?" Looking in the direction of the roar, the group of people's eyes were full of disbelief. "Faster!" When the emperor heard the beast roar, his face became more serious as he urged the inner demons. "This is already my limit." The inner demons smiled bitterly. The dual will of heaven and instant time had been activated. They couldn't go any faster. Chapter 4599. The hurricane was terrifying. It caused the galaxy to tremble and shatter. This was a giant tornado that was powerful enough to destroy a continent. It brought along with it dark clouds that blotted out the sky and covered the earth as it roared toward them. In an instant, it was close to them. "Grab me. Don't be swept away by the storm." The emperor roared and stretched out his hand to Princess Moonfairy. Princess Moonfairy hurriedly grabbed the emperor's big hand. Seeing this, Dong Hanzong immediately rushed forward, wanting to grab Princess Moonfairy's hand. But at this moment, the inner demons grabbed Princess Moonfairy's hand first. This infuriated Dong Hanzong. It was not easy to find a chance to get close to Princess Moonfairy, but the inner demons came out to rob him. Helplessly, he could only grab the inner demon's hand. "What are you doing? I'm not interested in men." The inner demons raised his eyebrows. Dong Hanzong's face darkened and he said angrily, "I'm not interested in you either. If it weren't for the danger, would I be holding hands with a bastard like you?" At the same time, On the other side, Lu Jijin also grabbed the emperor's other hand. Long Chen grabbed Lu Jijin's hand, and Long Qin grabbed Long Chen's hand. Long Qin naturally had to stay by his side so that he could take care of him anytime. As for Qin Feiyang and White-Eyed Wolf, they were also with the Mermaid Princess and Fire Dance, because they also had to protect the women they loved. Soon, everyone held hands and formed a circle around him. At this moment, the storm roared. Although they were fully prepared, the group was still sent flying on the spot. Steady. Moreover, we have to escape from the storm as soon as possible. The emperor roared. Staring at the back of the storm, his eyes were gloomy to the extreme. It was as if a terrifying crisis was about to befall them. Unheard of. The group did not dare to be negligent. They tried their best to stabilize their bodies and ran out. Fortunately, with the emperor around, they could not feel the pressure of gravity. Otherwise, even if they used all their skills, they might not be able to escape. After all, the pressure of gravity was an unsolvable problem. In the storm, Madman suddenly looked at Li Feng. Beside Madman was Dong Dalong, and beside Dong Dalong was Li Feng. In other words, Dong Dalong stood between the Madman and Li Feng. Li Feng's eyes flashed with suspicion when he saw Madman looking over. Madman glanced at Dong Dalong and then gave Li Feng a look. Li Feng was slightly taken aback. He glanced at Dong Dalong and quickly understood what Madman meant. This was a trap for Dong Dalong, because Dong Dalong was flanked by Madman and Li Feng. If Madman and Li Feng let go, Dong Dalong would be swept away by the storm. This time, a total of 22 people had entered the secret realm. Apart from Princess Moon Fairy, Dong Hanzong, Dong Qingyuan, and Dong Dalong were all their people. Even Dong Tianchen, Dong Ping, and Dong Xian were considered Qin Feiyang's people. Therefore, now that he had the chance, he might as well get rid of one first. At the same time, he wanted to test how terrifying the pressure in the inner area was. Hence, the two of them hit it off and let go at the same time. No, Dong Dalong immediately screamed and was directly swept away by the storm. This sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. Dang, following closely. Princess Moon Fairy's expression changed as she anxiously cried out, "Father, quickly save him!" Long Chen and Ji Zun looked at each other from afar. They glanced at Madman and Li Feng from the corner of their eyes. They knew that these two guys must have done it on purpose. Hence, the two of them also looked at Dong Dalong, who was swept away, and shouted in anger, "Big brother!" Because now, one of them was acting as Dong Erlong and the other was acting as Dong Sanlong. If they watched Dong Dalong being swept away by the storm without any reaction, it would definitely be unreasonable. In other words, they had to pretend to be very anxious and concerned. However, before the emperor could rush over to rescue him, Dong Dalong, who was swept away, let out a shrill scream. Blood splattered across the sky on the spot. Even his soul was annihilated. He wasn't killed by the storm. Although the storm was fierce, it wasn't strong enough to hurt a powerhouse of the will of heaven. Dong Dalong's death was completely because he was far away from the emperor and was enveloped by the gravity of the inner area, causing him to die instantly. This scene, Madman and Li Feng were both shocked. A powerhouse of the will of heaven actually died in an instant? The pressure of the inner area was too terrifying. Fortunately, they didn't really try it before. If not, they would definitely end up like Dong Dalong. What are you guys still standing there for? Hurry up and grab each other. The emperor looked at Madman and Li Feng and roared. He thought that the two of them were scared silly. The two of them nodded repeatedly. With a force of their bodies, they gathered together and firmly grabbed each other's hands. Hurry up and escape. Otherwise, we will all die here later, the emperor said in a deep voice. The group of people regrouped and continued to escape outside the storm. After struggling for dozens of breaths, the group of people finally escaped the storm and rushed into the distance without looking back. Looking at the inner demons who were far away from the storm, slowing down and preparing to stop, the emperor shouted, "Don't stop, continue to escape." The inner demons were stunned. "Quick!" the emperor urged impatiently. The inner demons hurriedly nodded and continued to lead the group of people to escape. "What's going on?" Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other. The emperor's fear didn't seem to be faked at all. And all of this must be because of the roar of the beast from before. What kind of beast could it be? It made the emperor so afraid, as if he had seen a devil. Madman and Li Feng looked at each other, then at Princess Yu Xian at the same time. They blamed themselves and said, "Your Highness, it was our fault before. We didn't grab Dong Dalong tightly. If you want to beat or punish us, we will accept it." They definitely had to put on an act. After all, Dong Dalong was Princess Yu Xian's personal guard and someone she trusted very much. Can beating you and punishing you in exchange for Big Brother's life? Long Chen and Ji Zun roared angrily. As Dong Dalong's two younger brothers, they naturally had to cooperate now. At the same time, Princess Yu Xian also stared angrily at Madman and Li Feng. It seemed that Dong Dalong's death really made her sad. It can't be exchanged for his life. But we didn't do it on purpose. This wind is too strong. When he was blown away, I wanted to catch him, but it was already too late. Li Feng lowered his head and panicked. Enough. Why are you still quarreling at this time? It's hard to predict life and death in the secret realm. Moreover, I have already said that if you want to enter the secret realm, you have to be prepared to die. If you're afraid of death, you can go back now. No one will stop you. The emperor said gloomily. To be honest, he also felt that it was a pity to sacrifice one person before entering the secret realm. But it had already happened. What's the use of blaming others? He could only accept it. Hearing it, Long Chen and Ji Zun went silent. Princess Yu Xian sighed. As long as they didn't do it on purpose, they couldn't be blamed. Chapter 4600. These guys, they're all cut out to be best actors. Qin Feiyang laughed secretly. Especially the human race sovereign's performance, which surprised him. Because all along, the human race sovereign had given him the impression that he was a calm and wise person who never joked. But unexpectedly, his acting skills were also so good. However, Dong Dalong's death was good news for them. Because this way, they would have one less opponent in the future when they entered the secret realm. At that time, they only needed to focus on dealing with Princess Yu Xian, Dong Hanzong, and Dong Qingyuan. To be honest, they didn't take Dong Qingyuan seriously at all. Without the protection of the Emperor and the Peak Dominator divine weapon, Dong Qingyuan was just a very ordinary will of heaven expert. He was nothing to worry about. But Dong Hanzong and Princess Yu Xian couldn't be underestimated. Dong Hanzong's strength was obvious to all. As for Princess Yu Xian, although Qin Feiyang and the others didn't know her strength, since the emperor couple dared to let her enter the secret realm, she was definitely not simple. Most importantly, Princess Yu Xian had a large amount of origin energy. But there was also good news. The origin energy that Princess Yu Xian carried definitely couldn't surpass their current strength. Because of the continuous losses, the emperor couple didn't have much origin energy left. Moreover, the emperor couple didn't know that they had also entered the secret realm. So it was estimated that Princess Yu Xian had at most 100,000 strands of origin energy in her hands. And Qin Feiyang and the others had 430,000 strands of origin energy in their hands. They could completely crush Princess Yu Xian. In the blink of an eye. Finally, they left the storm. Now, they couldn't even see the shadow of the storm. But even so, the emperor still didn't relax. He stared at the depths of the galaxy, his eyes filled with fear. Suddenly, an ear-splitting roar sounded again, shaking the heavens and the earth. Following this roar, another terrifying storm swept up a thick cloud and whistled past. "Father, what is this?" Princess Yu Xian was surprised. A terrifying existence. The emperor's gaze was heavy as he looked at the inner demons and said, "Continue to circle, the further the better." The inner demons nodded. Looking at the terrified emperor, Qin Feiyang and the others couldn't help but tense up. "Look, what's that? It looks like 2 red lanterns." Suddenly, Dong Hanzong's voice sounded. Everyone turned their heads and looked over. Their eyes were filled with bewilderment. In the depths of the distant Milky Way, between the thick clouds, there were 2 red things. They truly looked like 2 large red lanterns, emitting a scarlet red light. Looking at the blood-red light, they could feel a terrifying sense of danger. It's really it. How is this possible? Why would it appear in the inner zone? The emperor murmured. Looking at the inner demons that had slowed down, he growled, "Run. Don't let it find you." The inner demons were shocked. Could this be the owner of that roar? In other words, those two red lantern-like objects were the eyes of the ferocious beast? Nice. If that was the case, how big was this beast? Because the distance now was quite far. At such a distance, they could still see the pair of blood-red eyes so clearly. And at such a distance, those eyes looked as big as a dustpan. One could imagine, if it was right in front of them, how big would those eyes be? Because no matter what it was, as long as it was far away, it would shrink along with the distance of the vision. Only when you get close could you truly see its true appearance. Under the lead of the inner demons, the group continued to flee. But suddenly, everyone present inexplicably felt a chill all over their body. That feeling was like being stared at by the Grim Reaper. Oh no! The Emperor's face changed drastically. As if there was a devil behind him, he slowly turned around and saw that the pair of blood-red eyes were locked on them at this moment. They were still discovered. Quick, quick, quick! The Emperor roared. The inner demons had already used all his strength, because at this moment he also felt a very real sense of crisis. The roar sounded again. Immediately, a terrifying tornado surged out and swept toward them. "It's coming to kill us!" The Emperor clenched his hands. Why were they so unlucky? They actually encountered this monster? And it was in the inner area. Princess Moon Immortal asked in fear, "Father, what exactly is it?" The Emperor said in a deep voice, "It is the second danger of the Xing River." The second danger? Everyone looked at each other. The Emperor said, "There are two dangers in the Xing River. One is the pressure of gravity, and the other is this monster." Monster? Qin Feiyang and the others were shocked. There was really a monster. Boom. Gradually, a fierce aura surged. Qin Feiyang and the others turned around and found that the two blood-red eyes were approaching them at an extremely fast speed. And as the distance got closer, the aura became more and more terrifying. The inner demon's speed had already reached the limit. But even so, they couldn't shake off the monster. Not only could they not shake it off, but the distance was getting closer and closer. From this, it could be seen that this monster's speed was far faster than the inner demons. Dual will of the heavenly Tao, instant time, this was the fastest speed in the world, and no one could surpass it. But now, the speed that they were so proud of was actually not comparable to a monster in the Xing River. It was hard to imagine. How terrifying was this monster's strength? Another 10 breaths passed. The distance had been shortened by half. Finally, a pitch-black giant beast gradually emerged from the dark clouds and entered the sight of Qin Feiyang and the others. Looking at this giant beast, Qin Feiyang and the others couldn't help but turn pale with horror. The giant beast's eyes were as big as a football field. Like two blood-red moons, they illuminated the surroundings with endless fierce light. This was the true face of that pair of eyes. Just those blood-red eyes alone were enough to make people afraid. Needless to say, its body was dozens of times larger than a 10,000 zhang tall mountain. It was like an ancient giant beast that ran out from the chaos. Qin Feiyang and the others were also experienced and knowledgeable. They had seen countless huge beasts. However, it was the first time that they had seen such a huge beast. Its body was like a giant ape, with shiny black hair all over its body. Every hair was like a steel needle, glowing with a terrifying light. But its head was like a dragon's head, and there was even a dark horn in the middle of its head. Its arms and legs were similar to that of a giant ape, but they were extremely thick and strong. The strangest thing was, there was a snake tail behind it. From afar, it looked like a fierce mountain ridge, covered with dark scales. Dragon head, snake tail, ape body? What kind of monster is this? I've never heard of it. The group of people was extremely surprised and bewildered. Not to mention other things, just the huge size of this monster made them feel a sense of contempt in their hearts, as if they were facing an unattainable towering mountain. "This is a giant star beast," the Emperor said in a deep voice. "Giant star beast?" Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned, as they had never heard of it before. Giant star beasts usually live in the starry domain. They feed on stars, and their strength is extremely terrifying. Us heavenly path experts are like little toys in front of them. The emperor said, "What? Feed on stars? Father, are you talking about the stars that we saw?" Princess Yu Xian was surprised. "Last time, when your mother and I entered the arcane realm, we saw with our own eyes a star behemoth devouring a star, bite by bite." The emperor's face was heavy. How is this possible? Everyone's face was filled with disbelief. Devouring a star was simply an ethereal fairy tale. But they did not expect it to really exist. And now, they were being targeted by this terrifying existence. Giant star beasts usually only live in the starry domain, and occasionally they may appear in the core area. Last time, we encountered a giant star beast in the core area, but we were lucky to avoid it. But I did not expect to encounter one in the inner area. Why are we so unlucky? The emperor was burning with anxiety. If they could not trick him, they would all become the giant star beast's meal. Can the origin force kill it? Dong Tianqian asked. You can give it a try. The emperor sighed. If the origin force could kill it, then he would not be so afraid and nervous. I don't believe it. The inner demons snickered. They activated their demon king true bodies. Every devil king was in existence as high as the heavens. The galaxy behind them was facing the giant astral beasts that were running towards them. Stop it! The inner demons shouted. 3,000 demon king true bodies appeared without reservation. Ultimate life and death law. Ultimate life and death law. There were tens of thousands of them. With the eruption of the dual wills of the heavenly path, the aura of tens of thousands of ultimate life intense increased by a large margin. Kill! The true bodies of these demon kings were like demon gods. Every single one of his true bodies could instantly kill someone like Dong Qingyuan. One could imagine. 3,000 demon king true bodies added together. How shocking would that be? Boom. Tens of thousands of ultimate life intense crazily charged toward the giant star beast. A large part of the stars here collapsed on the spot, as if it was the end of the world. The other party, the giant beast of the starry sky, seemed to have felt provoked. It suddenly roared, and then it raised its mountain-like arm, clenched it into a fist, and punched toward Su Quebec Boom. The next moment, under the shocked gaze of Qin Feiyang and the others, tens of thousands of ultimate life intents of the dual wills of the heavenly path were shattered by the giant star beast's fist like rotten wood. It could not withstand a single blow? The most important thing was, the giant star beast shattered tens of thousands of ultimate life intents, but its fist was not injured at all. Don't waste your energy. With your strength, you are no match for it at all. You are not even qualified to fight with it. The emperor said in a deep voice. He was extremely distressed. Why was that? The giant star beast should not have come to the inner area at all. Boom. At this time, another deafening rumble sounded. The emperor turned his head and saw that the 3,000 demon king true bodies of the inner demons were directly crushed by the giant star beast. Chapter 4601. 3,000 demon kings were already very tall. But now, they were all crushed by the giant of starry sky. In other words, the giant of starry sky had crushed 3,000 giants as tall as the sky. Just thinking about this scene made them feel shocked. Not to mention now that they had witnessed this scene with their own eyes. The visual impact and the shock in their hearts couldn't be any greater. Was such an existence really someone they could defeat? They definitely couldn't defeat it. Qin Feiyang, the inner demons, the lunatic, the white-eyed wolf, and Long Chen were all people who didn't want to admit defeat. However, at this moment, there was an indescribable fear in their hearts. They had no desire to fight at all, and no courage to fight at all. This was just like when Qin Feiyang faced the dominator of the divine kingdom. There was no room for resistance. Hurry up! Lu Zhijin urged, and his eyes were also extremely solemn. He never expected that there would be such a terrible monster in the Star River. However, the giant of starry sky was too fast. The inner demon's full speed was less than half of the giant of starry sky. Wait! Look, isn't there a scar on its head? Suddenly, the white-eyed wolf shouted. Scar? Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned and quickly turned to look at the giant of starry sky's head. Immediately, the pupils of the group of people contracted, and their faces were full of disbelief. Now that they were very close, they could clearly see the situation of the giant of starry sky. There was indeed a shocking scar on its head. That wound was estimated to be at least a dozen meters long, and the flesh was exposed. But there was no bleeding. The wound seemed to be gradually healing. How could it be injured? This was what made Qin Feiyang and the others incredulous. How could such a powerful giant of starry sky be seriously injured? Then came the question. Who was the one who hurt him? Who had such a strong strength to hurt the giant of starry sky? It seems that it won't stop until it kills us. Dong Qingyuan was terrified. If he had known that the Star River was so dangerous, he definitely wouldn't have been willing to go to the secret realm. Suddenly, the giant star beast roared. A tornado immediately appeared in the void around Qin Feiyang and the others. They were trapped in the eye of the storm. Hold on tight, let's break out. The emperor roared. The scene of Dong Dalong's tragic death was still lingering in their minds, so when they saw the storm appear, how could they dare to be careless? Immediately, hand in hand, they broke out of the storm. However, this time, the storm did not blow far away. Instead, it surged towards the astral beast. It can control the direction of the storm? Dong Ping's eyes widened. The storm was summoned by it in the first place, so it's not strange that it can control it. The emperor said in a deep voice. The wind resistance was too strong. Moreover, the starry sky behemoth was controlling the storm to stop them. It meant he placed the greatest resistance in front of Qin Feiyang and the others. Therefore, even though Qin Feiyang and the others were doing their best, they were still unable to advance even half an inch. In other words, they had been walking on the same spot all this while. It's coming! Princess Yuxian shouted. She raised her head and looked behind, her beautiful face turning pale. At this time, the starry sky behemoth was only a few thousand miles away from them. For Qin Feiyang and the others, this distance was just a matter of a moment, let alone the starry sky behemoth. It's over! The emperor murmured. Dong Qingyan shouted anxiously, Your Majesty, don't give up, hurry up and fight with the origin force. They could only pin their hopes on the emperor's origin force. Boom! The emperor gritted his teeth, and the origin force in his body surged. There were more than 10,000 traces of origin force, turning into a giant sword that cut towards the starry sky behemoth with monstrous sharpness. However, when the starry sky behemoth saw the origin force, instead of showing fear, there was a trace of joy in its eyes. Immediately after, it opened its wide mouth. That terrifying bloody mouth seemed to be able to swallow an entire continent. The next moment, under the incredulous gaze of Qin Feiyang and the others, the starry sky behemoth swallowed the long sword formed by the origin force in one gulp. It did not set off any waves. It can't be. It swallowed so much origin force in one gulp? Everyone was dumbfounded. This was not the power of laws, nor the power of rules, but the origin force. And it was more than 10,000 traces of origin force. It was actually swallowed by the starry sky behemoth so casually, it was simply beyond imagination. I've already said that the origin force is useless. At this moment, the emperor's face was also full of despair. Why was he so unlucky? Why did he choose to enter the secret realm at this time? If he had entered a few days earlier or a few days later, he might not have encountered this monster. Not to mention that he could not enter the secret realm. Now even he would die here. The starry sky behemoth's eyes were full of violence. All of a sudden, it raised its giant hand, covering the sky and the sun, and grabbed at Qin Feiyang and the others. Dong Qingyuan could not help but shout in despair. Not to mention Dong Qingyuan, even Qin Feiyang and the others were full of helplessness. That giant hand that covered the sky was like a deity. However, just as Qin Feiyang and the others' lives were hanging by a thread, a deafening sound suddenly rang out in the depths of the galaxy. Qin Feiyang and the others were shocked and hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound. They saw a dazzling five-colored divine light break through the galaxy like lightning and swept toward the starry sky behemoth. It contained the power to destroy the world. Upon closer inspection, within the five-colored divine light, there was a green foxtail grass. What the hell? A green foxtail grass? This scene shocked Qin Feiyang and the others to the extreme. The origin force. The five-colored divine light on the green foxtail grass is the origin force. A murderous look flashed in the emperor's eyes as he said in a deep voice, "I've seen this thing before. It's Qin Baishan's divine weapon. Qin Badian, Dong Hanzong, Dong Qingyuan, Dong Tianchen, Dong Exen, Dong Ping, and the Moon Fairy Princess could not help but tremble. There was a clear trace of fear in their eyes. It's impossible. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other and could not help but mutter in their hearts. Of course, they knew that the Qin Badian the emperor was talking about was the mysterious young man. But why was the young man in the galaxy? And in the inner region of the galaxy? They carefully looked at the green foxtail grass. After repeated identification, it was indeed the green foxtail that the young man often held in his mouth. What was going on? Did the young man already know about the existence of the secret realm? So he entered the galaxy one step earlier than them? But it did not make sense. If the inner demons and Lu Jiajin had leaked the information about the secret realm, even they would not know about it. Moreover, they did not inform the mysterious young man. Similarly, the matter of the secret realm was not leaked out. So logically, the young man should not know about the existence of the secret realm. If he did not know about the existence of the secret realm, then what was he doing in the galaxy? The pressure in the inner region was so terrifying. How could he barge in alone? At the same time, the starry sky behemoth looked at the green foxtail grass and suddenly roared to the sky. There was obviously monstrous anger in its eyes, even with a trace of hatred. What's going on? Has the starry sky behemoth already fought with the young man? Qin Feiyang frowned. Wait, all of a sudden, an idea that even he himself felt a little ridiculous arose in his heart. Was the wound on the starry sky behemoth's head caused by the mysterious young man? Of course, this idea was unacceptable. The mysterious young man was indeed very strong. Until now, Qin Feiyang and others did not know how strong he was. But this was the starry sky behemoth. Its strength was obvious to all. No matter how strong the mysterious young man was, it was impossible for him to hurt the starry sky behemoth. Accompanied by bursts of roars, the starry sky behemoth left Qin Feiyang and others and punched the green foxtail grass with its mountain-like fist. With a loud bang, a destructive air wave suddenly rolled in all directions with the starry sky behemoth and the green foxtail as the center. Not good. The emperor's expression changed. The origin force poured in and formed a bounded domain to protect Qin Feiyang and others. It was ridiculous to say it. If the emperor knew that the person he was protecting now was Qin Feiyang, the lunatic, the white-eyed wolf, Long Chen, and the monarch, who knew what he would think? The bounded domain formed by the origin force still had a strong defensive ability. It forcibly blocked the terrifying battle fluctuations outside. After confirming that it was safe, Qin Feiyang and others looked up again. All of a sudden, they seemed to have seen something incredible, and their eyes suddenly widened. The starry sky behemoth's fist was bleeding. That's right, it was bleeding. The tip of the green foxtail grass pierced the skin of the starry sky behemoth. Drops of blood dripped down and drifted in the Star River. What level of magic weapon is it? The white-eyed wolf murmured. The emperor's eyes were also full of disbelief. He said in a deep voice, "It's not the foxtail that hurt the starry sky behemoth, but the origin force on the green foxtail grass." The origin force, Qin Feiyang murmured. It seemed that the origin force in the young man's hand was indeed more powerful than the origin force in the divine kingdom. And it was more than a little stronger. At least, now facing the origin force of the young man, the starry sky behemoth did not dare to swallow it directly. Suddenly, there was a deafening scream. The green foxtail grass actually pierced through the starry sky behemoth's fist, and blood spurted out. Looking at this scene, the emperor's heart could not help but set off stormy waves. This origin force was actually so powerful? It was not until this moment that he suddenly came to his senses. It turned out that he had always thought that this person had reserved his strength when fighting with him. Otherwise, with the strength of this origin force, it would have killed him long ago. Why are you running? It's your honor to be my mount. Suddenly, a voice drifted over. Mount? What the hell? Qin Feiyang and others looked at each other. As soon as this voice appeared, the identity was confirmed. It was indeed that mysterious young man. However, the mysterious young man's words really made it difficult for them to calm down. Mount? Didn't this mean that he was subduing the starry sky behemoth? He wanted the starry sky behemoth to be his mount? This was the starry sky behemoth, an invincible existence. He actually wanted the starry sky behemoth to be his mount? How dare he think about it? Chapter 4602. He was indeed a crazy person who dared to do anything. If it were them, would they ride the giant beast of starry sky? They didn't even dare to think about it. Gradually, another behemoth flew out from the depths of the Star River. It was a divine dragon. Not only Qin Feiyang and the others, but also the emperor was very familiar with its aura, because it was the original snow python. After following the mysterious young man, the snow python's strength had not only skyrocketed but also transformed into a divine dragon. In these years in the Central Dynasty, the snow python was present every time the mysterious young man and the emperor collided, so the emperor also recognized it. But the snow python was not the key. The key was that a young man in black was sitting on the head of the snow python. This young man was wearing tattered clothes and looked a little sloppy. His sitting posture was also not proper. His legs were crossed. His left elbow was propped on his thigh. His palm was supporting his left cheek and tilting his head. His right hand was unconsciously holding the soles of his feet. If he looked a little older, he would be a standard foot-scratching man. It's really him. This bastard came to the Star River without saying a word. Qin Feiyang and the others were extremely speechless. The most important thing was, the mysterious young man was not afraid of the pressure in the inner area. Suddenly, the young man noticed Qin Feiyang and the others, and a trace of surprise appeared on his face. Then he waved his hand and said with a smile, "Everyone, it's really fate that we can meet in the Star River." To hell with this fate. The emperor muttered. The young man could hurt the giant beast of starry sky, which meant that the young man had the strength to suppress the giant beast of starry sky. He couldn't compare with this strength at all. So it was not a good thing to meet the young man. Even if he could survive the fangs of the giant beast of starry sky, he couldn't escape from the young man's vicious hands. Little brother, don't mess around. We don't want to be killed by you. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Little brother? The young man was stunned. This name. He couldn't help but look at Qin Feiyang with an extremely strange look. It turned out to be this guy. But what the hell was this guy doing? He was actually with the emperor and even came to the inner region of the Milky Way. Was he courting death? The young man calmly looked at the emperor again and said with a lazy smile, "I'll catch up with you later. Let's settle this big trouble first." After saying that, he looked at the giant star beast and said helplessly, "We've been at a stalemate for more than half a year. You're not tired, but I'm tired. Why don't you just be my mount? We'll both be relaxed. I promise you won't suffer." What? Half a year? Qin Feiyang and the others were dumbfounded. They had been in the galaxy for so long? It seemed that the young man did not know about the existence of the mystic realm. Roar! The giant star beast roared. His eyes were filled with fury. "Don't spit out your saliva. Don't test my patience again. If you piss me off, I'll directly destroy you." Killing intent flashed across the young man's eyes. The giant star beast panicked. Then it turned around and flew away without looking back. The young man rubbed his forehead and looked at the emperor. "I'll come and catch up with you after I subdue it. It's really hard to subdue this giant star beast." He shook his head and sighed. Then he waved his hand and the dog's tail grass returned to him. Then he chased after the giant star beast. Seeing this, the emperor breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the inner demons and said, "Let's go now." The inner demons nodded. At the same time, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He transmitted his voice, "Little brother, are you interested in going to the mystic realm? The mystic realm is a very interesting place. If you are interested, come to us after you subdue the giant star beast." Mystic realm? The young man was slightly taken aback. He replied secretly, "Don't fool me." "Why would I fool you? It said that the mystic realm has the good fortune to step into a new realm." Qin Feiyang said secretly. "The good fortune to step into a new realm?" The young man raised the corner of his mouth slightly and transmitted his voice, "Okay, I'll see if I have time." Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly in his heart. This fellow was really hard to fathom. The inner demons activated the dual will of the great path and the momentary time. They rolled up a group of people and fled at lightning speed. After getting away from the giant star beast and the young man, Princess Yu Xian, Dong Hanzong, Dong Qingyan, and Dong Tianqian all heaved a sigh of relief. "Qin Feiyang, what's going on? Why is your ancestor in the Star River?" Dong Exin asked secretly. "How would I know?" Qin Feiyang said helplessly. "He's your ancestor. How could you not know?" Dong Exin raised her eyebrows. Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. He transmitted his voice, "If it was your ancestor, would he report to you, a descendant, where he went or what he did?" Dong Exin was speechless. Some people of the older generation were indeed dictatorial and did things on their own. But your ancestor is really ridiculously strong. Not only is he not afraid of the pressure of the Star River, but he also chased after the giant star beast. Dong Exin smiled bitterly. She had learned something new. When Qin Feiyang heard this, he felt bitter. Ancestor? His real ancestor did not have such means. The strength displayed by this young man was truly astonishing time and time again. If he had not come to the secret realm with the emperor, he would have never known that the young man could enter the Star River. He would also not know that the young man had the strength to chase after the giant star beast. "Father, what is Qin Batian trying to do? He's so strong, but he hasn't attacked us with his full strength." Princess Yu Xian frowned. "I don't know either." The emperor shook his head. He was also wondering about this. Even the giant star beast was no match for this young man. Wouldn't it be easy for him to deal with the central dynasty? If Qin Batian had attacked with his full strength, the central dynasty might have been destroyed by now. "Is it because of Qin Feiyang?" Dong Hanzong suddenly said. "Qin Feiyang?" The emperor and Princess Yu Xian looked at him suspiciously. Maybe Qin Batian wants to use Qin Feiyang to destroy the central dynasty. In other words, Qin Batian wants to use the central dynasty to train Qin Feiyang and the others. He wants to use us as his stepping stones. Dong Hanzong said in a deep voice. He heard about it. The emperor's eyes darkened. It seemed like this was the only explanation that made sense. Damn it. He wants us to be Qin Feiyang's stepping stones? Stop dreaming. Dong Qingyuan laughed angrily. Therefore, you must find the opportunity to enter the secret realm this time. And it must be the profundity of an ultimate law. The emperor clenched his fists. He was furious. Using the central dynasty as a stepping stone? Who are you looking down on? Qin Batian, just you wait. You will regret your foolish actions sooner or later. The profundity of an ultimate law, Qin Feiyang murmured and looked at Lu Jijin suspiciously. According to the emperor's notes, there are two types of profundity. One is an ordinary law, and the other is an ultimate law. The profundity of an ordinary law is also very strong, but it is limited. However, once you obtain the profundity of an ultimate law, you will be able to comprehend an ultimate law and step into a new realm. At that time, you will have the ability to contend with the origin force. Lu Jijin thought. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and asked, "You mean the profundity of an ultimate law is the key to comprehending an ultimate law and stepping into a new realm?" That's right. The profundity that the emperor mentioned is actually the profundity of an ultimate law. The profundity of an ultimate law can be understood through the epitome of a law. Obtaining the profundity of an ultimate law is equivalent to obtaining the key to opening the door to an ultimate law. Lu Jiejin explained. I see. Qin Feiyang was enlightened. His heart was burning with passion. This was the goal that he should pursue now. As long as he could comprehend a supreme profundity of an ultimate law, he wouldn't just be a sitting duck when facing the supreme profundity of the law of death of the divine nation overlord. Immortal God of War will be updated continuously. There are no advertisements on the website. Please bookmark and recommend. Chapter 4603. Of course, even if he mastered the supreme profound meaning, he was definitely no match for the dominator of the divine kingdom. The dominator of the divine kingdom was not the emperor. Although the emperor was powerful and had a legendary dominator divine weapon, the fundamental reason was that he couldn't enter the land of origin of the divine kingdom. If he couldn't enter the land of origin, he couldn't control the power of origin. In other words, the power of origin he could control was limited. It would be gone after he used it up. But the dominator of the divine kingdom was different. As the dominator of this world, he could control all the power of origin until it was exhausted. This was the fundamental difference. To master the supreme profound meaning, he could only fight with the dominator of the divine kingdom. To completely defeat the dominator of the divine kingdom, he could only let the Black Tortoise realm continue to grow and become as powerful as the divine kingdom. When the time came, it wouldn't just be a collision between Qin Feiyang and the dominator of the divine kingdom, but also a collision between two great worlds. But then again, why is Qin Batian so strong? Is he also the dominator of a world? Dong Hanzong frowned. If he wasn't the dominator of a world, then where did the power of origin in his hands come from? The emperor's eyes were gloomy. Every time he mentioned the name Qin Batian, he panicked. He asked, Qin Batian seems to be the son of the emperor's daughter and Ji Tianyue? He is the son of Ji Tianyue and the human emperor of the Tianyun realm. The emperor is his biological grandfather. Dong Qingyuan nodded. The emperor pondered for a while and asked again, Qin Feiyang is also the descendant of Qin Batian? Qin Batian is Qin Feiyang's ancestor. Dong Qingyuan said. Next to them, the emperor and heavenly lord Ji looked at each other, their eyes full of suspicion. Why did the emperor suddenly ask about this? Alas! Suddenly, the emperor sighed. Your Majesty, why? Dong Qingyuan looked at him in confusion. The emperor sighed. As the descendants of the purple gold divine dragon clan, both Qin Batian and Qin Feiyang should be people of our divine kingdom. But now, they are standing on the side of the sky cloud realm and are incompatible with our divine kingdom. Your Majesty, don't tell me you still have some regrets? Dong Qingyuan asked in astonishment. It's a pity. If only they were born in our divine kingdom from the very beginning. The emperor shook his head. Dong Qingyuan pondered for a moment and snorted coldly. If you want to put it that way, this matter is still the monarch's fault. The monarch's fault? The emperor was taken aback. That's right. According to this old servant's understanding, if the monarch hadn't forcibly separated Ji Tianyue and the human emperor, Ji Tianyue wouldn't have stayed in the sky cloud realm. Naturally, their children wouldn't have been born in the sky cloud realm. Dong Qingyuan said. That may be the case, but if they are truly in the divine kingdom, their fates will change. So this is fate. No matter how hard the people of the world struggle, they can't escape the arrangement of fate. The emperor shook his head and sighed. What he said was very reasonable. If the human emperor and Ji Tianyue really stayed in the divine kingdom, Qin Batian would definitely be born, but it was hard to say what would happen to the descendants of Qin Feiyang. Because if Qin Batian was born in the divine kingdom, when he grew up, based on the monarch's previous hatred for the human clan, he would definitely marry a woman of his clan. That is, a woman of the purple gold divine dragon clan. In this way, Emperor Hong wouldn't exist. If Emperor Hong didn't exist, Emperor Qin, Emperor Xian, and Qin Feiyang naturally wouldn't exist. This was fate. Any decision could change your life for the rest of your life. Qin Feiyang killed the monarch with his own hands. As his grandson, Qin Batian also turned a blind eye to this matter. It seems that the descendants of the human emperor really hate the purple gold divine dragon clan to the extreme. The monarch said, "Didn't the purple gold divine dragon clan ask for it? What's so noble about the purple gold divine dragon clan? How can they look down on the human clan? They must be regretting it now." The princess of the purple gold divine dragon clan married a human clan and gave birth to an offspring that's even more outstanding than theirs. It's more than outstanding. There's no comparison at all. I've seen all the descendants of the purple gold divine dragon clan of this generation. Ji Shaoyi and Ji Xiaolong are the most outstanding among the younger generation of the purple gold divine dragon clan. But compared to Qin Feiyang, they're not even qualified to carry his shoes. Dong Qingyuan sneered. Ji Xiaolong was the son of Heavenly Lord Ji, the grandson of the monarch, Ryuko. Hearing this, the monarch and Heavenly Lord Ji clenched their fists. No matter how bad the descendants of the purple gold divine dragon clan are, they're still better than you, Dong Qingyuan. What right do you have to criticize a shameless bootlicker here? Uncle, calm down, calm down. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Of course you can calm down. That's how others praise you. Heavenly Lord Ji rolled his eyes. Lunatic laughed in his heart. Dong Qingyuan is telling the truth. Hearing this, Heavenly Lord Ji's mouth twitched. He really wasn't modest at all. However, whenever he thought of Ji Shaoyi and Ji Xiaolong's usual performance, he couldn't help but feel angry. In terms of bloodline power, both of them were purer than Qin Feiyang. This was because they were all true purple gold divine dragons. In terms of cultivation resources and environment, they were also far better than Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang had relied on his own hands to fight since he was young. But Ji Xiaolong and Ji Shaoyi were born with a strong foundation and resources. According to the secular world, Qin Feiyang was a child of a poor family. Ji Xiaolong and Ji Xiaolong were children of rich families. Logically speaking, Ji Xiaolong and Ji Xiaolong should be more promising. But now, whether it was strength, intelligence, or temperament, they couldn't compare to Qin Feiyang. They weren't even on the same level. Comparing oneself to others would only make one angry. This saying was indeed not false at all. Princess Moonfairy looked at the emperor unhappily and said, "Father, don't keep praising an outsider. Are the young people of the Central Dynasty bad?" The emperor was stunned. He rubbed Princess Moonfairy's head dotingly and smiled. "Not bad, not bad. Especially my precious daughter. It's not an exaggeration to say that she's the most outstanding person in the Central Dynasty. It's not that exaggerated." Princess Moonfairy blushed and said, "Praise something more realistic. Don't say such unreliable words. Others would know it was a lie. You still know how to be modest?" The emperor shook his head and laughed. "Modesty is a virtue. Anyway, let's wait and see. Let's see who will be whose stepping stone in the end." Princess Moonfairy smiled proudly. At this moment, she was exuding confidence from head to toe. When Qin Feiyang and the others heard this, they turned to look at Princess Moonfairy with a trace of surprise in their eyes. Where did this woman's confidence come from? Could it be that she really had some amazing means? But this time, we have to thank Qin Batian. If it wasn't for his sudden appearance, we would have died under the fangs of the giant star beasts. Dong Hanzong chuckled. "Indeed. In other words, he saved our lives." Dong Qingyuan nodded. "However, it would be impossible for them to repay his kindness. The next time we meet, if nothing goes wrong, it will be the day you, Qin Batian, die. We can't be careless. There's more than one giant star beast. It's possible that we will meet again. So from now on, we have to be 120% alert. If there's anything wrong, we have to take a detour regardless of whether there's a giant star beast in front of us." The emperor said. Right now, he didn't want to encounter another giant star beast even if he was beaten to death. He was so strong to the point of lawlessness. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Ahead of them, the clouds in the Star River grew thicker. The range of vision was at most 100 meters. One had to know. Qin Feiyang and the others were all Heavenly Dao experts. Heavenly Tao experts, whether it was perception or vision, were incomparable to ordinary people. Even they could see within 100 meters. If it were an ordinary person, they would definitely be blinded by darkness as soon as they entered. Is that the core area? Dong Qingyuan gulped and asked. They didn't even need to go in. Looking at the core area from afar, they couldn't help but feel fear. There was no doubt. The core area's pressure could kill them instantly. They wouldn't even be able to call for help. That's the core area. Once we enter, we must be more careful. Because our vision is blocked, we can't see further. We can only rely on our senses. The emperor said in a low voice. When he and Ji Sui entered the hidden area, they encountered a giant star beast in the core area. Fortunately, the ruler of the divine kingdom personally escorted them and helped them escape in time. Otherwise, they would have died in the Star River. The inner demon gradually slowed down as well. They scanned the core area and led Qin Feiyang and the others in. Despite the emperor's presence, they could still feel the terrifying pressure. Everyone were in the core area. We can't act rashly. Especially the white-eyed wolf. Before we enter the star domain, you're not allowed to speak. If the emperor finds out who we are and leaves us here, we'll all die. Long Chen transmitted. This wasn't a joke. Once they lost the emperor's protection, no matter how strong they were, they wouldn't be able to escape the pressure. Can you not mention my name? You're making me sound like an immature bro. The white-eyed wolf wasn't happy. Long Chen rationally chose to ignore it. If he got into a fight with the white-eyed wolf, with the white-eyed wolf's personality, there would be no end to it. After flying in silence for a while, Qin Feiyang secretly glanced at the Star River behind them. The mysterious youth still wasn't here? Was he really not going to enter the secret realm? Was the fortune of a new realm not tempting to him? Your Majesty, have you thought of a problem? Suddenly, Dong Tianxin's voice sounded. Everyone was slightly stunned and couldn't help but look at Dong Tianxin. What problem? The emperor also looked at him suspiciously. Dong Tianxin said, Qin Batin has been chasing after the giant of Starry Sky. What if the giant of Starry Sky runs out of the Star River and arrives at the imperial capital mountain? That's right. If they really run to the imperial capital mountain, wouldn't the central dynasty be in trouble? Princess Yu Xian's expression changed as she looked at the emperor. Qin Feiyang and the others' eyes lit up. If that was the case, it would save them a lot of trouble. If the giant of Starry Sky razed the central dynasty to the ground, they wouldn't have to do anything in the future. Chapter 4604. The emperor smiled faintly, not worried at all. Don't worry. The astral beasts can't leave the Star River. They can't leave the Star River? Everyone was stunned. Even Qin Feiyang and the others were surprised by this answer. The astral beasts can only go to the central area. They can't even go to the outer area. The emperor nodded. Princess Yu Xian asked, How would I know? I'm not the ruler of the astral realm. The emperor smiled bitterly. With their hopes dashed, Qin Feiyang and the others couldn't help but reveal a trace of disappointment. They wanted to use the astral beasts to destroy the central dynasty, but it turned out that they were dreaming. But it made sense. If the astral beasts could leave the Star River, wouldn't the world be in chaos? The astral beasts were too strong. They could destroy any world they entered. So it was better to keep them in the Star River to prevent them from coming out and harming the world. Thick clouds covered the Milky Way. Although their vision was limited, it was peaceful along the way. Just like that, half a month passed. On this day, suddenly, a deafening roar was heard. This sound, Qin Feiyang and the group of people suddenly quivered and looked in the direction of the roar. But because their vision was blocked by the clouds, they couldn't see clearly. But they were all too familiar with this sound. It was the astral beasts. We're so unlucky this time. We met an astral beast in the inner area, and now we've met another one in the central area. Are they trying to kill us? The emperor's face was full of anger. He looked at the inner demons and said, Go around them. The inner demons didn't need the emperor's reminder. They had already led a group of people to the left. No matter how lawless the inner demons were, they didn't dare to collide with the astral beasts. Rumble. A peerlessly terrifying aura came crashing down like a landslide. Qin Feiyang and the others were extremely nervous in their hearts. They restrained their aura to the limit. We can't activate the will of the heavenly Tao and the momentary time again. Otherwise, no matter how much we conceal our auras, we will be discovered by these monsters. Qin Feiyang reminded the inner demons. This was because the will of the heavenly Tao and the instant of time carried their own auras. The momentary time was still manageable, as its aura could be controlled. However, the aura of the will of the heavenly Tao was rather intense. When they were in the inner zone, it was probably because of the will of the heavenly path and the aura of the instant of time that they were discovered by the giant star beast. Right. I almost forgot about that. Hurry up and shut off the will of the heavenly Tao and the momentary time. The emperor came to his senses and said to the inner demons. After that, he cast an admiring glance at Qin Feiyang. As the will of the heavenly way and the momentary time closed, their auras instantly dissipated. They were like a group of ghosts, silently shuttling through the clouds. As it roared, the aura of the starry sky behemoth gradually faded into the distance. Qin Feiyang and the others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They were lucky that they weren't discovered this time. Otherwise, they would be in a desperate situation again. This was because even if they joined forces, it was impossible for them to defeat a giant star beast. However, they had just relaxed when another roar was heard. Oh no, it has discovered us. Dong Qingyuan's expression changed. The group of people's hearts were in their throats again. Wait a minute. This isn't right. This roar didn't come from behind us, but from in front of us. Long Chen furrowed his brows. If they were really discovered by the giant star beast, the roar must have come from behind them. This was because the aura of the giant star beast had disappeared behind them. But no, the roar came from in front of them. No matter how fast the giant star beast was, it was impossible for it to appear in front of them from behind in an instant. Could it be? Dong Xen muttered. Her body couldn't help but tremble. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at Dong Xen with the same expression. Their eyes were filled with bewilderment and fear. This was because there was only one explanation for this situation. There was more than one giant star beast. In other words, there were two giant star behemoths, one in front and one behind. Two giant star behemoths, one giant star beast was enough to make them unable to fight back, let alone two. Just thinking about it made their scalps go numb. Hurry up, continue to take a detour. The emperor came to his senses and hurriedly urged them. Fortunately, there was no storm now. Otherwise, it would be difficult to take a detour. As they moved cautiously and tremblingly, they finally avoided the second giant star beast. Before they could breathe a sigh of relief, another deafening roar came from the galaxy in front of them. What the hell is going on? There is actually a third giant star beast. Is it an illusion? The group of people froze on the spot. Because of the clouds and mist, they couldn't see the giant star beast. They could only hear the roar. Therefore, they couldn't help but wonder if it was real. Three giant star behemoths. It was simply unimaginable. Rumble. The giant star behemoths were too large. Wherever they went, it was as if thunder was rolling and deafening. Even if they didn't summon a storm, as they ran and sped, gusts of wind would still blow. Obviously, this was not an illusion. Qin Feiyang and the group quickly took a detour. To be exact, they had to make way for the giant star beast. If they didn't give way, they might be trampled into meat paste with one foot. Finally, they successfully avoided the third giant star beast. Just as they were rejoicing, there was another loud rumbling sound coming from the galaxy in front of them. And this time, accompanying it was a terrifying tornado storm. To hell with it! There is actually a fourth giant star beast. The faces of everyone present turned deathly pale. Were there so many giant star behemoths in the core area? Let's go! The white-eyed wolf urged them. The group of people fled and dodged at the same time. Something is wrong. Something is really wrong. Four giant star behemoths are very common in the starry sky domain. However, I have never seen them in the core area. Why is this happening? The emperor murmured. His brows were tightly knitted together. Woo! A storm swept over. It brought great trouble to Qin Feiyang and the group during their escape. Rumble! Accompanied by the sound of trembling footsteps, a huge beast shadow almost ran over their heads. This time, they clearly saw that it was indeed a giant star beast. Fortunately, they had restrained their aura and turned off the will of heaven and flash of light and shadow. Otherwise, they would definitely be discovered by this giant star beast. Could it be? The emperor stopped and looked in the direction where the giant star beast left. He said in surprise, "Is it going for Qin Badian?" Because the 4 giant star behemoths were heading toward the inner area. "It's going for the young man." Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other. Perhaps this was really possible. Because the young man was catching up with another giant star beast and even wanted to subdue it. When these giant star behemoths received the news, they rushed to rescue the other giant star beast. If this was the case, then the young man's situation was not good. Now there were 4 giant star behemoths. Together with the other one, there were a total of 5 giant star behemoths. No matter how strong the young man was, he might not be able to withstand the attack of 5 giant star behemoths. Roar! Before they could calm down, 2 more deafening roars came from the depths of the Star River in front of them. There are 2 more? The group of people looked up and suddenly turned pale with fright. This was like poking a hornet's nest. Including these 2, there were 6 giant star behemoths. They must be going for Qin Badian. Otherwise, it's impossible for so many giant star behemoths to appear at once, and all of them are running toward the inner area. The emperor transmitted his voice. Now, they didn't even dare to speak, because they were afraid that the giant star behemoths would hear their voices. He deserves it. It's better for him to die in the hands of these monsters. Dong Qingyuan sneered. A moment later, they narrowly avoided the 2 giant star behemoths again. They didn't dare to activate the will of heaven and flash of light again. They just flew toward the depths of the Star River. Because no one knew if there were any more giant star behemoths. About a few hundred breaths later, a 7th giant star beast appeared. This made the group of people panic to the extreme. A moment later, again, 2 giant star behemoths appeared. There are 9 of them. Are these monsters coming out in full force? Everyone's eyes widened in anger. Suddenly, the 2 giant star behemoths stopped. Why did they stop? Did they discover us? Dong Ping panicked. Don't move and don't say a word. The emperor hurriedly shouted secretly. When the 2 giant star behemoths stopped, the wind and waves would also calm down. In this way, if they continued to escape, they would drive the surrounding clouds and fog, which might expose their whereabouts. Therefore, they had to stop and wait for the 2 giant star behemoths to leave. As the emperor's voice fell, the group of people immediately stopped and held their breaths. They even suppressed their heartbeats to the minimum. But their hearts were about to jump out of their throats. Because the 2 giant star behemoths hadn't moved at all. Their terrifying power and monstrous hostility shrouded the Star River. At the same time, it also shrouded Qin Feiyang and the others. It was like a mountain pressing down on their heads, almost suffocating them. Let's go. There's no one here. Qin Badian is in the inner area. Dong Qingyuan, Dong Qingyuan, Dong Tianqian, and the others were all screaming in their hearts. Being motionless like this made them panic. It would be better if they could see the giant star behemoths. But now, because of the clouds and fog, they couldn't see the giant star behemoths at all, so they didn't know why the 2 giant star behemoths had stopped and what they were doing now. Boom! Suddenly, a wave of divine thought covered the sky and earth. Divine thought? Oh no! They must have sensed something, so they have to search with their divine thought. We can't continue to stand here. The emperor's face changed. He looked at the inner demons and shouted, "Run!" As long as the giant star behemoths released their divine thought, no matter how they hid, they couldn't escape from the giant star behemoth's search. Boom! The dual will of the heavenly path activated the moment of time. The inner demons took the group of people and fled frantically without looking back. Chapter 4605. As expected, The inner demons activated 2 wills of heaven and were instantly discovered by the 2 giant starry sky beasts. Roar! The roar shook the sky. The 2 giant starry sky beasts immediately chased after the group. Ferocious power surged. Quick! Stop them as much as possible! The emperor roared. In fact, even he knew that the hope was slim. They couldn't even defeat 1 giant starry sky beast, let alone 2 giant starry sky beasts. But now, there was no other way. They could only try their best to see if they could create a miracle or find a glimmer of hope. Boom! In an instant, all the ultimate profound meanings appeared. Of course, Qin Feiyang definitely didn't dare to activate 3,000 incarnations. The ultimate profound meaning of life and death and 2 wills of heaven. The demon ancestor, the monarch, and heavenly lord Ji also didn't dare to activate 3,000 incarnations. Frenzy, Long Chen, White-Eyed Wolf, Dong Xingyang, demon ancestor, and Mu Tunyang naturally couldn't activate their fighting souls and God's domain. In other words, the Emperor and Princess Yu Xian were at the side and they couldn't unleash their peak combat power. However, according to their estimation, even if they used all their means, it might not be useful. Because the origin energy of the divine kingdom could suppress all their means. Facing the giant starry sky beasts, even the origin energy of the divine kingdom was useless, let alone their means. Just as expected, even if everyone activated their ultimate profound meaning and the inner demons activated 3,000 incarnations, it was meaningless. One of the giant starry sky beasts didn't even make a move and was smashed by the other giant starry sky beast. What should we do? These are 2 giant starry sky beasts. Most importantly, if the commotion became bigger, it might attract the other 7 giant starry sky beasts. By then, they would have no way to survive. Clang! There was a loud sound. Accompanied by a terrifying light, the Emperor's sword appeared. As the Emperor's sword fully recovered, the sword Qi turned into a giant dragon, crushing the Star River and crazily pouncing on the 2 giant starry sky beasts. However, the 2 giant starry sky beasts had a look of extreme contempt. One of them suddenly raised its arm and grabbed the sword Qi dragon. With a slight squeeze, the sword Qi dragon was shattered into pieces. That's a legendary Dominator divine weapon. Why do I feel like I'm just a toy before them? Everyone was dumbfounded. The Emperor shouted. Princess Moon Fairy nodded. Streaks of dazzling divine light burst out from under the clothes on his chest. Qin Feiyang and the others looked over with a trace of surprise in their eyes. Following closely, a small bronze cauldron floated out from Princess Yu Xian's neck. The bronze cauldron was only the size of a thumb and looked somewhat ancient. Engraved on it were images of heaven and earth, the sun, the moon, the stars, rivers, mountains, and countless living beings. Bronze furnace of heaven and earth, awaken! Princess Yu Xian shouted in a low voice. The small cauldron immediately soared into the sky and turned into a colossus in an instant. It was like a 10,000 zhang tall mountain that exploded with resplendent light. At the same time, a terrifying and despairing divine might surged out like a volcanic eruption. The godly aura covered the entire place. This made everyone present feel a great sense of danger. This is, Qin Feiyang and the others' pupils shrank. The bronze cauldron's aura surpassed the Emperor's sword. The Emperor's sword was a legendary Dominator divine weapon. If it surpassed the Emperor's sword, wouldn't it be a supreme Dominator divine weapon? Isn't this woman's Dominator divine weapon the Phoenix sword? Why is it now a bronze cauldron? White-Eyed Wolf thought. The Phoenix sword was a legendary Dominator divine weapon. Last time in Thousand Demons Valley, they fought it and wanted to take it for themselves. But at the critical moment, Ji Suyi came and made them lose their chance. So, they only had the Kuan Peng and the Dragon God's peak Dominator divine weapons, which were still suppressed in Soul Sealing Valley. But now, the Phoenix sword didn't show up, but a supreme Dominator divine weapon? Was this a joke? Dominator divine weapon? Is this the supreme Dominator divine weapon Ji Suyi got from the hidden territory? Qin Feiyang thought. With this reminder, the White-Eyed Wolf and the others suddenly realized what was going on. That's right. Lu Jijin and the inner demons told them about this. But at the time, Lu Jijin and the inner demons weren't sure. After all, they didn't see Ji Suyi's supreme dominator divine weapon with their own eyes. But now that they looked at it, it was true. The hidden territory really did have a supreme dominator divine weapon. Die, you two monsters! Princess Moon Fairy roared. The bronze cauldron was as big as a mountain. It shattered billions of miles of stars and headed for the two space beasts. But even before the supreme dominator divine weapon, the two space beasts' eyes were full of disdain. One of the giant starry sky beasts raised its thick arm and threw a punch without any fancy moves. Even though the bronze cauldron was 10,000 zhang tall, it was like an ant before the space beasts. It was minuscule, because the space beasts' fists were as big as the bronze cauldron. One could imagine. How big was the star behemoth? Clang. Rumble. In an instant, the bronze cauldron and the space beast's fists collided. Accompanied by an earth-shaking explosion, the Cyprius cauldron, a supreme-level sovereign divine weapon, was sent flying by the punch. Cracks immediately appeared on its huge body. Finally, with a loud crack, it broke into pieces. How is this possible? Princess Moon Fairy's eyes opened wide. When Qin Feiyang and the others saw this, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. That was a supreme dominator divine weapon. It was the only one in the entire divine kingdom. But now, under the space beast's fists, it couldn't even withstand a single blow. It shattered on the spot. Just how terrifying was that power? If that fist landed on them, the result would be, just thinking about it made them break out in cold sweat. Space beasts aren't something we can fight against. The Emperor looked at the Cyprius cauldron that was flying back. It was already in pieces and had no power to fight. His face was filled with grief. Princess Moon Fairy, Dong Hanzong, Dong Qingyuan, and the others were also filled with despair. Qin Feiyang and the rest of the group also remained silent. It wasn't that they didn't want to fight, but they couldn't defeat the space beasts. Even the inner demons couldn't compare to them in terms of speed. The two space beasts were like two invincible gods. They made people feel fear and despair. I'm sorry. The Emperor looked at the crowd and suddenly said apologetically. Everyone looked at the Emperor in shock. Why did he suddenly apologize to them? I wanted to send you to the secret realm to find the opportunity to enter a new realm. But I didn't expect you to die in the Star River before even seeing the secret realm. It's all my fault. I should have sent you to the secret realm a few years earlier or a few years later. The Emperor sighed. Princess Moon Fairy hurriedly said, Father, it's not your fault. How is it your fault, Your Majesty? There's nothing you can do. You didn't expect this to happen. Dong Hanzong said. Dong Qingyuan clenched his fists and growled, I think it's Qin Baishan's fault. Qin Feiyang looked at Dong Qingyuan suspiciously. How did it have anything to do with the ancestor? If Qin Batian didn't come to the Star River and tame the space beasts, we wouldn't have encountered the space beasts in the inner region. If he didn't act so arrogantly and unscrupulously, we wouldn't have attracted the space beasts now. It's all his fault. Dong Qingyuan said resentfully. The Emperor, Dong Hanzong, Dong Tianqian, and the others heard this and a trace of resentment appeared in their eyes. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other. They couldn't refute Dong Qingyuan's words. Because it was the truth. If the mysterious young man didn't come to the Star River, they wouldn't have encountered so many space beasts. Even though the young man was innocent, it was still his doing at the end of the day. The inner demon said, Since we're going to die anyway, why don't we tell the Emperor everything? Tell the Emperor everything. Qin Feiyang murmured and a determined light flashed in his eyes. No, we can't die. It doesn't matter if we die, but don't forget about the Black Tortoise Realm. The Black Tortoise Realm. Everyone's eyes trembled. That's right. The Black Tortoise Realm was in Qin Feiyang's body. If Qin Feiyang was killed, the Black Tortoise Realm might be destroyed too. At that time, it wouldn't be just the dozen of them who died. Billions of lives would die with them. There must be a way. Qin Feiyang murmured. However, at this moment, a whistling sound could be heard. Everyone quickly turned their heads to look, but the clouds were too thick to see who it was. However, this aura was strangely familiar. It was the mysterious young man. When did he catch up? Qin Feiyang and the others were a little stunned. I wanted to save you, but you said I was arrogant and domineering. Forget it, you can slowly struggle. Accompanied by a lazy voice, the mysterious young man appeared within 100 feet. Seeing the mysterious young man appear, Dong Qingyun, who was complaining a moment ago, immediately put on a flattering smile and said, Qin Batten, please help us. Why? The mysterious young man held a green foxtail in his mouth and looked cynical. Xiao Qin ignored the two roaring starry sky beasts charging over. The snow python was napping on his shoulder. It was infected by the young man. The snow python was not like this in the past. But Dong Qingyuan really couldn't find a suitable reason. They were all enemies. Why should he save you? Plop. Finally, he simply knelt down and kowtowed as he exclaimed, I was the one who scolded you earlier. I am willing to atone for my sins with my death. I only ask that you help His Majesty the Emperor and Her Highness the Princess. When I become a lonely ghost, I will be grateful to you. The Emperor and Princess Yu Xian trembled. They were a little angry when they saw Dong Qingyuan kneeling. They never thought that Dong Qingyuan would kneel to save them. He was willing to put down his dignity and die to save them. Who could compare with Dong Qingyuan's loyalty? Does the Emperor like him that much? Who wouldn't like such a loyal person? Qin Feiyang and the others also sighed in their hearts. Putting aside Dong Qingyuan's character, his loyalty was indeed admirable. Chapter 4606. The young man looked at Dong Qingyuan with a playful gaze. The Emperor might fall for your tricks, but I'm not the Emperor. I won't fall for it. I beg you. Dong Qingyuan kept kowtowing. If there was a brick in front of him, his forehead would have been broken. Don't beg him again. The Emperor scolded. Although he was touched, this behavior was too shameful. It was a loss of the dignity of the Dong family. Your Majesty, this is the only chance. Dong Qingyuan cried out. He looked at the mysterious young man and begged, I beg you, I'm willing to repay your kindness with my life. After that, a destructive aura suddenly rushed out of his body. Self-explosion. The Emperor's expression changed. He grabbed Dong Qingyuan's shoulder and shouted, Who told you to do such a stupid thing? Stop it immediately. Your Majesty, as long as I can save you, why should I be afraid of death? Dong Qingyuan looked like he was going to die for justice, which made the Emperor's heart ache. His self-explosion did not stop. If he wants to self-explode, just let him. It doesn't matter whether he's alive or dead. The inner demon sneered. Shut up. The Emperor glared at him. I know you have a grudge against each other, but in this situation, is it the time to care about these personal grudges? Everyone should unite and get through this difficulty. The giant starry sky beasts had already charged over. Moreover, this time, they were coming for the young man. It seemed that they all knew the young man. The mysterious young man raised his eyebrows and turned to look at the two giant starry sky beasts. He said helplessly, Can you not be so unreasonable? I just want you to be my mounts, not your lives. Do you have to risk your lives like this? However, his words did not extinguish the anger of the two giant starry sky beasts. Instead, they became angrier. They roared into the sky, opened their bloody mouths, and pounced on the young man with sharp fangs. For them, being the mounts of a human was tantamount to killing them. Let's go now. The Emperor's eyes flashed. He looked at the inner demons and said, The two giant starry sky beasts' target had shifted to the young man, so they could take the opportunity to escape. Go. The mysterious young man smiled mockingly. With a single step, he instantly leaped over the group of people and landed in front of them. So fast. What kind of speed is that? Everyone's pupils suddenly shrank. The youth's current speed was even faster than the inner demon's dual wills of the heavenly Tao and the momentary time. How could this be? The young man did not have the aura of the will of the heavenly Tao, nor did he activate the momentary time. But why was his speed so fast? Could it be, had he stepped into a new realm? Roar! While he was distracted, two starry sky behemoths pounced on him. The young man ran in front of Qin Feiyang and the others. As for Qin Feiyang and the others, they naturally became the targets of the two giant starry sky beasts. Looking at the body that was larger than a mountain and the fangs that were shining with a dim light, the group of people immediately felt despair. The corners of the young man's mouth curled up. He suddenly waved his hand, and Qin Feiyang and the others immediately followed the young man uncontrollably. They tore through the sky like lightning. The two starry sky behemoths immediately became furious when they missed their target. They let out a deafening roar and then chased after the group of people crazily. Do you know the purpose of their roar? The young man looked at the emperor playfully and asked, "What do you mean?" The emperor frowned. They are calling for their companions. In other words, you will be chased by 10 starry sky behemoths later. The young man laughed mockingly. Hearing this, the emperor's eyes darkened. Qin Feiyang and the others could not help but frown. What was this guy trying to do? The young man said, 10 starry sky behemoths. If I suddenly leave you behind, think about the consequences. The group of people could not help but feel their scalps go numb. They could only wait for death when facing 2 starry sky behemoths, let alone 10. The young man asked, "Tell me, what are you doing in the Star River?" The emperor's pupils shrank. He shook his head and said, "Nothing. I just brought them to see the true face of the Star River." The secret realm could not be known to this person. Otherwise, with this person's means and courage, he would definitely enter the secret realm. When the time came, with this person around, there was no hope for the others to enter a new realm. The most important thing was, if this person was allowed to enter the secret realm, his strength would be even stronger. At that time, it would be even harder to deal with him. You are not telling the truth. The mysterious young man shook his head. He raised his arm and grabbed Princess Yuxian. He said mockingly, "I wonder if your small body is enough to fill the gap between the teeth of those two monsters." Princess Yuxian panicked. "What are you trying to do?" The emperor glared at the young man. "Let go of the princess." Dong Qingyuan also roared. "Your lives are now in my hands. So, I advise you to be obedient. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." The young man looked at the emperor with a smile in his eyes. However, this smile made people's hair stand on end. "Father?" Princess Yuxian looked at the emperor helplessly. The emperor clenched his fists. "Speak. Why did you come to the Star River?" The young man asked. The emperor said in a deep voice, "I heard that there is a peerless treasure hidden in the starry sky domain. So, I want to see if it is true." "Is that true?" The young man's eyes flashed with killing intent. The emperor nodded. In any case, this person did not know about the existence of the secret realm. So, as long as he told the truth, he would be able to fool him. Sigh. The young man shook his head and sighed. "Why are you sighing?" The emperor could not help but panic. "I am a little angry now because you are treating me like a fool." As his voice fell, the young man grabbed Princess Yuxian and was about to throw her toward the two giant beasts. "No! I will speak, I will speak, I will tell you everything." The emperor roared. The young man's arm paused. He looked at the emperor and said with a smile, "This is your last chance." The emperor struggled for a moment. In the end, he sighed and said, "I am escorting them to the secret realm." "It is really a secret realm." The young man muttered. "What? You know about the secret realm?" The emperor's eyes trembled. He looked at the young man in surprise. The young man let go of Princess Yuxian and said indifferently, "The entire starry sky domain is my backyard. What is so strange about knowing about the secret realm?" If his words were not shocking, he would not rest. The starry sky domain was his backyard? Could he not be so pretentious? It was Qin Feiyang who told him before. However, what was this guy trying to do? He already knew about the existence of the secret realm. Why did he still force the emperor to tell him? But soon, they knew the mysterious young man's purpose. The young man yawned and looked at the emperor. "To enter the secret realm, you should need a key. Give me the key and I will take you to the starry sky domain." The emperor's body stiffened. How was that possible? This key was the key to entering the secret realm. Moreover, once the key was given to the young man, the young man could directly abandon them and go to the secret realm by himself. Without the young man's help, they would be dead meat. In other words, now this key had become the key to their survival. Hurry up. My patience has its limits. The young man looked at the emperor. His lazy eyes gradually turned sharp. Impossible. The emperor shook his head. No matter what, he could not give the key to this person. Because of this key, they had the right to negotiate. No matter what, it was Qin Baishan's fault. Otherwise, he would have provoked the giant beasts of starry sky. Would they be chased by 2 giant beasts of starry sky? If they were not chased by the giant beasts of starry sky, they would not be in such a passive situation. Impossible? It seems that I have to kill you one by one to make you yield. Killing intent flashed in the young man's eyes. He grabbed Princess Yuxian again. Princess Yuxian wanted to resist this time, but she was shocked to find that the dog's tail grass in the young man's mouth contained an extremely terrifying aura. Just this aura alone made her despair, because this was the aura of the origin force. It was even more terrifying than the origin force of the divine kingdom. It could even severely injure the giant beasts of starry sky. Even if you kill her, I will not give you the key. The emperor clenched his hands and said word by word. His expression was extremely firm. Is that so? The young man slowly lifted Princess Yuxian with a playful smile. Looking at this scene, the emperor's heart was in his throat. He was very anxious, but his rationality told him that he could not hand over the key. The young man was about to throw Princess Yuxian to the 2 giant beasts of starry sky. The emperor roared, "If you dare to kill her, I will destroy the key. Then, no one will be able to enter the secret realm." Hearing this, the young man could not help but frown. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other and raised their eyebrows. Originally, they were also looking forward to the emperor handing over the key. Because as long as he handed over the key, he could kill the emperor, Princess Yuxian, Dong Hanzong, and Dong Qingyuan. This way, not only would they be able to enter the secret realm, but they would also be able to get rid of these troublemakers. But they did not expect the emperor to be so crazy. He would rather destroy the key than give it to the mysterious young man. If the key was really destroyed, it would not be a big loss to the emperor, because the emperor had already been to the secret realm. But to them, it would be a big loss, because this meant that they would lose the chance to find the profound truth. Little brother, don't push it too hard. The key to the secret realm cannot be destroyed. He made a prompt decision. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice to the mysterious young man. Although it was a pity that he could not kill the emperor, as long as he could enter the secret realm successfully, it would be a kind of compensation. Moreover, as long as he stepped into a new realm, as long as he could comprehend the supreme law, it would be easy for him to kill the emperor. All right. The young man pondered for a while and secretly agreed. He let go of Princess Yuxian. Princess Yuxian immediately hid behind the emperor. Her eyes were filled with fear. This was Qin Baishan's strength? He was so strong that no one could match him. The emperor finally heaved a sigh of relief. But in his heart, he did not relax. He did not dare to relax. He had to pay full attention to the young man to prevent him from suddenly attacking and snatching the key to the secret realm. Chapter 4607. You can keep the key for now. But let me tell you, when we enter the starry sky realm, if you dare to play any tricks, don't blame me for being rude. After the young man finished speaking, he resumed his lazy look and yawned continuously. The emperor felt extremely aggrieved. He was the son of the ruler of the divine kingdom, but now he was being threatened by the grandson of the king. Even the king had to behave in front of him. This really proved a saying. When a tiger fell from the sky, it would be bullied by dogs. The mysterious young man's speed was almost the same as that of the giant starry sky beast. Therefore, they could not shake off the giant starry sky beast that was chasing after them, but the giant starry sky beast could not catch up with them either. The two of them, one running and the other chasing, rushed into the depths of the core area at lightning speed. Seeing that the giant starry sky beast could not catch up with them, Qin Feiyang and the rest could finally feel at ease. Qin Feiyang glanced at the emperor and the rest and transmitted his voice to the young man, Didn't you subdue the first giant starry sky beast? It's not that easy. The giant starry sky beast is stronger than me. If not for the origin force, I can't beat it at all. The young man said to himself. You can't beat it? Qin Feiyang and the rest were stunned. The inner demons pursed his lips and said to himself, You're being modest. Your current speed has already surpassed the dual wills of the heavenly Tao and the split time. To be honest, shouldn't you step into a new realm? The young man replied. Then how do you explain your current speed? The inner demons frowned. Do I need to explain it to you? The young man asked rhetorically. The inner demons was stunned and smiled bitterly in his heart. There was really no need to explain to this person. This was because they were neither relatives nor friends. The young man helped them time and time again purely because he was in a good mood. Anyway, this young man could not be provoked and could not be offended. Otherwise, if they aroused the young man's disgust, it would do them no good. Roar! So, accompanied by a series of deafening roars, the other 7 giant starry sky beasts were indeed summoned. They were facing the pursuit of 9 giant starry sky beasts. We really poked the hornet's nest. The young man smiled bitterly. Even he didn't dare to fight 9 giant star beasts head-on. Why did you suddenly decide to go to the starry sky realm and subdue the giant star beasts? Qin Feiyang was speechless. There's no other way. The young man glanced at the snow python lying on his shoulder and said with a dark face, This guy is lazier than me now. Asking it to move is like asking for its life, so I want to find a new mount. The snow python opened its eyes and looked at the young man. There seemed to be a trace of disdain in its eyes. Then, it closed its eyes and dozed off without saying a word. See that? If it weren't for the fact that we've been together for so long and have developed feelings for each other, I wouldn't have recognized it and killed it. The young man was furious. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched as he thought to himself, This is all because of you. When I first met it, it wasn't like this at all. Don't spout nonsense. Ruining my reputation. The young man glared at Qin Feiyang with displeasure. Qin Feiyang sneered. Isn't this how you behave? Do you need me to ruin your reputation? In the blink of an eye. Half a month passed. On this day, a starry sky gradually appeared in front of them. The starry sky here was brighter and wider than the Milky Way. There was no end to it at all. Every star seemed to be close and within reach, but in fact, they were far away on the horizon, exuding a vast aura that shocked the soul. It was beyond imagination. They had thought that the starry sky domain might be a dark area without light, but now they saw the starry sky domain was brighter than the bright night sky. So fast. Dong Tianqian muttered. At first, the emperor said that it would take a year to enter the starry sky domain. But now, in total it was only a few months. The emperor said telepathically, First, Lu Yuntian brought us here. Now, Qin Batian brought us here. Of course, it's faster than before. This Qin Batian did a good thing. Dong Tianqian smiled secretly. A good thing? Do you still want to thank him? Don't forget, he's going to the secret realm too. At that time, I'm afraid you won't even be able to keep your lives in the secret realm. The emperor looked gloomy. His heart was full of worry. Hearing this, Dong Tianqian and the others couldn't help but feel gloomy. Entering the secret realm was the most dangerous time. During the conversation, finally, a group of people flew out of the Star River and entered the starry sky domain. An ancient, vast, magnificent, and icy aura surged in his direction. The endless starry sky domain was also dead silent. Stars of various sizes were emitting a dazzling divine light, making the starry sky look gorgeous and colorful. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a group of giant beasts of the starry sky rushed out of the Star River one after another. In the meantime, the giant beast of the starry sky that the young man chased had also caught up, so now there were 10 giant beasts of the starry sky chasing after them. Quick, take out the key to the secret realm. The young man urged. Facing the pursuit of 10 giant beasts of the starry sky, he could only escape. The emperor glanced at the 10 giant beasts of the starry sky and said in a deep voice, I'm afraid it's not appropriate to summon the gate of the secret realm now. The young man frowned. The emperor said, because if we summon them now, these monsters may destroy the gate of the secret realm, so it's better to get rid of them first. As soon as this was said, most people agreed, including Qin Feiyang and the others. These giant beasts of the starry sky were eyeing covetously, so it wouldn't be so easy to enter the secret realm. Get rid of them? You can do it if you're so good. The young man sneered. The emperor's face stiffened. The young man glanced at the star domain in front of them and said in a deep voice, "Moreover, this starry sky domain is the headquarters of the giant beasts of the starry sky. There are countless giant beasts of the starry sky lurking here. If we alarm them, we won't have any hope of entering the secret realm." Hearing this, the emperor decisively took out a key. Qin Feiyang and the others immediately looked at it. This key was as long as an adult's palm. It was completely black and filled with an ancient and mysterious aura. There was a pattern on both sides of the key, which was in the shape of an eye. But it wasn't. The eye on one side was blood red, and the eye on the other side was reddish gold. It gave people a very strange feeling. It was as if these two eyes were living creatures. When the emperor took out this key, they had a very real feeling, as if they were being stared at by something. They couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines. "This is the key to the secret realm?" Qin Feiyang murmured. He had to get his hands on the key, because the secret realm was too important. If they could obtain this key, the beings of the Black Tortoise world would be able to enter the secret realm in the future. For example, Pei Tianhong, Wang Changyuan, Wang Xiaojie, and the others. One day in the future, they could also enter the secret realm to gain experience. The emperor took a deep breath with the key in hand. Immediately after, he waved his hand, and a pool of blood appeared between his eyebrows. "Father, what are you doing?" Princess Yu Xian was surprised. Summoning the gate of the secret realm requires a large amount of blood. The emperor said, "We need blood to summon it?" Everyone was stunned. "Let me help you." Princess Yu Xian regained her senses and immediately wanted to cut her wrist. "No need." The emperor stopped her and said, "Before coming, I have already collected enough blood." Princess Yu Xian was stunned. She raised her head to look at the emperor's forehead and asked suspiciously, "This isn't your blood?" "Of course not. Not to mention my blood. Even if all the blood here were added together, it wouldn't be enough to summon the gate of the secret realm. So, we had to collect it in advance. This blood is stored in a spatial divine item." The emperor explained. Princess Yu Xian smiled and said, "So it's like this. I thought you were using your own blood to summon the gate of the secret realm. Am I that stupid?" The emperor smiled bitterly. Not to mention the entire central dynasty, just the blood of the death god army was enough to form a lake. Why would he need to use his own blood? Spatial divine item. Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other. Since the emperor could take out blood from the spatial divine item, it naturally meant that they could enter the spatial divine item. In other words, the starry sky domain didn't have such restrictions. It seemed that the restrictions of the Star River were related to the clouds. There were no clouds in the starry sky domain, so there were no restrictions. "Why don't you try and see if we can send a message to people outside the starry sky domain?" White-eyed Wolf turned to look at Dong Tianqian and said. Dong Tianqian was stunned and took out a voice transmission stone. "There's no need to try. Although we can open the spatial divine item and revive the voice transmission stone in the starry sky domain, we can't send a message to people outside. In short, now, you can only send a message to people who are also in the starry sky domain." The emperor said. Dong Tianqian's expression froze. He wanted to tell his family that he was safe, but now it seemed that he was thinking too much. "You mean, the Star River cuts off the connection between the starry sky domain and the outside world?" Qin Feiyang asked. "You can also compare the starry sky domain to a cage." The emperor nodded. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. Since they could open the spatial divine item, they should be able to go to the Black Tortoise world, right? Why don't we give it a try? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed as he glanced at the emperor and the princess. It was better not to take this risk. After pondering for a while, Qin Feiyang thought of a better idea. He directly sent a voice transmission. Fire Lotus, can you hear me? Qin Dage? Fire Lotus's voice immediately sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. She seemed to be surprised. You can contact them? That means we can enter and leave the Black Tortoise world freely. Qin Feiyang was secretly happy and sent a voice transmission. How have you been? Pretty good. And many of the secret guards have mastered the will of the heavenly Tao. What about you? Don't tell me you have already come out of the secret realm? Fire Lotus asked. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly and said, We haven't entered the secret realm yet. What? Haven't entered the secret realm yet? According to the time, you have already left for several months. Why haven't you entered the secret realm yet? Fire Lotus was stunned. This was what surprised her when she heard Qin Feiyang's voice. It's a long story. We have just crossed the Star River and arrived at the Starry Sky Domain. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Starry Sky Domain? Fire Lotus was slightly stunned and immediately said with excitement, Let me see what the Starry Sky Domain is like. Subsequently, she waved her hand and the void domain outside slowly unfolded in the void in front of her. Chapter 3, Release at 11. Chapter 4608. So, the others also heard the news and came over. The small courtyard of the Fire Lotus instantly became a sea of people. This is the Starry Sky Domain? Look, that star is so big. I feel like I can reach out and touch it. Wang Xiaojie pointed to a blue star in the picture and exclaimed. Although the scene in the picture was only the tip of the iceberg of the Starry Sky Domain, it was enough to shock the people of the Black Tortoise world. At the same time, they were also paying attention to the key in the Emperor's hand. The key, with the continuous influx of blood, turned from the original jet black to dark red. In the aura, there was also a murderous aura. About 10 breaths passed. It was unknown how much blood this key had absorbed, but it suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura. Qin Feiyang and the others were still okay, they just felt that it was terrifying. But the 10 giant starry sky beasts that were chasing behind immediately turned and fled as if they had seen a devil. When Qin Feiyang and the rest saw this scene, their expressions involuntarily froze. What was going on? Why did these giant starry sky beasts run away? Could it be related to this key? The group of people looked at the key in the Emperor's hand. Except for the terrifying aura, they didn't sense any other danger. The next moment, the key suddenly shook violently. The Emperor's arm trembled and he quickly let go of the key. Qin Feiyang and the others also instinctively took a few steps back. The Starry Sky Domain didn't have the pressure of gravity, so it didn't matter if they left the Emperor and the mysterious youth. After the key broke free, it immediately soared into the sky, skyrocketed 90,000 miles, and suspended at the top of the Starry Sky Domain. A dark red blood light swept in all directions like a tide. In an instant, the Starry Sky Domain within a radius of tens of billions of miles turned into a blood light. Roar! It was also at this moment. Roars could be heard coming from all directions. Some of the voices were very loud. Some were very weak and came from very far away. Qin Feiyang and the others were shocked and quickly looked up to scan the surroundings. So, they saw a terrifying scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. On the countless stars in the surroundings, black shadows began to crawl up one after another. Since the star was too far away from them, they couldn't see their true appearances. However, judging from their silhouettes, they were all star behemoths. Furthermore, not just a few, but dozens, hundreds, and countless. Every star was densely packed with black shadows. The starry sky behemoths on the distant stars could only be seen as small black dots. It was too terrifying. As far as the eye could see, there were at least a few million star behemoths. How desperate would it be if all the giant starry sky beasts showed up? They probably won't come over. The Emperor murmured. His heart was uneasy to the extreme. Even the mysterious young man was clearly nervous as he swept his gaze over the black figure on the star. What is it? There are so many monsters in the Starry Sky realm? Within the Black Tortoise world. Fire Lotus and the others were also dumbfounded. It was completely beyond his imagination. In the blink of an eye, the key floating at the top of the starry sky realm gradually turned into a huge blood vortex as the blood light surged. In the middle of the blood vortex was a dark black hole that seemed to be connected to hell. Suddenly, shrill screams could be heard. The door to the secret realm is about to appear. The emperor clenched his fists, his eyes full of desire. But at the same time, there was also a trace of disappointment. No matter how much he desired, it was an unchangeable fact that he couldn't enter the secret realm. Qin Feiyang and the others stared at the blood vortex when they heard this. Boom! Suddenly, streaks of black flames rushed out of the blood vortex like ghost flames. The starry sky realm was suddenly filled with a fierce and bloody aura. Qin Feiyang and the others, who were standing below, felt as if the souls in their sea of consciousness were burning. A great sense of crisis arose spontaneously. Without a doubt, the flames that rushed out of the blood vortex were enough to destroy their souls in an instant. Clang! Not long after the flames appeared, a shocking scene appeared again. 4 iron chains jumped out of the blood vortex again. These were not ordinary iron chains. They were as black as ink, surrounded by rolling black fog and flickering dim light. They were very thick. The diameter of each iron chain was estimated to be hundreds of feet. Looking up from below, it was as if 4 giant dragons were roaring out of the blood vortex. In the end, with a loud clang, one end of the 4 iron chains was fixed to the top of the starry sky realm, like 4 pillars to the sky, glued together with the top of the starry sky realm. The white-eyed wolf said in surprise, "Did you notice that the aura of these 4 iron chains is similar to the clouds of the Star River?" Qin Feiyang and the others nodded. The rolling black fog around the iron chains was exactly the same as the clouds of the Star River. In other words, these chains were not made of divine metal. Instead, they were condensed from this strange cloud and mist. Where did this cloud come from? Everyone frowned. These clouds were more powerful than the power of origin. A power that surpassed the power of origin. This had far exceeded their understanding of this world. Clang. Just as the group of people were puzzled, a loud noise suddenly exploded. This starry sky realm also trembled. The stars in the distance were also trembling. The giant beasts of starry sky on the stars fled frantically. It was as if an ancient monster was about to be born in the blood vortex. Qin Feiyang said, "It seems that the gate of the secret realm only poses a danger to these giant beasts of starry sky. Because they were standing below. Although they felt fear, they did not sense the threat of death. Even now, they were not injured at all." Clang. The loud noise sounded again. At this moment, the entire blood-colored vortex began to tremble. It was as if there was a ferocious beast that was struggling non-stop in the bloody vortex. At that moment, the 4 chains were dragging the ferocious beast out. Boom! Crack! The surrounding starry sky realm began to collapse, like a scene of doomsday. Qin Feiyang and the others instinctively took a few steps back again. Clang! All of a sudden, loud noises sounded frequently, shaking all directions. Finally, accompanied by a particularly deafening sound, the 4 iron chains dragged out a dark red stone door from the blood vortex. This stone door was tens of thousands of feet high. After being dragged out by the 4 iron chains, the stone door was fixed at the top of the starry sky realm, blooming with thousands of rays of divine light, like a blood moon lying across the top of the starry sky realm. "This is the gate of the secret realm?" Qin Feiyang and the others murmured. The 4 iron chains were firmly tied to the 4 corners of the door frame, as if they were really binding an ancient monster. There were 2 stone doors on the gate, which were in a closed state at this moment. There were also 2 patterns on the 2 stone doors. These 2 patterns were exactly the same as the pattern on the key of the secret realm. On the left door was a blood-red eye. On the right door, there was a golden eye. It looked extremely strange, as if it was staring at Qin Feiyang and the others below, which made Qin Feiyang and the others' hair stand on end. "I guess this gate of the secret realm is enough to kill us in seconds," Dong Ping muttered, gulping. Although he was fully prepared, he still couldn't help but panic. "I don't know. The power of the gate of the secret realm is terrifying, but it has never harmed anyone. The emperor shook his head. Not necessarily. After all, father, you've only seen it twice. Princess Yu Xian whispered. That's true. The emperor nodded. The last time he came to the secret realm with Ji Sui was the first time. He escorted Qin Feiyang and the others to the secret realm. This was the second time. The secret realm should have existed for countless years, and who knew how many times it had been opened. So, it was unknown whether the gate of the secret realm had harmed anyone. Perhaps it had. Otherwise, the space beasts in the starry sky realm wouldn't be so afraid. While they were talking, the vision reappeared. The key in the middle of the vortex suddenly rose into the air and flew towards the door of the secret realm. In the center of the gate, there was a keyhole. The key flew up and went straight into the keyhole. Clang. Rumble. As the key went in, a loud noise sounded, as deafening as thunder. A crack appeared in the middle of the gate. The two stone gates slowly opened. Following the opening of the two stone doors, an ancient, grand, bloody, and fiendish aura surged out like a flood that had opened a floodgate. Qin Feiyang and the others couldn't help but be on guard. Don't be nervous. This is just the aura of the passage. There's no danger. The emperor quickly comforted them. Hearing this, the group breathed a sigh of relief. After a while, boom, the stone gates finally opened. A crimson-red passage was revealed. From afar, it looked like a bloody mouth, waiting for prey to deliver itself. It was terrifying. The emperor breathed a sigh of relief, finally opening the gate of the secret realm. Then he looked at Qin Feiyang and the others and asked, "The gate of the secret realm is open. Once you enter, life and death will be unpredictable. Are you ready?" Qin Feiyang looked at each other, took a deep breath, and nodded to the emperor. "Father, didn't you say you would escort us into the secret realm? Why are you escorting us here?" Princess Moon Fairy was stunned and asked suspiciously. Hearing this, the emperor couldn't help but look at the mysterious young man. Princess Moon Fairy was puzzled. Why was father looking at Qin Batian? Qin Batian, the emperor suddenly said. The mysterious young man had been observing the gate of the secret realm. Hearing the emperor's shout, he retracted his gaze and looked at the emperor suspiciously. "I know. You will definitely kill them. But I hope that before you enter the secret realm, you can temporarily suppress your killing intent and help them enter the secret realm," the emperor said. If the young man helped, there was no need for him to escort them. Because the young man's strength was stronger than his, it was naturally safer. What? Not killing them, but helping them enter the secret realm. Are you sleepwalking? The mysterious young man was stunned. If he wasn't sleepwalking, how could he say such naive words? Chapter 4609. You heard me right. I want you to help them enter the secret realm. The emperor nodded. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other with suspicion in their eyes. Why was the emperor so confident? Tell me your reason. The young man crossed his arms and looked at him with a playful expression. The reason is that they know about the secret realm, but you don't. If you don't take them with you, even if you have heaven-defying means, I can guarantee you that you will die in the secret realm. The emperor sneered. So that's how it is. The young man suddenly understood. I have personally experienced the secret realm. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a narrow escape. Back then, my father entered the secret realm and almost lost his life. Although you are strong, I don't think you are stronger than my father. The emperor said. Is that so? Apart from being the ruler of the divine kingdom, I really don't see anything special about your father. The young man shook his head. His words were full of disdain. The emperor clenched his hands, and his face was full of hostility. You can humiliate me, but not my father. The young man mocked. Your father is indeed very strong now, but you can ask him if he dares to fight those starry sky behemoths before he enters the new realm. The emperor raised his eyebrows and fell silent. He doesn't dare. But I dare. You saw me chasing after the starry sky behemoths in the inner zone. Was your father as strong as I am now? The young man said with contempt. His words made the emperor speechless. As for your father, as the ruler of a region, he controlled the origin energy of the divine kingdom. Just like Qin Feiyang now, he can increase his combat strength. However, can the origin energy of the divine kingdom compare to the origin energy in my hands? It can't even compare now, let alone when he entered the secret realm. When he entered the secret realm, the divine kingdom should be similar to the black tortoise realm now. The young man sneered. Do you have the ability to compare strength with me? The emperor was a little angry, because in comparison, his father back then was really not as good as Qin Badian. Thus, even a minor character like your father was able to return alive, much less me. However, it's not impossible to help them. The young man chuckled. Originally, hearing the word small fry, the emperor could not help but go crazy. However, when he heard the last sentence, he was stunned and asked suspiciously, "What conditions do you have?" The mysterious young man glanced at Qin Feiyang. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he said, "My condition is to help me kill Qin Feiyang." What? The emperor, Princess Yu Xian, Dong Hanzong, Dong Qingyuan, and Dong Tianqin were all shocked. Isn't Qin Feiyang your descendant? You actually want to kill him? If not for the fact that they were witnessing it with their own eyes and hearing it with their own ears, they would never have dared to believe it. Meanwhile, Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other with a trace of suspicion in their eyes. What the hell is this guy doing? Those who understand, understand. Those who don't understand, it's useless to explain. The mysterious young man laughed heartily. Then he took a step forward and flew toward the secret realm gate. What does he mean? The emperor and the others looked at each other. Those who understand? What kind of medicine was this person selling in his gourd? Suddenly, Dong Qingyuan patted his head and looked at the emperor. Your Majesty, he actually means to let the central dynasty train Qin Feiyang. The emperor frowned. That's right. He wants us to kill Qin Feiyang because he wants to use us to force Qin Feiyang and stimulate Qin Feiyang's potential. It's just as we thought. He treats the central dynasty and the Dong clan as a stepping stone for Qin Feiyang. Dong Hanzong clenched his fists and his body was full of anger. Qin Feiyang and the others were shocked. They had to admit that Dong Qingyuan and Dong Hanzong were really good at imagining things. The young man's casual words were actually so far-fetched. They really understood the young man's intention now. The young man said this to mislead the emperor and make him think that they were still in the central dynasty. This way, the emperor would be on tenterhooks all day. He would never know that they had already entered the secret realm. The emperor's eyes flashed with murderous intent. No matter what he wants to do, don't be distracted. Focus on finding the truth of the strongest law. Yes. The group of people bowed in response. Also, when you enter the secret realm, immediately think of a way to get rid of this person. Otherwise, he is likely to kill you. The emperor said. Understood. Everyone nodded again. Then let's go. The emperor waved his hand and the group of people immediately flew toward the secret realm gate. Princess Yu Xian looked at the emperor and said, Father, Qin Feiyang is not that easy to deal with. You and mother must be careful. I know. Don't worry. The emperor smiled slightly, his eyes full of love. At this moment, he did not show the slightest bit of worry. It was not because he was not worried about Princess Yu Xian. There was no father in this world who was not worried about his daughter. Even if there was, it was only a few. The emperor did not show the slightest bit of worry because he hoped that his daughter could enter the secret realm with peace of mind. Princess Yu Xian took a deep breath and bowed deeply to the emperor. Then, she turned around and chased after Qin Feiyang and the others without looking back. Xian, you must come back alive, the emperor murmured. He clenched his fists tightly. The moment Princess Yu Xian turned around and left, he could no longer suppress the emotions in his heart. Looking at his daughter's gradually disappearing figure, even his eyes were a little wet. Because this time, they might be parting forever. White-eyed Wolf looked suspiciously at Qin Feiyang and said, Little Qin Zi, I saw that you have been staring at the key on the secret realm gate. What's so good about that key? That's right. As Qin Feiyang flew towards the secret realm gate, he kept looking at the key inserted into the secret realm gate. He really wanted to get his hands on this key. However, he was a little worried. What if something happened to the secret realm gate when he pulled out the key? Brother Wolf, you still don't know. Big Brother Qin must have taken a fancy to this key and wants to take it for himself. Li Feng snickered secretly. White-eyed Wolf was stunned. He raised his head and looked at the key. His eyes were shining as he muttered, "Why isn't brother here yet?" He could not let the emperor have such an important key. Don't be impulsive. Qin Feiyang stopped White-eyed Wolf, who was about to make a move. What's wrong? White-eyed Wolf was suspicious. Didn't you want that key? Why aren't you taking action? I do want this key, but entering the secret realm is more important. We're about to enter the secret realm. If something happens when we take out the key, wouldn't the loss outweigh the gain? Let's wait until we come out of the secret realm and openly snatch it from the emperor. Qin Feiyang said. White-eyed Wolf pondered for a while and nodded. That's fine. They had gone through a lot of hardships to cross the Star River and come to the Starry Sky domain. They had successfully summoned the secret realm gate. They could not complicate things at this time. It didn't matter when they snatched the key. You guys, follow me closely. Suddenly, the young man's voice sounded in the minds of Qin Feiyang and the others. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other. They put away their distracting thoughts and looked at the passage behind the secret realm gate. Their eyes immediately became serious. The mysterious young man took the lead and directly rushed into the secret realm gate, disappearing in an instant. Be careful of the illusion in the passage. Be more careful of Qin Batin. Princess Yu Xian warned everyone before disappearing into the secret realm gate without any hesitation. You guys must come back alive. Below, the emperor looked at the backs of the group of people and shouted at the top of his voice. You just wait to welcome us back. The inner demon snickered. The group of people entered the secret realm gate one after another. But the secret realm gate did not close, nor did it disappear. The emperor walked step by step to the secret realm gate. Looking at the dark passage inside, he murmured, "Try your best to survive. Don't let me down." After that, he turned his head to look at the giant beasts of Starry Sky in the distance. He didn't leave. Instead, he set up a time array and sat cross-legged in front of the secret realm's entrance. He slowly closed his eyes and entered a state of meditation. If Qin Feiyang saw this scene, he would be very glad. Because the secret realm gate did not close. It was possible that the secret realm gate would not close before everyone came out. So, if Qin Feiyang pulled out the key before, the secret realm would probably disappear. Of course, this was just speculation. The real situation had yet to be determined. The remaining 2 chapters will be released at 11 o'clock. Chapter 4610. At the same time, the Black Tortoise World. At the same time that Qin Feiyang entered the secret realm, the scene in the void immediately disappeared. Huo Lian and the others were dumbfounded. Big sister, can you see if you can contact Boss Qin? Big Black Wolf came back to his senses and said to Fire Lotus. Huo Lian quivered and immediately contacted Qin Feiyang in secret. However, she discovered that there seemed to be a mysterious power that cut off the connection between the Black Tortoise World and Qin Feiyang. Is it not working? Big Black Wolf asked. No. Fire Lotus shook her head. Li Zhongxing frowned and asked, Then can we go out now? Fire Lotus tried again and found that it was still not working. This mysterious force not only cut off the connection between Qin Feiyang and the Black Tortoise World, but it also seemed to seal the Black Tortoise World. It seems that after entering the secret realm, the young master will be completely cut off from us. Pei Tianhong sighed. His eyes were full of worry. In this situation, even if they knew that Qin Feiyang and the others were in trouble outside, they could do nothing, because they could not reach the Black Tortoise World. Don't worry. Who is master? He is the savior of the great Qin, the forgotten continent, the ancient realm, the underworld, and the sky cloud world. I believe that he will come back alive. Wang Xiaojie suddenly roared, giving everyone a fright. Don't be so surprised. Qin Chen glared at him and turned to Fire Lotus and the others. He forced out a stiff smile and said, I also believe that he will come back alive. After all, he is Qin Feiyang. This sentence, he is Qin Feiyang, directly reflected his admiration and trust for Qin Feiyang. He is Qin Feiyang. He's Qin Feiyang, the sovereign of the divine kingdom, the heaven-devouring beast, and the ice dragon. And little crazy, white-eyed wolf, Long Chen. If they are together, they will definitely be able to overcome all dangers and return with glory. Everyone nodded in agreement. Huolian exhaled and a smile crept onto her face. She said, "Then let's also speed up our cultivation. Although we don't know what the opportunity to step into a new realm is, we still have a chance. Fortunately, we now know that there is a new realm above the sovereign realm. Since we know, we should try our best to try. We can't just wait for young master to give us everything. We also need to learn to work hard." Wang Changyuan nodded. Those who haven't grasped the will of the heavenly Tao, hurry up and go into seclusion to comprehend the laws and fuse with the inheritance. Those who have already grasped the will of the heavenly Tao should also continue to fuse with other inheritances. Also, Pai Lupi Wan-san, you must manage the sacred land well. In the future, we will rely on the disciples of the sacred land to fight against the central dynasty. This is the mission that Qin Dage gave you, and it is also his trust in you. Fire Lotus said. Don't worry, big sister. Pai Lupi Wan-san smiled. Fire Lotus's mouth twitched as she said speechlessly, "Can you not learn from Big Black Wolf and the others? As if I'm very domineering." You are domineering to begin with. Look at now. Boss Qin isn't here, so you are the boss. Big Black Wolf bared his teeth. Scram. Fire Lotus's face darkened. Didn't this mean that when the tiger was absent, the monkey would become king? At the same time, majestic mountain ridges lay on the ground like giant dragons. In the mountains, rivers surged and ancient trees towered into the sky. Clouds of mist rose in the sky above the mountains and rivers, suffusing the air with an auspicious aura. Birds and beasts could be seen everywhere in the forest. It was like a paradise. Somewhere high up in the sky, a dozen people stood against the wind and looked around in surprise. They were Qin Feiyang Wan-san and the others who had entered the secret realm. This is the secret realm? Dong Hanzong was surprised. Because he hadn't read the letter from the emperor and hadn't heard about the secret realm in detail, he thought that he could reach the secret realm directly after entering the secret realm. What a peaceful place. How can there be danger here? Dong Qingyun was the same. Princess Moon Fairy shook her head with a serious expression. Dong Qingyuan and Dong Qingyuan were shocked. Moon Fairy is right. This isn't the secret realm. Dong Tianxin spoke as well. His eyes were heavy as he scanned the beautiful mountains and rivers. What's wrong? Dong Hanzong and Dong Qingyuan were even more surprised. This place looked so peaceful, but why did everyone have a serious expression? They looked at Dong Ping, Dong Exin, the monarch, and the others and found that they had the same expression. Qin Feiyang Wan-san was trying to contact the Black Tortoise World and Fire Lotus, but he couldn't get in touch with anyone. This made him very disappointed. Princess Moon Fairy glanced at Dong Hanzong and Dong Qingyuan, then looked around and said, "We haven't entered the secret realm yet. We're still in the passage that leads to the secret realm." Passage? Both of them were shocked. It's not hard to imagine. How could the scene in a passage be like this? Moreover, it was clearly recorded in the letter that Imperial Father gave us. The passageway was empty, and there was nothing inside. Princess Moon Fairy said in a deep voice. Nothingness? Letter? Dong Hanzong and Dong Qingyun looked at each other and were even more surprised. The letter was written by my grandfather. Everything about the secret realm is recorded in it. For example, it's clearly marked where it's safe and where it's dangerous. Later, after father and mother returned from the arcane realm, they revised it again so that the information about the arcane realm in the handbook was more detailed. Princess Moon Fairy explained. There's such a thing. Both of them were dumbfounded. If it was somewhere else, this letter would be worthless. It was equivalent to a pile of waste paper. However, to them, who had entered the secret realm, this was a priceless treasure. How could the emperor not let them take a look at such an important thing? He didn't have time to let them take a look? How was that possible? It took them a few months to reach the realm of stars from the Milky Way. He could have given them the letter on the way. Teacher, did you see it? You're so loyal to the emperor. How did he treat you? Now, in his eyes, you're even worse than Lu Yunfeng and other people with different surnames. Dong Hanzong said secretly. Don't talk nonsense. His Majesty might have forgotten. After all, we've always been chased by the giant astral beasts in the Milky Way. Dong Qingyuan transmitted. Always? Are we also being chased by the giant astral beasts in the outer region? Why can't you listen to me? Your loyalty is commendable. But this is blind loyalty. Dong Hanzong said secretly. Shut up. Seeing that Dong Hanzong was going overboard, Dong Qingyuan's anger soared. He couldn't help but shout angrily. Qin Feiyang and the others were startled. They quickly looked at Dong Qingyu. What are you doing? Princess Moon Fairy looked at him suspiciously. The inner demon sneered secretly. What good could it be when the two of them got together? Nothing, nothing. Dong Qingyuan panicked and quickly waved his hand at Princess Moon Fairy. Dong Hanzong also lowered his head, looking slightly flustered. Don't be so alarmed if there's nothing. Princess Moon Fairy glared at Dong Qingyuan, looking extremely angry. Why didn't he take a look at where he was and still had the mood to think about other things? Dong Qingyuan smiled apologetically at Princess Moon Fairy, but secretly transmitted his voice to Dong Hanzong. I'm telling you, don't have such thoughts again. Otherwise, disaster will come sooner or later. Disaster? Dong Hanzong smiled disapprovingly. Stubborn old man. He's still trying to reason with me? You'd better watch out for yourself. The most ruthless imperial family. Sooner or later, the imperial family will bring the butcher's knife and end your worthless life. Dong Qingyuan asked suspiciously, Your Highness, what's going on now? Princess Moon Fairy looked around and said in a low voice, Everything here should be an illusion. An illusion? Dong Qingyuan was stunned. How could such a realistic place be an illusion? Princess Moon Fairy said, It's because it's too realistic that if we didn't know beforehand, we wouldn't have realized that we're in an illusion. If it's an illusion, then it's easy to deal with. Just destroy it. Dong Hanzong took a step forward, and a terrifying aura gushed out of his body without reservation, rolling out in all directions. Rumble. Crack. The void and the sky suddenly began to collapse. The mountains and rivers below were also collapsing crazily. The scene of the end of the world appeared before them. One could even see that the birds and beasts in the mountains were fleeing in fear. What's going on? If it's an illusion, then these birds and beasts must be fake. Why are they running away? Dong Qingyuan was puzzled. That's right. Why are they running away? The others also frowned. Suddenly, a huge bird, accompanied by a whale, splashed blood in the sky. What? This time, not only Dong Qingyuan, but even Qin Feiyang's pupils suddenly shrank. They were full of disbelief. This was because after the bird died, the shattered void was dyed red. In other words, this bird was bleeding. Bleeding meant that it was made of flesh and blood. How could the living creatures in the illusion have a body of flesh and blood? Could it be this was not an illusion? Everything in front of them was real? Another wail was heard. Qin Feiyang and the others hurriedly looked over and saw a beast being killed by Dong Hanzong's aura. Blood splattered everywhere. There's blood too. The group of people was dumbfounded. Was this really not an illusion? Long Chen waved his hand and a pool of blood gushed out. The smell of blood rushed to their faces. Long Chen raised his arm and touched the blood with his fingertips. He put it to his mouth and tasted it slightly. His brows suddenly furrowed. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang asked. It's definitely fresh blood. Long Chen said. This is impossible. Princess Moon Fairy did not believe it and personally tested it. It was indeed fresh blood that was still warm. It was not an illusion. What's going on? Could it be that the records in the handbook are wrong? The inner demons were suspicious. Impossible. The contents in the handbook were written by grandfather himself. And when father was writing it, He also mentioned the situation in the passage. There's definitely no mistake. If there's really a mistake, it should be this passage that has changed. Princess Moon Fairy looked around and her eyes flashed. Chapter 46:11. Dong Tianqian frowned and asked, "You mean, this passage is different from before?" Princess Moon Fairy nodded. "What's wrong? If the illusion here isn't real, why would your father be so scared?" The inner demons suddenly sneered. Princess Moon Fairy looked at the inner demons. "Don't use your imagination, it's not as complicated as you said." The inner demons looked around. Suddenly, his eyes began to change. Life and death That's right. He, who comprehended the law of life and death, had the same ability as Qin Feiyang to distinguish between reality and illusion. As long as the life and death eye was opened, no illusion could hide. This guy has the life and death eye, what illusion are we afraid of? Princess Moon Fairy slapped her head and glared at the inner demons. Why didn't you remind me earlier? Did you want to see me embarrass myself? Do you think I want to talk to you? The inner demons curled his lips in disdain. This attitude made Princess Moon Fairy gnash her teeth in anger. However, the inner demon did not pay any attention to her and looked around again. For a moment, the place fell into a dead silence. Everyone looked at the inner demons nervously and expectantly. Suddenly, the inner demon's eyes trembled. "What's wrong?" This exclamation caused everyone's hearts to jump to their throats. "It's actually not an illusion," the inner demons said in disbelief. "It's not?" Qin Feiyang couldn't help but frown. The passage, would it really change? He couldn't help but want to open the life and death eye to see, but when he thought of Princess Moon Fairy, Dong Qingyuan, and Dong Hanzong, he dispelled this idea. "It seems that I guessed it by accident before. But why is that?" Grandfather and father entered the secret realm twice, and the passage was the same. Why did it change when it was our turn? Princess Moon Fairy looked at the surrounding mountains with a puzzled face. If the passage really changed, it would be a disaster for them. Because once that happened, the records in the handbook would lose their meaning. Everything was brand new. Everything that was brand new was unknown. Facing the unknown, every step would be difficult. "I'll go take a look around," Qin Feiyang suddenly said. "What are you looking at? How can you act alone in such a dangerous place?" Princess Moon Fairy said angrily. "I'm fine." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, turned around, and flew away. "You?" Princess Yuxian was extremely angry. She looked at Dong Tianqian and the other two and angrily said, "Who brought him here? Why is he so disobedient?" Cough cough. Dong Tianqian coughed dryly. He looked at the Moon Fairy Princess and laughed dryly. "I brought him here." "You brought him here. Why didn't you discipline him properly?" Princess Moon Fairy glared at him angrily. "I'm fine. Let him take a look at the situation and scout ahead." Dong Tianqian waved his hand. In his heart, however, he was filled with bitterness. Discipline him? Don't joke around. Was Qin Feiyang someone he could discipline? Now that they were already in the passage, Qin Feiyang did not need to hide his identity anymore. Hence, it was best not to provoke him. Otherwise, they would be killed. "I'll go take a look too." The white-eyed wolf grinned and chased after Qin Feiyang. When Princess Yuxian saw this, her face turned ashen with anger. Why were they so unruly? "Sister Moon Immortal, calm down, calm down. Aren't these people just cannon fodder? Why are you being so calculative?" Dong Exen walked to Princess Moon Fairy's side and secretly laughed. "Cannon fodder?" Princess Moon Fairy was stunned and looked at Dong Exen in disbelief. "Didn't you notice? These people are not familiar faces. Actually, they're just consecrators of our family. It doesn't matter if they die." Dong Exen thought. When Princess Moon Fairy heard this, she glanced at the monarch and the others and transmitted her voice. "Sister Exen, I didn't realize that you were such a ruthless person. Being born in our family, how can I survive if I'm not ruthless?" Dong Exen smiled nonchalantly. "Little Qin Zi, wait for me." The white-eyed wolf caught up with Qin Feiyang and glanced at Princess Moon Fairy behind him. He said in a low voice, "This woman is bossy. She really thinks she's someone important. Since we're already in the passage, why don't we just turn against her? There's no hurry. She has the origin energy and an autark sovereign divine weapon. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. We have more than 400,000 strands of origin energy now. Why should we be afraid of her? I don't believe that the monarch will give her all of his origin energy. The white-eyed wolf sneered. I'm not afraid. If we make a move, she won't just sit there and wait for death. She'll definitely use her origin energy to resist. At that time, won't we destroy the origin energy in her hands? So, instead of fighting with her now and risking our lives, we might as well keep her alive and let her use her origin energy to do something for us. Qin Feiyang smiled. So that's how it is. The white-eyed wolf nodded and asked suspiciously, then what are you going to do now? Qin Feiyang said, I'm going to find a place and activate my Eye of Life and Death to see if this is an illusion. Didn't the inner demons already see it? The white-eyed wolf was stunned. Who knows if he's just trying to scare Princess Moonfairy? Qin Feiyang pursed his lips. The white-eyed wolf was stunned. He chuckled and said, according to what you said, the inner demons can't be interested in Princess Moonfairy, right? That's what I'm worried about. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead and scanned the mountains and rivers in front of him. Suddenly, he locked his eyes on a valley not far away. Immediately, the two of them rushed into the valley. The white-eyed wolf immediately took out a jar of divine wine and said with a sneaky smile, I've been bored to death these past few months. After saying that, he raised his head and gulped down the wine like a whale. He hadn't touched a single drop of wine in the past few months since he came from the Star River to the Starry Sky domain. The wine worm in his stomach had long been crying out. Qin Feiyang glanced at the wine jar and shook his head with a smile. Then, his eyes also surged with the power of life and death. Soon, the Eye of Life and Death appeared. After the Eye of Life and Death opened, he immediately raised his head and scanned the surroundings. Immediately, he was dumbfounded. The surrounding mountains and rivers, even the grass and trees didn't change at all. This also meant that the inner demons didn't trick them. The place they were in now was really not an illusion. Why was it like this? How could the passage change by itself? If it really changed, logically speaking, when the emperor and his wife came in, it must be different from when the dominator and his wife of the divine kingdom came in. It didn't make sense that when the emperor and his wife came in, it was still the same as before. But now that they came in, it was different from before. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang looked at the white-eyed wolf and asked, Say, is there anyone else in this secret realm? Someone else? The white-eyed wolf was stunned. What did he mean? What I mean is, isn't the secret realm a treasure? Then, is there a possibility that there is a master behind this treasure? Qin Feiyang pondered. The white-eyed wolf lowered his head and pondered for a while. Then he suddenly looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, You mean, the secret realm has an owner and someone is controlling it? That's what I mean. Qin Feiyang nodded. The white-eyed wolf was stunned. He looked up at the mountains and rivers around and finally looked up at the sky. He said in a panic, Little Qin Zi, you're scaring me. This is not a joke. If what Qin Feiyang said was true, there might be someone standing somewhere and staring at them now. When did you become so timid? Qin Feiyang shook his head. This kind of baseless guess could actually scare this guy. It was a little surprising. Damn. Why don't you take a look at where you are? The white-eyed wolf's face darkened. Qin Feiyang couldn't help laughing. He looked up and said with a smile, Since we're already out, let's go and have a look around. After that, he rose into the air and left. The white-eyed wolf also got up, holding the wine jar. However, just as the white-eyed wolf got up, boom, a murderous intent suddenly flashed in the white-eyed wolf's eyes. The power of laws erupted, and he threw a punch at Qin Feiyang's head. Who could have predicted this sudden turn of events? If it were anyone else, they would definitely be killed by the white-eyed wolf. However, Qin Feiyang was an exception, because he was particularly sensitive to murderous intent. The moment the white-eyed wolf revealed his murderous intent, he immediately noticed it. So when the white-eyed wolf threw a punch at him, He decisively activated the dual will of the great path and the momentary time to quickly dodge. After dodging, he turned around and glared at the white-eyed wolf, shouting, "Are you crazy? I've long disliked you." The white-eyed wolf drank the divine wine, and his eyes were filled with strong murderous intent. He sneered and said, "Look at you. What ability do you have?" The 6-word divine formula was given to me by someone else. The ancient castle and Song Shui were also born together. Even your law of life and death was only comprehended through the 6-word divine formula. If it weren't for us helping you along the way, you would have died countless times. But what about you? You even obtained the Black Tortoise world and became the ruler of a world. You even have so many followers. This is such an unfair thing. So, I'm going to kill you and take everything from you." The white-eyed wolf sneered and activated the heaven-devouring beast fighting soul. A giant golden figure towered into the sky, exuding a terrifying aura. Qin Feiyang's face was filled with disbelief. The white-eyed wolf actually said such a thing? And even wanted to kill him? Take everything from him? How was that possible? The white-eyed wolf he knew was definitely not such a person. This was because he and the white-eyed wolf had been together since they were young. They had gone through countless life and death situations together. Therefore, anyone could kill him behind his back, except for the white-eyed wolf. On this point, he firmly believed it without a doubt. But what was going on with the white-eyed wolf now? Qi deviation. Wait a minute. Could it be that he had been wrong all along? Was this actually an illusion? Thinking of this, he took a step back. As he retreated, he activated the Eye of Life and Death again and stared at the white-eyed wolf. However, the white-eyed wolf in front of him did not change at all. He was the real white-eyed wolf. If the white-eyed wolf in front of him was really an illusion, then under the prying of the Eye of Life and Death, it would definitely dissipate. Qin Feiyang quickly looked at the surrounding mountains and rivers, the void, the sky, and even the clouds in the sky. He did not let go of the slightest bit of change. What the hell was going on? Chapter 46:12. In the blink of an eye. At this moment, another time array suddenly opened under the white-eyed wolf's feet. Deprive! With a low roar, the battle soul behind the white-eyed wolf suddenly opened its bloody mouth. Qin Feiyang immediately felt that the power of law in his body seemed to be grabbed by an invisible hand and pulled out of his body. Third innate ability. Qin Feiyang's expression changed. The white-eyed wolf's third innate ability was the deprive law. Although the speed of the deprive law was usually very slow, if coupled with the time array, it would be like the eye of heaven copying the ultimate profound, the speed would be greatly increased. He never thought that the white-eyed wolf would actually use the third innate ability to deal with him. I am the invincible king. Only I am worthy of being the ruler of the Black Tortoise realm. The white-eyed wolf laughed sinisterly. Qin Feiyang's eyes darkened as he shouted, "Wake up for me." Wake up? The white-eyed wolf was startled. What did that mean? Suddenly, his face revealed a look of realization, and his eyes immediately became playful as he said, "You don't think that I am being controlled by something and have lost my mind, do you?" Qin Feiyang frowned. So calm, so rational, no matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem like he was being controlled. But what was going on? In short, he absolutely did not believe that the white-eyed wolf would betray him. There was no time to think about it, because the great laws in his body were about to be stripped out. Boom. He didn't dare to hide anything anymore. Dual will of heaven, instant time, instantly activated. He didn't fight the white-eyed wolf head-on, turned around and left without looking back. Because now, he didn't dare to fight head-on. The white-eyed wolf's battle soul posed a great threat to his laws. That was to say, if he didn't think of a way to get rid of the white-eyed wolf's battle soul, he wouldn't be able to fight it. Escape? Ha! He actually ran away without a fight. Is this still the Qin Feiyang I know? The white-eyed wolf laughed loudly. He spread his golden wings and chased after them. However, in terms of speed, he was much slower than Qin Feiyang. This was because the golden wings could only increase one's speed for an instant. Qin Feiyang, on the other hand, had an additional will of the heavenly Tao. An instant of time and the will of the heavenly Tao naturally could not be compared. In just a short while, Qin Feiyang had left the white-eyed wolf far behind. After completely shaking off the white-eyed wolf, Qin Feiyang entered a forest and activated the concealment technique. All of his aura instantly disappeared. A short moment passed. Accompanied by a powerful aura, the white-eyed wolf finally caught up, followed by a powerful divine sense. Wherever he went, his divine sense covered the sky and covered the earth. Qin Feiyang's expression froze. As expected of the white-eyed wolf, he knew everything about him. Because, if it were anyone else, they would never have thought that Qin Feiyang would activate the concealment technique and hide in the forest below. In just a moment, the white-eyed wolf discovered Qin Feiyang and a trace of ridicule crept up the corner of his mouth. He activated all of his ultimate profound meanings and the will of the heavenly Tao erupted as he crazily charged towards the forest below. It seems that I can only fight. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath. He really did not want to fight with the white-eyed wolf. But there was no other way. The white-eyed wolf knew him too well and could not easily avoid him. Boom! The ultimate profound meaning of the law of life and death instantly appeared. The dual will of the heavenly Tao erupted with the power to destroy the world and blasted towards the white-eyed wolf's ultimate profound meaning. With a loud bang, the white-eyed wolf's ultimate profound meaning was annihilated on the spot. Qin Feiyang took a step forward and a terrifying aura surged out. The surrounding mountains and rivers continued to collapse as he landed in front of the white-eyed wolf. Finally, you stopped running away. The white-eyed wolf laughed. Running away? I've never thought of running away. I just don't want to fight with you. Qin Feiyang shook his head. You don't want to fight with me? Then you're really loyal and righteous. What a pity. I won't fall for this. Today you must die. The white-eyed wolf laughed sinisterly. His expression was extremely crazy and even his eyes were suffused with a trace of blood-red light. He looked like a demon god that had returned. The heaven-devouring beast battle soul appeared again. Immediately, a time array appeared under its feet. Qin Feiyang looked at the heaven-devouring beast battle soul. Its terrifying aura was awe-inspiring. Thinking back to all these years, he seemed to have never really fought with the white-eyed wolf. Even if there was, it was just a small fight. Perhaps this would be a good opportunity for him. He wanted to see who was stronger between him and the white-eyed wolf. Heaven-devouring beast battle soul. He wanted to see if the Eye of Heaven could replicate it. Accompanied by an earth-shattering dragon roar, the purple gold dragon's soul roared out. Dragon power surged and shook all directions. Immediately after, the Eye of Heaven appeared. A mighty aura suddenly swept across the world like a tide and pounced on the white-eyed wolf's battle soul. Replicate? Qin Feiyang roared. Replicate? You must be dreaming. The white-eyed wolf sneered. However, before he finished his words, the void in front of the purple gold dragon's soul immediately surged with dazzling golden light. A supreme aura of all beasts also emerged. This aura was the heaven-devouring beast battle soul's aura. How can this be? The white-eyed wolf's expression stiffened. Looking at the situation, it seemed that it could replicate his battle soul? Absolutely impossible. His battle soul was an invincible existence. It was even more powerful than the 10 strongest fighting souls. In his eyes, the 10 strongest fighting souls were not comparable to his battle soul. But now, the Eye of Heaven was able to replicate his fighting soul. What did this mean? It meant that the 10 strongest fighting souls were one level higher than his battle soul. Activate the first innate superpower. Take away his fighting soul. The white-eyed wolf roared. The giant golden beast roared. A powerful force surged toward the Eye of Heaven. It actually wanted to seize the Eye of Heaven? One had to know. This was the 10 strongest fighting souls. Perhaps only the white-eyed wolf dared to have such a crazy idea. Boom! The power of the two fighting souls collided with each other in an instant, resulting in an earth-shattering explosion. This scene caused Qin Feiyang to involuntarily frown. The white-eyed wolf's expression had a trace of joy. Because the power of the heaven-devouring beast battle soul could compete with the Eye of Heaven. How powerful was the Eye of Heaven? However, at this moment, the heaven-devouring beast battle soul could compete with the Eye of Heaven. What did this mean? In a sense, the heaven-devouring beast battle soul was not much weaker than the Eye of Heaven. Quickly replicate it. Qin Feiyang stared at the Eye of Heaven and couldn't help but clench his fists. As long as it could be replicated, the white-eyed wolf's battle soul would not be a concern. However, although there was a dazzling golden light and the aura of the heaven-devouring beast battle soul, the battle soul form could not be condensed. According to the ratio, the Eye of Heaven could only replicate 1/10 of the battle soul and the remaining 9/10 could not be replicated. Could it be related to speed? Qin Feiyang frowned and a time array appeared under his feet. 5,000 years in a day. With the appearance of the time array, the time in this place began to flow rapidly. However, despite the support of the time law, it was still unable to replicate the heaven-devouring beast battle soul. It was still a dazzling golden light that surged in the void in front of the purple gold dragon soul. The white-eyed wolf looked at this scene and laughed crazily. He thought it could be replicated, but it turned out to be a false alarm. At this moment, Qin Feiyang's heart was very complicated, both happy and worried. What made him happy was that the white-eyed wolf's battle soul had evolved into the world's strongest battle soul. In the future, the world would not only have the current 10 strongest battle souls, but the 11 strongest battle souls. What made him worried was that if the white-eyed wolf still did not wake up and insisted on fighting to the death with him, it would inevitably be a situation where both sides suffered. Sorry, I have something to do today. Chapter 46:13. The two fighting souls were in a stalemate. Fortunately, the heaven-swallowing fighting soul's special ability was blocked by the Eye of Heaven. This included the deprivation of laws. At least for now, Qin Feiyang did not have to worry about the white-eyed wolf depriving him of laws during the battle. No one was strong and no one was weak. The two fighting souls restrained each other. In other words, when Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf fought, the power of the fighting souls could not be exerted and could only rely on other means. As for other means, Qin Feiyang naturally had full confidence in them. Dual will of heaven, the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death, and 3,000 incarnations. These were all existences that could crush the white-eyed wolf. Because the white-eyed wolf, the golden wings and the fighting souls were basically all his means. Boom! Qin Feiyang took a step forward, activating the law of life and death and the 7 ultimate meanings in an instant. In order to figure out the white-eyed wolf situation, he must first suppress him. Therefore, he did not hold back. I really did not expect such a situation to occur in the end. Two fighting souls, no one can do anything to each other. However, if you think that you can defeat me by relying on the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death, then you are simply daydreaming. The white-eyed wolf laughed sinisterly. As his voice fell, a flame mark appeared between his eyebrows. This mark, Qin Feiyang frowned. Of course, he knew about this mark. When the white-eyed wolf activated this mark, he had summoned a blood-red giant wolf with 10 pairs of wings on its back. Its combat power was quite strong. It was comparable to a super forbidden technique. However, although the power of this mark was very strong, it did not seem to be strong enough to be on par with the law of life and death. However, now, where did the white-eyed wolf find such confidence? I always thought that all of you wanted to know whether I was hiding my strength or not. Now I will tell you. The white-eyed wolf laughed. Accompanied by a deafening howl, a huge blood-red wolf rushed out from between the white-eyed wolf's eyebrows. Its body was as large as a mountain, especially its 10 pairs of blood-red wings. As long as they were spread open, they could cover the sky. Now I'll show you its true power. The white-eyed wolf laughed loudly. As he waved his hand, the giant crimson wolf raised its head and howled, and dazzling golden light surged from its body. The next moment, what happened next shocked Qin Feiyang. With the emergence of the golden light, the blood-red hair on the giant wolf's body quickly turned into a golden color. It was the same for the 10 pairs of wings. Every single wing seemed to be made of pure gold and was dazzling. And at the same time, Qin Feiyang was also surprised to find that the flame pattern between the white-eyed wolf's eyebrows had turned into a golden flame pattern, like a cluster of burning flames. What happened? Qin Feiyang frowned. However, the next moment, a scene that shocked him even more appeared. As the giant crimson wolf turned into a giant golden wolf, a ferocious aura surged from its body. This ferocious beast was like the birth of a supreme beast. Its aura was exactly the same as the heaven-swallowing beast. Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded on the spot. Why did the giant golden wolf exude the same aura as the heaven-swallowing beast? One had to know. The giant wolf and the heaven-swallowing beast were not related at all. The heaven-swallowing beast was a frog. The giant wolf was a wolf. How could the aura of the two be the same? He could not figure out the relationship between the white-eyed wolf and the heaven-swallowing beast. Why was the true appearance of the fighting soul a heaven-swallowing beast? Why did the giant wolf summoned from between the eyebrows have the same aura as the heaven-swallowing beast? It was back. With the emergence of the heaven-swallowing beast's power, the void and earth here were instantly razed to the ground. Qin Feiyang clenched his fists. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The aura that the giant golden wolf exuded was not inferior to the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death. It's hard to believe, right? Your eye of heaven, frenzied man's evil sword, Long Chen's God's domain, Mu Tianyang's evil eye, etc. All along, you guys have been scrambling to perform as if you were afraid that I would steal your limelight. Little did you know that I am not interested at all. Actually, this is good because I can catch you guys off guard. Just like now. The white-eyed wolf's expression at this moment was extremely ferocious. Accompanied by a wolf howl, the giant golden wolf bared its fangs. Its body was comparable to a giant mountain, exuding a shocking aura as it pounced on Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly. With a wave of his hand, 8 ultimate meanings attacked. The giant golden wolf roared and actually raised its 2 claws to grab the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death. What is it trying to do? Grab the law of life and death with its bare hands? As expected, just as Qin Feiyang had expected, the giant golden wolf stretched out its 2 claws and grabbed the kingdom of life and death. Then, the 2 claws slammed down, and with a loud bang, the kingdom of life and death collapsed on the spot. How powerful is this? Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. What was the difference between smashing the law of life and death with its claws and using its bare hands? The most important thing was, after smashing the law of life and death, the giant golden wolf's 2 claws were not damaged at all. This meant that the giant golden wolf's combat power was above the law of life and death. Is this the strength of the white-eyed wolf? This guy had really hidden his strength well. Bang! While Qin Feiyang was still in shock, the enormous golden wolf attacked again and easily shattered the other 7 ultimate profundities. The whole process was as easy as blowing off dust. So powerful! Qin Feiyang was shocked. It could be said that, with the white-eyed wolf's combat power, aside from some special means, it was already invincible in the world. Even for people like Mu Tianyang, Lin Yi, Mu Qing, and Dong Jiang who had mastered the strongest fighting soul, the white-eyed wolf could crush them. This was because the strongest fighting soul had no effect on the white-eyed wolf at all. On the contrary, the giant golden wolf summoned by the white-eyed wolf was estimated to be unstoppable. Surprised? Surprised? Ha, you are not the only one with the strongest trump card, Qin Feiyang. The white-eyed wolf laughed wildly. The giant golden wolf bared its fangs and brandished its claws. With monstrous ferocity, it pounced on Qin Feiyang. Looking at its ferocious appearance, it seemed to want to tear Qin Feiyang into pieces. Aren't you being arrogant too early? Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. Swish! In an instant, 3,000 avatars appeared in the void behind him. Looking at the appearance of the 3,000 avatars, the white-eyed wolf could not help but frown. I want to see where the limit of this thing that you summoned is? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. Bang! The 3,000 avatars behind him immediately activated their ultimate meanings. However, they did not activate the ultimate meaning of life and death laws, nor did they activate the dual will of heavenly Tao. However, even so, there were a total of 21,000 ultimate meanings of ultimate laws. 21,000 ultimate meanings, coupled with the will of heavenly Tao, was enough to be shocking. The 3,000 avatars roared, and their killing intent shook the sky. Following closely, 21,000 ultimate meanings turned into a terrifying torrent, drowning the vast sky and charging toward the giant golden wolf. Chapter 46:14. In an instant, the two clashed. The giant golden wolf was like a god of war that had descended to the mortal world. It was so powerful that it made people revere it. The ultimates were constantly being shattered by it. The destructive aura that erupted from it spread out in all directions. Qin Feiyang was looking forward to it. How powerful was this giant golden wolf? Could it be comparable to senior brother Feng Zi's all-evil sword? Of course. This was just the ordinary all-evil sword. If it was enhanced by the power of evil, the lethality of the all-evil sword would reach an extremely terrifying level. Just like the previous time in the Thousand Demons Valley. Using the evil power of the entire Thousand Demons Valley to enhance the lethality of the all-evil sword and crush all of Princess Yuxian's power of laws. But as expected, no matter how powerful the giant golden wolf was, it wouldn't be able to reach such a level. Boom! The two clashed violently. The destructive aura was earth-shattering. A moment later, finally, with a wail, the giant golden wolf collapsed and dissipated into the void. Suck! Although the 3,000 incarnations ultimates had destroyed the giant golden wolf, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but take a deep breath. Because the giant golden wolf had destroyed a total of 10,000 ultimates. What kind of concept was 10,000 ultimates? One had to know. A powerhouse with heavenly Tao will could, at most, master 9 ultimate profundities of ultimate laws. Such lethality was heaven-defying. He remembered that when Feng Zi challenged Ji Laoshe in the village, the all-evil sword had been enhanced by the power of evil. That was why it had such power to destroy 10,000 ultimates. Although the lethality of the all-evil sword had increased, its power was still inferior to the white-eyed wolf's giant golden wolf. It was truly unexpected. The white-eyed wolf still had such a terrifying technique hidden up his sleeve. Rumble. After destroying the giant golden wolf, the remaining 11,000 ultimates didn't stop and went straight for the white-eyed wolf. If my battle soul could deprive you of your laws, battle soul, and cultivation, would you still be so arrogant? The white-eyed wolf roared. Then why didn't you say that if my eye of heaven could replicate your battle soul, you would have no chance of winning? No matter what, I'm still stronger. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. 11,000 ultimate profound meanings instantly drowned the white-eyed wolf like a tide. The white-eyed wolf reverted to its true form and howled madly. The power of all kinds of laws surged in all directions. However, no matter how he struggled, it was useless. His body was directly shattered in the void, and blood splattered everywhere. Just as the white-eyed wolf's body shattered, Qin Feiyang looked at his 3,000 avatars. The 3,000 avatars understood and quickly dispersed their ultimate profundity. Don't want to kill me? Or do you not have the heart to kill me? The white-eyed wolf's divine soul stood awkwardly in the shattered void. You know that I can't kill you. Qin Feiyang shook his head. You're still so kind. If you hadn't been a little more ruthless, you wouldn't have ended up like this. Instead of being grateful, the white-eyed wolf mocked him. Am I in a bad situation now? Mu Tianyang, Dong Xingyang, the demon ancestor, Mu Qing, and the monarch. Which one of them wasn't an enemy in the past? But now, everyone is fighting side by side against the central dynasty. Why is that? Isn't it because of my kindness and kindness? So, I don't think there's anything wrong with being kind. Qin Feiyang said. How do you know if they're sincere about cooperating with you? After experiencing so much scheming, don't you understand that there's no telling what's in a person's heart? The white-eyed wolf sneered coldly. Qin Feiyang was silent for a while before he said with a faint smile, I believe in them, just like how they believe in me. Boom. As his voice fell, he took a step forward and appeared in front of the white-eyed wolf. The power of life and death surged out and sealed its divine soul. At this moment, the sound of air being torn apart could be heard. Qin Feiyang raised his head and saw a group of people majestically walking over. It was the madman, Princess Yuxian, and the others. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. The 3,000 incarnations dissipated and wiped out the battle fluctuations. Then he sealed the white-eyed wolf's divine soul in his sea of qi. What's going on? A few seconds later, a group of people landed in front of Qin Feiyang. Looking at the devastated land, the group of people were extremely bewildered. It's nothing. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Do you think we're stupid? The void and the land have become like this. How can it be nothing? The madman raised his eyebrows. And where's the white-eyed wolf? Isn't he with you? Huowu asked through voice transmission. Looking at the traces of battle here, could it be that the white-eyed wolf had an accident? He's really fine. Qin Feiyang shook his head, then looked at Huowu and said, the white-eyed wolf and I separated. Are you sure? The madman was still doubtful. Qin Feiyang nodded. Princess Yuxian asked, who were you fighting with before? A ferocious beast that doesn't know its place. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. What? There's a beast here? Could it be that we directly entered the secret realm? We didn't pass through the so-called passage? The group of people was shocked as they scanned the land below. Where's the beast's corpse? Why didn't I think of that? Dong Hanzong frowned. Both its soul and body are destroyed. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Is it strong? Mermaid Princess walked to Qin Feiyang's side and asked. Quite strong. Qin Feiyang nodded. It seems that this place isn't as peaceful as it looks on the surface. Fortunately, you're fine. Mermaid Princess glanced around, then looked at Qin Feiyang with a smile. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. But at this moment, his body and mind tightened, and his hair stood on end. Because he felt a murderous aura again. And this murderous aura came from the Mermaid Princess next to him. He suddenly turned around and caught the hand that attacked him from behind. The owner of this hand was the Mermaid Princess. At this moment, looking at the Mermaid Princess's eyes again, there was no longer any gentleness in the past. It was filled with ruthless indifference. What the hell is going on? Qin Feiyang was going crazy in his heart. First, it was the white-eyed wolf, and now it was his beloved woman, who was controlling all of this in the dark. What are you doing? Madman and the others also looked at the Mermaid Princess in surprise. The Mermaid Princess's eyes were cold. Boom! All of a sudden, a destructive aura rushed out from her body. Self-explosion. Qin Feiyang's body and mind were shocked. He quickly slapped the Mermaid Princess's lower abdomen. As long as he destroyed her sea of qi, he could stop the Mermaid Princess from self-explosion. But at this moment, another figure appeared in front of Qin Feiyang and grabbed Qin Feiyang's arm. This person was the madman. Just as he was about to destroy the Mermaid Princess's angry words, because of the madman's obstruction, the Mermaid Princess's body exploded on the spot. A monstrous aura suddenly swept out in all directions like a torrent. Not only Qin Feiyang, but the madman and the others were also sent flying on the spot, blood gushing out of their mouths. Senior brother, what are you doing? Qin Feiyang roared, staring at the place where the Mermaid Princess exploded. His eyes were blood red, and his teeth cracked. He was almost going crazy. Chapter 46:15. Old Meng could understand. After all, during this period of time, the updates were indeed unstable. But there was nothing he could do about it. Originally, Old Meng had always wanted to write full-time. He wandered in the sea of books and wrote stories wholeheartedly. However, reality was cruel. The royalties now were not as good as before. He could no longer support a family. To make it clear, Old Meng had 3 children. The eldest one was in the 6th grade. The second one had just signed up for the 1st grade. The third one was a girl. She was very cute. She was Old Meng's heartwarming little cotton-padded jacket. She had just started kindergarten today. Those who had children knew that it was too tiring to raise a child now. Their energy and finances were like a mountain. Fortunately, Old Meng was still young. After today, He would be 33 years old tomorrow. He could bear it. Therefore, during this period of time, Old Meng had been looking for a job. A few days ago, he found a job. The salary was not bad. Tomorrow morning, Old Meng would go to work. In fact, he would be moving bricks. Therefore, in the future, he would guarantee that he would write at least 2 chapters a day. During the weekend, if he had time, he would try his best to add more. But everyone, don't worry. The immortal god of war would not have a bad ending. He would not have a bad ending. He would not have a bad ending. Important things had to be said 3 times. Old Meng would keep writing this story until there was a perfect ending. In the end, the world was realistic. Life was not easy. Everyone had a hard life. Why make life difficult for people with a hard life? Chapter 46:16. What are we doing? Madman laughed and said, "Of course it's to make you suffer. How about it? How does it feel to see your beloved woman self-destruct in front of you?" Hearing this, Qin Feiyang's mind suddenly rumbled. Even senior brother Madman betrayed him? Looking at this scene, the others were also shocked. Especially Fire Dance, Li Feng, and the king. What was going on? First, the mermaid princess tried to attack Qin Feiyang, but when she failed, she self-destructed. The most important thing was, Madman actually stopped Qin Feiyang from stopping the mermaid princess from self-destructing. And now, he even said such words. Could it be that both Madman and the mermaid princess had gone mad? Answer me, how do you feel? Madman looked at Qin Feiyang mockingly. Looking at the indifferent Madman, Qin Feiyang clenched his fists tightly. Why did it become like this? First, it was the white-eyed wolf, then the woman he loved the most, and now it was senior brother Madman. Who was secretly controlling all of this? The anger in his heart burned crazily, almost making him lose his mind. Boom! Inside his body, a monstrous murderous aura emerged. Whether it was his eyes or his long hair, they were instantly blood-red. This aura is so familiar. Princess Moonfairy's pupils shrank. Qin Feiyang, who had almost lost his mind, no longer concealed his aura. Calm down. Fire Dance and Li Feng took a step forward and attacked Qin Feiyang from both sides. Boom. However, Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear, and his body was full of hostility. Accompanied by a terrifying aura, the law of life and death and the 7 strongest laws appeared, followed by the eruption of the dual will of heaven. Law of life and death. Princess Moonfairy, Dong Hanzong, and Dong Qingyuan's expressions changed drastically. At the same time, Dong Tianchen, Dong Xian, and Dong Qin couldn't help but feel nervous as they glanced at the Princess Moonfairy and the other 2. Because now, Qin Feiyang's activation of the law of life and death was equivalent to exposing his identity. Everyone knew. In the entire Divine Kingdom and Sky Cloud realm, only the inner demons and Qin Feiyang had mastered the law of life and death's ultimate laws. The inner demons was beside Princess Moonfairy. Naturally, it couldn't be him. Therefore, there was only one explanation. This person was the mortal enemy of the Central Dynasty, Qin Feiyang. Why was Qin Feiyang in this team? Dong Tianchen, what's going on? Dong Hanzong glared at Dong Tianchen. Apart from anger, there was also a trace. This was the fear of heaven's fear. Qin I. Of it. Otherwise, Dong Hanzong would definitely use this as an excuse to make a fuss. He is your family's consecrator. How could you not know who you are neglecting? If my guess is correct, you have already betrayed our Central Dynasty and become Qin Feiyang's lackey. Dong Hanzong laughed sinisterly. Don't talk nonsense. Dong Tianchen glared at Hanzong and glanced at Princess Moonfairy. He was extremely nervous. You know very well whether I'm talking nonsense or not. Dong Hanzong coldly smiled. He turned his head to look at Princess Yuxian and said, Dong Tianchen and the other 2 were bound by a blood oath to begin with. They would not dare to disobey Qin Feiyang's orders. Thus, I think that it was Dong Tianchen who took the initiative to bring Qin Feiyang in. Princess Moonfairy was silent, but her face was extremely ugly. Dong Hanzong, what are you up to? Although we are bound by the blood oath, we have never done anything wrong to the Central Dynasty. Although this person is our clan's consecrator, we didn't restrict his freedom. He can leave Sky Fortune City at any time. Maybe he was accidentally caught by Qin Feiyang, or maybe he was bribed by Qin Feiyang. In short, there are many possibilities. Why are you so sure that I brought him in? Dong Tianxin's eyes were gloomy. This Dong Hanzong was indeed a threat. He must be eliminated as soon as possible. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble in the future. Who knows if you have done anything wrong to the Central Dynasty? Dong Hanzong sneered. You? Dong Tianxin was furious. Enough! Princess Yuxian suddenly shouted. The two of them shrunk their necks and immediately quieted down. We'll talk about this later. Princess Moon Fairy looked at the two of them coldly and turned to look at Madman. That's right. She looked at Madman. Why would Madman stop Qin Feiyang? Also, who was the woman who self-destructed earlier? This woman was wearing the Death God Army's uniform. Could it be that the Death God Army had also been infiltrated by Qin Feiyang's people? If that was the case, Princess Moon Fairy's scalp went numb when she thought of this. She swept a glance at the king and the others. Among these people, how many of them were Qin Feiyang's people? Sigh. Fire Dance and Li Feng looked at each other. They knew that Qin Feiyang's identity had been exposed. It was a foregone conclusion. Get out of the way. Qin Feiyang stared at the two of them. Looking at Qin Feiyang's blood-red eyes, the two of them instinctively took a few steps back. There was a trace of fear between their brows. At this moment, Qin Feiyang was extremely strange in their eyes. He was like a crazy beast. However, it wasn't his fault. The mermaid princess self-destructed in front of his eyes. As everyone knew, the mermaid princess was Qin Feiyang's most beloved woman. For the mermaid princess, Qin Feiyang could do anything and was willing to do anything. But now, because of Madman's obstruction, he could only watch her self-destruct in front of his eyes. One could imagine how big of a blow it was to him. Are you angry? Madman laughed sinisterly. Qin Feiyang stared at Madman, his eyes surging with blood-red light, and gloomily said, I'll ask you one last time, why did you do this? Why did you stop me from saving her? Why, Madman murmured and sneered, because I hate you. Hate me? Qin Feiyang frowned. You know that I am the reincarnation of the Blood Demon King, and that my Blood Demon clan has an irreconcilable hatred with the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan, but you are still on good terms with the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan. I want to ask, have you ever thought about my feelings? If it wasn't for Jiyun Hai, would I have died in hell? If it wasn't for Jiyun Hai, would my Blood Demon clan almost be exterminated? Madman shouted angrily. His expression became more and more sinister. What? The reincarnation of the Blood Demon King. Princess Yuxian's eyes trembled. Wasn't the reincarnation of the Blood Demon King Madman? Dong Exin. Suddenly, she turned her head to look at Dong Exin, her eyes filled with anger. Because Madman was now disguised as a consecrator of Dong Exin's clan. Dong Exin was shocked. In her heart she also panicked. The corner of Dong Hanzong's mouth lifted, he turned his head to look at Dong Exin and sneered, I didn't expect you to be in cahoots with Qin Feiyang. The heavens are really helping me. As long as I kill Dong Tianxin and Dong Exin, no one in the younger generation of the Central Dynasty can threaten me. Shut up. Dong Exin glared at him, then looked at Princess Yuxian and said, Sister Yuxian, I really didn't know about this. I'm also very puzzled now. Princess Yuxian gave her a deep look, then continued to look at Qin Feiyang and Madman. At the same time, Qin Feiyang heard Madman's words, and his face became gloomier. When I reconciled with the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan, I didn't hide anything from you, and you were also involved in the entire process. Why didn't you say this at that time? Is there any use for me to say it? The monarch is Qin Beishan's grandfather. Your Qin clan and the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan have blood thicker than water. Madman laughed sinisterly. Qin Feiyang said angrily, If you say it, I will definitely respect your opinion. After all, we are brothers, what can't we say? Respect my opinion? Will you? Do you think I can't see that you have always had a trace of desire for the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan, and you have always been merciful? Madman sneered. What a joke. Back in the Sky Cloud Realm's western continent, if it wasn't for the Divine Kingdom's sovereign, the monarch would have died at my hands. Touch your conscience and ask yourself, is this considered mercy? Qin Feiyang said angrily. Although Ji Tianyue had begged him at first, hoping that he would be merciful to the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan, he didn't do so. The only reason he reconciled later was because he saw the helplessness in the monarch's heart. Since there was a chance to reconcile, why should he risk his life? Moreover, the monarch, the divine king, and the sovereign of the human race had been of great help to them. It was the simplest point. If it wasn't for the monarch and the other two giving them a large number of crystal veins and spirit veins, how could the Black Tortoise realm grow so fast? If it wasn't for the monarch, the divine king, and the sovereign of the human race cooperating with them and tipping them off, they might have been in the hands of these people from the Central Dynasty. In short, after the reconciliation, the ones who benefited the most were them. Although the three major races also benefited, they also had to bear the risk of being exposed. Taking a step back, if the monarch, the divine king, and the sovereign didn't agree to reconcile back then, the three major races would definitely have followed in the footsteps of the beast race and the sea beasts. So, the real reason for the reconciliation was not because Qin Feiyang had any thoughts about the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan, but because the three major races were sensible. Lunatics should know all of this. Because Madman was one of the people who understood him the most. But now, he actually said these words? How could this not make him angry? He even stopped him from saving the woman he loved. At this moment, in his heart, there was only anger. It can't be. The human race, the god race, and the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan have reconciled with Qin Feiyang? In that case, aren't they the spies that Qin Feiyang planted around us? Princess Moon Fairy murmured. There were Qin Feiyang's men in the Death God army. There were also Qin Feiyang's men beside Dong Tianqian and the other two. Now, even the monarch and the others were Qin Feiyang's men. The Central Dynasty? No. Could it be that the entire Divine Kingdom had been corrupted by Qin Feiyang? It was too terrifying. It turned out that there were so many spies lurking in the Central Dynasty. It was hard to imagine. Once a full-scale war broke out, how much damage would the Central Dynasty face? Stop talking nonsense. Anyway, it's either you die or I die today. Madman shouted. Accompanied by a loud clang, the all-evil sword appeared in the sky. The monstrous sharpness was like a torrent, destroying everything in all directions. Good. I'll fulfill your wish. Qin Feiyang's eyes also emitted a shocking murderous aura. The death of the mermaid princess continued to destroy his spirit and soul, almost making him collapse. Chapter 46:17. 3,000 clones instantly appeared behind him, and it was fully activated. A total of 3,000 clones stood neatly in the void behind Qin Feiyang. 3,000 clones. Fire Dance and the others trembled. Even 3,000 clones were activated, indicating that Qin Feiyang was serious. At the same time, Princess Moon Fairy, Dong Qingyuan, and Dong Hanzong's eyes trembled. The appearance of 3,000 clones naturally confirmed Qin Feiyang's identity. Pay attention, be ready to attack at any time. Princess Moon Fairy transmitted her voice to Dong Hanzong, Dong Qingyuan, and Dong Tianqian. Okay. Dong Hanzong and Dong Qingyuan nodded. However, Dong Tianqian and the other two hesitated. What are you guys hesitating for? Could it be that you guys are really colluding with him? Dong Hanzong sneered secretly. We can't attack because of the blood oath. In the end, we have to leave now. Otherwise, when Qin Feiyang asks us to kill you guys, we won't dare to disobey. Dong Tianqian transmitted his voice. At least he was able to maintain a rational mind. Greedy for life and afraid of death. Dong Hanzong sneered. Who are you calling greedy for life and afraid of death? If you have the ability, why did you run away when facing Qin Feiyang? If it weren't for the blood oath, would we be so passive? Dong Ping stared at Dong Hanzong angrily. This was simply asking for a yard after getting an inch. Boom. Clang. On the other side, Frenzy and Qin Feiyang had already begun to accumulate power. The evil force was like a tide, continuously pouring into the all-evil sword. Its sharpness was like a volcanic eruption, crazily soaring. At the same time, the 3,000 clones behind Qin Feiyang also activated their ultimate meaning. With the eruption of the dual will of heaven, a terrifying divine might roared in all directions. Suddenly, the two of them shouted. The all-evil sword tore through the sky and slashed out. Qin Feiyang's 3,000 clones, a total of 28,000 ultimate meaning, also crazily attacked. However, at this moment, Li Feng and Fire Dance, who were standing behind Qin Feiyang, looked at each other. Their eyes suddenly surged with killing intent as they charged towards Qin Feiyang like lightning. That was right. Their target was Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang could feel their killing intent, and his body suddenly trembled. Even Li Feng and Fire Dance were plotting against him? What was going on? Since that's the case, let's stop pretending. After pretending for so many years, it's really a little tiring. The demon ancestor, Mu Tianyang, Mu Qing, Dong Xingyang, Long Qin, and so on. Even the monarch, Heavenly Lord Ji, the Supreme, and the Divine King were attacking Qin Feiyang at this moment. Furthermore, all of them had activated their strongest techniques. For example, the Fiend Ancestor had opened his Eye of Despair. Mu Tianyang, activate Evil Eye. Long Qin, activate your Domain of Divinity. The Monarch, Heavenly Lord Ji, had activated 3,000 incarnations. These were all heaven-defying methods, and at this moment, they were all aimed at Qin Feiyang at the same time. One could imagine. How dangerous was Qin Feiyang's current situation? Why? Why exactly? Qin Feiyang gritted his teeth. Everyone here was his most trusted person, but now they had betrayed him. But we are just pretending to reconcile with you. Because your strength is too strong, we can't fight against you. But now, with the help of the madman and the others, killing you is naturally not difficult. The monarch sneered. Mu Tianyang looked at Qin Feiyang and said coldly, as for the reason why we want to kill you, I believe we don't need to say it, you should also know. Good. Qin Feiyang was so angry that he laughed. 3,000 incarnations, in an instant, all opened their eyes of heaven. Copy all of them for me. Qin Feiyang roared. Don't even think about it. However, at this moment, Dong Hanzong's voice sounded. With a loud bang, the universe domain was activated. At the same time, Dong Qingyuan and Princess Yu Xian also made their moves. Qin Feiyang looked at Dong Tianchen and the other two and shouted, Dong Tianchen, Dong Exen, Dong Ping, stop them. Dong Tianchen hesitated and shook his head. No, I've had enough of being bound by the blood oath. Now, let's go to hell together. It's fine. With you in the grave, our deaths will be worth it. Dong Ping and Dong Exen nodded. The God-slaying domain, God-sealing domain, and undying domain were all activated. Following Princess Yu Xian and the other two, they charged toward Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's face was as dark as water. Even if his strength was heaven-defying, it was impossible for him to defeat these people in front of him. This was because these people in front of him, except for Dong Qingyuan, had extremely powerful means. If this continued, only death would await him. Without hesitation, he turned to look at Huo Wu and Li Feng and charged toward them. This was because only Huo Wu and Li Feng were behind him. The others were in front of him. Therefore, he could only break through from Huo Wu and Li Feng's side. With a loud bang, he relied on the law of life and death and the dual will of the Great Path to send Huo Wu and Li Feng flying. Then, he activated the moment of time and escaped without looking back. Where do you think you're going? Lunatic and the others chased after him crazily. It seems that I still have to make a move to kill him. The inner demons suddenly laughed and looked at Lu Jijin. The dual will of the Great Path and the moment of time were activated instantly. Then, they caught up with Lunatic and the others and chased after Qin Feiyang. What? Even the inner demons and Lu Jijin want to kill me? When Qin Feiyang saw this scene, his heart was filled with disbelief. What was going on? If only one or two came to kill him, it could be explained. But now, it was all of them. This was very illogical. Was all of this really an illusion? Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang activated the Eye of Life and Death again and looked at the inner demons and the others. The result was the same as before. There were no changes. This meant that everything that was happening now was real. Why did it become like this? Is someone controlling all of this? Qin Feiyang looked up at the sky. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. The series of sudden changes caused his mind to become very chaotic. Thus he neglected the most important point. That is, the origin power. That's right, the origin power. Except for Dong Qingyuan and Dong Hanzong, everyone had the origin power. The white-eyed wolf's body had more than 400,000 strands of origin power. But from the beginning to the end, no one had taken out the origin power. The white-eyed wolf was the most obvious. Until his body was torn apart, no one saw the 400,000 strands of origin power on his body. Before, when the mermaid princess self-destructed, no origin power was seen. Such a powerful thing like the origin power couldn't be destroyed by the mermaid princess self-destruction. Then there was only one explanation. These people didn't have the origin power on them now. Without the origin power, it was unrealistic. In other words, these people in front of him might not be real people but illusions. Illusions, but if they were illusions, why couldn't the Eye of Life and Death see through them? Could it be that, suddenly, Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled? The Eye of Life and Death might not be omnipotent. In other words, although the Eye of Life and Death had the ability to see through illusions, it might not be able to see through the illusions here. This was because this was the passage to the mystic realm. It was different from other places. At the thought of this, Qin Feiyang checked his body and found that the 1,000 strands of origin power were hiding in his sea of vital energy. Looking at the white-eyed wolf's soul that was imprisoned next to him, he couldn't find half a strand of origin power. This confirmed Qin Feiyang's conjecture even more. All of this was an illusion. Bang! He didn't hesitate anymore. 1,000 strands of origin power surged out of his body like a tide, condensing into a 3-feet-long sword. With a sharp edge that could tear the sky and earth apart, it charged towards Frenzy and the rest. A scream could be heard. Frenzy was the first to be killed. His blood splattered across the sky and his soul was destroyed. Looking at the blood all over the sky, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but wonder if this was an illusion, because it was too real. However, he didn't stop. If he really killed the wrong person, then he would have to bear this pain alone. Fire Dance, Li Feng, the king, Lu Jijin, Princess Yuxian and the rest also died under the 3-feet-long sword. The void here had already been dyed red with blood. If this was really an illusion, this was too cruel. It was equivalent to letting Qin Feiyang personally kill the companions that he cared about the most. Very soon, there was only one person left at the scene. This person was the inner demons. The inner demons sneered, "You killed everyone. Don't you feel guilty? Don't you feel uneasy?" "Guilty, uneasy," Qin Feiyang muttered. If he really killed the wrong person, he would definitely feel guilty for the rest of his life. But he had no choice. He had to take a gamble. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. He grabbed the 3-feet-long sword and personally killed the inner demons. At this point, everyone had died under his hands. The air was filled with a pungent smell of blood. Qin Feiyang scanned his surroundings and found that he couldn't find a single source of origin energy. It seemed that all of this was indeed an illusion. However, he swept his gaze across the surrounding mountains and rivers and couldn't help but frown. Everyone had been killed. Why wasn't there any change in this world? Wait a minute. Qin Feiyang patted his head. Suddenly, he remembered that the white-eyed wolf's divine soul was still sealed in the Qi Sea. At this moment, with a wave of his hand, the white-eyed wolf's divine soul appeared. The white-eyed wolf's divine soul sneered, "You are indeed ruthless, to actually kill all your friends, companions, and brothers. Since they don't exist, what's the harm in killing them?" Qin Feiyang said lightly, "Do they really not exist? What if these people you have now are all real? At that time, won't you regret it?" The white-eyed wolf said. "Regret?" Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and nodded. "Of course I will regret it, but since I have already made such a choice, even if there is regret and pain, I can only bear it silently." After saying that, he waved the long sword in his hand and slashed at the white-eyed wolf's divine soul. "Don't kill me. We are brothers. Brothers who grew up together." The white-eyed wolf hurriedly knelt down and looked at Qin Feiyang pitifully. "Still want to confuse me? Unfortunately, you are too smart for your own good. Looking at you now, I'm even more sure that you are a fake." Because the white-eyed wolf, even in the face of Ice Dragon and Small Beast, has never put down his self-esteem and knelt down to beg for mercy. Qin Feiyang sneered. With a wave of his hand, the 3-foot-long sword swept out and the white-eyed wolf's divine soul was annihilated on the spot. Chapter 46:18. As soon as the white-eyed wolf's soul was destroyed, Qin Feiyang immediately looked around, his eyes full of expectation and anxiety. To be honest, he was really afraid of making a mistake. If he made a mistake and killed the wrong person, he would regret it and blame himself for the rest of his life. Suddenly, the surrounding mountains and rivers gradually began to distort. Looking at this scene, Qin Feiyang was suddenly overjoyed. The mountains and rivers began to distort, indicating that all of this was an illusion. Slowly, not only the mountains and rivers, but the void and the sky also began to distort. Finally, the whole world suddenly shattered like a mirror. Everything disappeared, and what replaced it was a dark area of nothingness. Qin Feiyang glanced around. The joy in his heart could no longer be concealed, because he had seen such a scene before. Back then, when he entered the Sky Cloud realm from the Underworld King's Hell, the space-time channel he passed through was probably like this. This meant, now he was in the real channel. Everything that had happened before was an illusion. I finally escaped. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feiyang calmed down the shock in his heart. He had to admit, this illusion was too realistic. Whether it was the white-eyed wolf and the others in the illusion, or the Moon Fairy Princess and the others, every action, every word, including all the reactions, was the same as the real thing. If he hadn't suddenly realized the abnormality of the origin power, he might have been trapped in the illusion forever. He had never seen such a realistic illusion. It was no wonder that the Emperor repeatedly warned the inner demons and the others. Such an illusion was completely a kind of torture and destruction. In fact, it was also his fault. He relied too much on the eye of life and death. He always thought that the eye of life and death was omnipotent. All illusions could be seen through. So, at that time, when he opened the eye of life and death and saw that nothing had changed around him, he firmly believed that he must be in the real world and almost lost his life because of it. The facts proved that the eye of life and death was not omnipotent. Next time, I can't be so blindly confident. Qin Feiyang muttered, exhaled a long breath, turned around and saw more than a dozen figures standing motionlessly on both sides. It was the white-eyed wolf, the madman, the mermaid princess, the monarch and the others. Everyone was in a state of stupefaction. Without exception, their eyes were filled with fear. Beads of sweat the size of beans could be seen on his forehead. Everyone's faces were deathly pale, as if they had fallen into a nightmare. Looks like we're all trapped in an illusion. Qin Feiyang mumbled and immediately walked towards the mermaid princess. Although the mermaid princess had changed her appearance, it didn't affect Qin Feiyang's feelings for her. His eyes were filled with tenderness. She slowly raised her hand and caressed the mermaid princess's cheek. Previously, when the mermaid princess self-destructed in the illusion, he felt as if the sky had collapsed and his life had lost its meaning. Therefore, he had to cherish the present. Don't wait until you lose it before you know how to cherish it. Wake up. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang said. His voice condensed into a line and drilled into the mermaid princess's ears. If a person was awakened in this way, they would definitely wake up immediately if they were in an ordinary illusion. But now, the mermaid princess didn't respond. What should I do? Qin Feiyang was suddenly burning with anxiety. The emperor said that once she died in the illusion, the original body outside would also die. And he found that. The mermaid princess's hands were trembling. Her cheeks were also as pale as paper. One could imagine that she was in a very bad situation in the illusion at this moment. Wake up, Qin Feiyang said again. The two words, "wake up," were almost roared out. However, the mermaid princess still didn't respond. This time, Qin Feiyang was completely flustered. He could get rid of the illusion entirely because he noticed the abnormality of the origin force. But what about the mermaid princess? After all, it was impossible for everyone's illusion to be the same. It turns out that from the moment I entered the secret realm, I had already fallen into the illusion. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Qin Feiyang was refreshed. He quickly turned his head and saw Long Chen slowly opening his eyes. Seeing that Qin Feiyang had woken up, Long Chen was quite surprised and said with a smile, "I thought I was the first to wake up. I didn't expect you to be one step ahead of me. You are indeed the man I admire." Qin Feiyang was stunned. Why did this sound so awkward? Qin Feiyang asked, "What illusion did you experience?" Immediately, Long Chen's expression became extremely strange. "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Long Chen glanced at the white-eyed wolf and pursed his lips. "My illusion has something to do with him." What? Qin Feiyang was stunned. How could it be related to the white-eyed wolf? After entering the secret realm, I appeared in a strange place. There were mountains and rivers, and the scenery was pleasant. At that time, all of us were there. Just as we were about to look for the entrance of the passage, the white-eyed wolf suddenly eloped with Long Chen. The corner of Long Chen's mouth twitched. Eloped? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Long Chen nodded and smiled bitterly. What he was afraid of came true. Then what was your reaction? Qin Feiyang was curious. What else can I do? Of course, I followed my father's instructions and stopped them. Fire Dance also fought fiercely, scolding the white-eyed wolf as a heartless man and fighting with him. Even in the end, my father and the sky-swallowing beast suddenly arrived. My father strongly opposed and wanted to kill the white-eyed wolf. The sky-swallowing beast helped the white-eyed wolf to kidnap the bride. The two of them even fought. In short, it was a mess. Long Chen shook his head. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and said, "Guess what the sky-swallowing beast said in the illusion?" What did he say? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Long Chen said, "The sky-swallowing beast said that the white-eyed wolf was his illegitimate son and he was more than enough to be a good match for my sister." Qin Feiyang was stunned. Illegitimate son? This illusory realm was too desolate. The illusion was created according to everyone's thoughts. Qin Feiyang looked at Long Chen and asked, "Have you ever thought that the white-eyed wolf was the sky-swallowing beast's illegitimate son?" Long Chen coughed dryly and smiled awkwardly. "Indeed, I have thought so. You can't blame me for thinking so. After all, the white-eyed wolf's battle soul is indeed the sky-swallowing beast. Moreover, his fourth special ability is exactly the same as the sky-swallowing beast's." Hearing what you said, you really have proof. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. That's right. Otherwise, how do you explain the white-eyed wolf's battle soul? However, I have to say that the illusion here is too real. If I didn't find some flaws, I would really believe all of this. Long Chen sighed. What flaws? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. I didn't see the white-eyed wolf activate his battle soul. From the beginning to the end. Until the moment of his death. Long Chen said. Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked, "The white-eyed wolf also died in your illusion?" What do you mean? Could it be that he also died in your illusion? Long Chen was also puzzled. Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a bitter smile, "In my illusory realm, all of you attacked me. My wife even self-detonated in front of me. I almost collapsed. In the end, I also noticed a flaw and was indeed inside the illusory realm." What flaw did you find? Long Chen was curious. The power of origin. Until your death, you didn't take out the power of origin. Qin Feiyang said. The flaw in his illusion was the power of origin. The flaw in Long Chen's illusion was the white-eyed wolf's battle soul. True enough. The flaw in everyone's illusion was different. One could only find it if they were careful. Qin Feiyang asked curiously, "You haven't told me how the white-eyed wolf died in your illusion." Long Chen glanced at the white-eyed wolf who stood motionless next to him, shook his head and said with a smile, "I killed him. It was because I killed him that I found this flaw." "Are you so opposed to the white-eyed wolf being with your sister?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. He actually killed the white-eyed wolf with his own hands because of this. "I'm not opposed to it. I respect Qin Er's choice. If she insists on being with the white-eyed wolf, I will fulfill her wish and bless her. But my father's attitude is very firm." Long Chen smiled helplessly. Qin Feiyang breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Long Chen didn't have any objections, it was fine. "Didn't you wake them up?" Long Chen glanced at the others and asked. "I tried, but I couldn't wake them up. I was just about to ask you, is there any way to wake them up?" Qin Feiyang looked at the mermaid princess, his eyes full of worry. Because the mermaid princess's face was getting paler and paler, and the sweat on her forehead was getting more and more. "Can't wake them up." Long Chen frowned and landed beside Long Qin. Like Qin Feiyang, he condensed his voice into a line and went straight to Long Qin's sea of consciousness. But the result was, just like the mermaid princess, there was no reaction. This made Long Chen's face gloomy. "Don't worry, since there are flaws in our illusion, there must be flaws in their illusion too. I believe. With their observation skills, they will definitely find out sooner or later." Qin Feiyang was also very anxious, but now he actually comforted Long Chen. "Sooner or later? What if we're late and they die in the illusion? So, we can't just wait like this. We have to think of a way." Long Chen frowned. This was the first time he encountered such a situation, so he was somewhat helpless. "What a waste of time, I might as well sleep." Suddenly, another voice sounded. Qin Feiyang and Long Chen were shocked and hurriedly turned to look at the mysterious young man. That's right. The owner of this voice was the mysterious young man. "You actually got rid of the illusion before me?" Looking at Qin Feiyang and Long Chen, the young man looked very surprised. Qin Feiyang urged, "Let's not talk about this first, help think of a way to wake them up." "Wake them up?" The young man looked at the others, yawned, and said, "Release your divine consciousness into their sea of consciousness and try to connect with their souls. Maybe then, your divine consciousness can enter their illusion." Hearing this, Long Qin immediately released his divine consciousness into Long Qin's sea of consciousness. Qin Feiyang also quickly ran to the mermaid princess, and his divine consciousness surged out and swept into the mermaid princess' sea of consciousness like lightning.